Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, party squirrels. Welcome, Fender, first in the chat. Love it. How's everything going with y'all? Welcome, Bunny. Murphy, happy to see you again as well, my friend. Sorry I didn't get to go live yesterday, guys. I ran out of time with my half day at the law firm and ended up doing other stuff I had some stuff to do for students and a number of other things, so didn't get a chance to go live, but we're going to try to get 2 days into one today. 2 days into one. So we're going to see what we can do. We also have some new court filings here. There's been actually quite a number of them that have been kind of delayed getting, available, what have you. So we're going to make our way through a couple of them, and then we will have some more to go through tomorrow as well. So what do I do at the law firm? So I am a paralegal. And today I actually learned how to file expunctions. If somebody wants something expunged, that's something that I can actually do on my own. I can file the expunctions on behalf of clients, and also learned something interesting that North Carolina has a quirky rule. We're one of the only states in the country that has this, where it's like a citizen's arrest, like a private citizen can actually create an arrest by going to the magistrate themselves, which is an interesting tidbit. So yeah, and today was actually my first full day since the other paralegal has left. And so it was my first full day, like on my own and everything. And it was freaking awesome. And actually, eventually I'll be able to go to trial as well with them when they go to trial. So looking forward to that. It'll probably be something like August or September. But yeah, Bunny, thank you for that. Thank you. They definitely can appreciate and understand my enthusiasm, and they are totally like, we're going to teach you everything we possibly can, and have you do all the stuff, because they know that's what I want to be doing. And so it's freaking awesome. Shout out to Meg. Welcome on in as well. So, okay. So first up we have, let's see here, redacted. Defendant's motion to present a missing witness argument and request for subsequent instruction. Okay, so all right, let's just jump right ahead here. So all foundational requirements for a missing witness argument and instruction are met. We have gone over this jury instruction previously for specifically to Massachusetts. So, but that's what they're going to be referencing here. Shout out to Mary also. Hello. It is appropriate for the court to give a missing witness instruction where a party has knowledge of a person who can be located and brought forward, who is friendly to, or at least not hostilely disposed toward the party, and who can be expected to give testimony of distinct importance to the case. The party would naturally offer that person as a witness. If then, without explanation, a party does not call the witness to offer testimony, the jury may infer that the prospective witness would have given testimony unfavorable to that party. So the trial judge has discretion to refuse to give a missing witness instruction requested by either party. However, cases supporting the need for judicial caution and permitting an adverse inference are inopposite when the inference is to run against the Commonwealth, because there are no constitutional concerns to warrant the call for caution in such instances. All right. So Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, and Brian Higgins are all available and friendly to the Commonwealth. Now, for anyone who's thinking, does this mean for sure, definitely, that the defense is not going to call Proctor, Brian Albert, or Brian Higgins? I don't think we can say that for sure yet. I think they're covering all their bases by doing this, and also with the text messages, which we're going to be getting to from yesterday morning. I think they're leaving their options open. That's my personal opinion. So yeah. So basic to the inference is the existence of physical availability of the witness and the likelihood that can be produced by summons or otherwise. So the two Bryans and Proctor were all listed on the witness list to be presented by the Commonwealth. There's been no showing of physical unavailability for any of these witnesses. They're all friendly to the Commonwealth. There's no reason to believe they would not continue to be or to cooperate with the Commonwealth. Yup. And then they would also be expected to give non-cumulative testimony of distinct importance to the case. Each of these witnesses would offer meaningful testimony that is neither cumulative or of other witnesses that have been called. Proctor's anticipated testimony would not be duplicative of other witnesses called by the Commonwealth and essential to this case. I mean, a lot of this we kind of just goes without saying, right? We know why it's important. Moreover, Sergeant Buchanan's testimony confirmed that nearly every piece of evidence recovered in connection with this case, including all the tail light pieces recovered at the scene, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, his cell phone, and the surveillance videos from the Canton Police Department were in Proctor's sole possession. Same thing here. They're saying it wouldn't be duplicative. Specifically, no other witness has testified thus far or even would be able to testify to and be meaningfully cross-examined about the reasons for Brian Higgins visiting the Canton Police Department around 1:30 a.m. on January 29th. Additionally, no other witness has testified thus far or would be able to testify to the reasons why Brian Albert did not come outside when their bedroom was mere feet away. And there's no, let's see here, there's no logical or tactical explanation for the failure of the Commonwealth to call Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, or Brian Higgins. An explanation is insufficient where the trial judge is satisfied that the circumstances thus offered would, in ordinary logic and experience, furnish a plausible reason for non-production. So they have no good reason to not call them. They're material witnesses. All three of these witnesses are susceptible to cross-examination regarding issues that are central to this case. 1, Proctor's handling of the investigation in relationship with the very witnesses who should have been suspects in this case, and subsequent determination from the Massachusetts State Police as a result of his conduct in this case. 2, prior admissions by Brian Albert and Brian Higgins that they left the rest of the group at 34 Fairview Road for a period of time and took photographs in some other part of the house. Yeah, that was always hilarious, wasn't it, to hear that part? And then the rest is redacted there. Depriving Miss Reed of the opportunity to present a missing witness argument and giving the subsequent instruction would undercut her ability to present a defense. There's a critical distinction between argument by counsel that argument presented by the Commonwealth is insufficient and a missing witness argument. The defendant has a wide latitude in every case to argue that the Commonwealth has failed to present sufficient evidence and that there is an absence of proof or evidence that is missing. A missing witness argument is distinctly different from this scenario. While both allow a defendant to argue the Commonwealth did not meet their burden of proof, in the former, the defendant argues that the evidence has been produced as inadequate. So this is like saying, this is basically like a motion for directed verdict. They're differentiating it from that, where they say the burden of proof is inadequate, etc. Right? A significant portion of Miss Reed's defense has been focused on the inadequacies of the investigation into the death of John O'Keefe and a lack of consideration for other suspects. So the jury should be provided with the necessary framework for considering the absence of evidence or witnesses should they deem it relevant information to their deliberations and assess the weight and significance of the missing evidence or witness in relation to the evidence presented against the defendant. Okay. Judge Bev will probably deny it. Why? Because that's what she does. All right. Next up, we have, as expected, a motion for reconsideration of Michael Easter. A lot of this is probably going to be the same. We'll just see if there's anything else new here that they're offering since the previous filings. The defense respectfully requests that this court reconsider its decision in light of the fact that the Commonwealth only called 2 police witnesses responsible for investigating O'Keefe's death in its case in chief. That was Lieutenant Gallagher and Sergeant Buchanan, both of whom refused to concede investigative failures. The defense should not be forced to adopt the self-serving opinions of these particular law enforcement officers regarding the reliability and adequacy of their investigation. And they're saying, of course, it's beyond common knowledge in terms of for the jury. Cross-examination is insufficient where the Commonwealth's witnesses denied a failure to follow proper investigative protocols. So what they're saying is part of this is what they're saying that's new from before is that since then, there's been 2 law enforcement officers that have testified during the Commonwealth's case in chief, and they denied that there was failures. Okay, I think that's a good point. This court's order allowing the Commonwealth's motion to exclude Michael Easter's testimony presumed that zealous cross-examination of Commonwealth witnesses would suffice to expose all investigatory deficiencies. However, as set forth in the case law, the defense should not be forced to accept the Commonwealth's witnesses' testimony regarding what constitutes standard policies and procedures based on what they're willing to admit. Here, the defense must be allowed to introduce testimony to affirmatively show how the investigative conduct in this case failed to meet accepted standards, not merely suggest as much through implication or adversarial questioning. Particularly where here, the law enforcement officers failed, unsurprisingly, to concede that their own conduct was deficient. Witnesses' admissions of deviation from protocol opens the door to expert explanation of what proper protocol is. That's another great point here. I agree. Recent trial testimony has materially altered the posture of this evidentiary issue. Lieutenant Gallagher and Trooper Buchanan each testified to the conduct, which clearly deviated from standard law enforcement protocols but refused to concede any wrongdoing. Over the course of 2 days, Lieutenant Gallagher testified to his account regarding evidence collection outside of 34 Fairview. He stated that he used a leaf blower to a method ripe with substantial risk of disrupting or destroying evidence, and that he said that it was proper and effective in this instance. He sure did. Further, he testified that because of the weather, it simply would have been impossible to follow protocols. These are all great points, right? So that the jury can hear, okay, even in the snow, here's what you can do. And of course, as we all know, it makes no sense given that they are in Canton, Massachusetts, that they wouldn't have methods of dealing with this. Anyways, finally, Lieutenant Gallagher admitted that he chose not to search the home adjacent to the crime scene, owned by a fellow officer, falsely claiming lack of probable cause, and that it would be improper for him to obtain consent. That testimony was incredibly misleading, and there's a significant risk that jurors will give his testimony undue weight merely because he's a law enforcement officer and lay witnesses are unfamiliar with legal standards attendant to criminal cases. Now we get to Trooper Buchanan. So he testified, he asserted that this investigation was conducted with honesty and integrity. The defense is entitled to rebut his self-serving claims. He admitted that he never entered the house. He failed to explain the divergence from the normal chain of custody protocol. He also fails to offer an explanation for failing to interview potential witnesses. He claimed that there was nothing unusual with the handling of the evidence in this case. Proper chain of custody protocols are not common sense issues that are apparent to laypersons. The defendant is entitled to call an expert witness to testify regarding proper chain of custody protocols. The investigation in this case was clearly inadequate and deviated from standard policies and protocols. Okay, this is again more sort of reiterating those points. Ms. Reed should be permitted a proper testimony from a seasoned FBI agent regarding investigative principles, policies, and professional standards. Okay. Then they're saying, of course, it's become essential to ensure a fair trial. Even if jurors may intuitively recognize some investigative irregularities, they are not equipped to assess whether those actions violate codified procedures, create contamination risks, or reflect investigatory bias. The argument that a lay jury can adequately gauge the seriousness of Lieutenant Gallagher's use of a leaf blower or Trooper Buchanan's failure to appropriately comply with chain of custody protocols without the aid of an expert is unsupportable under relevant case law. Okay, so they're just asking the court to reconsider. Again, knowing Judge Bev, she'll probably deny it because that's what she does, even though that is crazy. So up next. So I have not heard of this expert. Had you guys? We have a new defense expert, Derek Ellington. So this is coming from the Commonwealth here. Commonwealth's motion to preclude new opinion testimony by defense expert Derek Ellington. So they're saying there's a new report. I have no idea who he is or what he does. We will find out. To prevent further ambush of the Commonwealth by the defense in this case, he should not be permitted to testify to his new opinions. If he is allowed to do so, the Commonwealth will hereby provides notice that it will present rebuttal testimony on those issues. Background. They previously had disclosed a 13-page report. Oh, this is going to be their cell phone dude. Okay. Essentially, the report quotes from or describes portions of reports from Mr. Whiffen, Miss Hyde, and Trooper Garino. So it looks like they're not using the same dude. What was it, Brian Green or whatever, Mr. Green? And it looks like they're also not using the same medical examiner dude they had from last trial, the one who was like Irish, maybe. Anyway, so okay, then it states whether Mr. Ellington agrees or disagrees with the analysis and findings of those other experts. Mr. Ellington's specific conclusions and opinions appear on page 9 through 12 of his report. His report did not address, much less offer, any opinions or analysis regarding either the data on the defendant's iPhone or data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone. So they're saying that there's a new 16-page report. Nowhere in the report does he explain why he was asked to perform this new analysis or when he received such distortion of the defense or such direction of the defense. If I had to take a guess, it's probably because of the shift in the timeline. Just a guess, just a little guess there. Nor does he offer any explanation for why this new analysis was not included in his prior report. Indeed, Mr. Ellington identifies the materials he relied upon for his report, all of which were available. Blah, blah, blah. Oh yeah, March, is that what it says, Fender? March 3rd? That, so the March 3rd, that's the previous, that's the initial report, it looks like. And then the new part came in June 1st. Yeah. On June 1st, I think I hadn't read that part yet, actually. On June 1st, 2025, the defense produced the Commonwealth a new 16-page report from Mr. Ellington dated that same day. Maybe I did read that. Anyway, it says that he was asked to focus specifically on activity and interactions logged on the two devices after the times of seizure/surrender of the devices to the ultimate custody of MSP, including a review of GPS data points captured on the read phone. Oh, interesting. Accompanying his new report were several new spreadsheets of information that he created that were not previously disclosed to the Commonwealth. On June 2nd, the defense provided a one-page amendment to the June 1st report clarifying a notification on John O'Keefe's cell phone. He now purports to discuss and opine on industry standard best practices for handling seized devices. And so he's going to conclude there's no evidence to support that the devices were handled properly by law enforcement, and thus allegedly there is and always will be a high level of uncertainty regarding the validity and accuracy of the O'Keefe and Reed mobile data. Interesting. They say that his new report presents opinions and analysis that are entirely new and beyond the scope of his prior report. These new opinions and analysis could and should have been addressed in his prior report if the defense intended to raise these issues. It is far too late to do so now after the Commonwealth has completed its case in chief and its digital forensic experts have already testified. Moreover, the defense has indicated that they intend to call Mr. Ellington tomorrow. I guess tomorrow. Will that be tomorrow? When was this filed? June 3rd. Oh, that was filed today. So that means that he would be testifying tomorrow, potentially. Okay, for real. The Commonwealth has not had and will not have sufficient time to prepare for these new opinions before he testifies. I have the feeling that what's going to happen is potentially some sort of voir dire. Because that's just been par for the course, right? That they'll be able to voir dire him about it outside the presence of the jury, and then probably he'll be able to testify to it. But we'll see. And then we have Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's motion for discovery from Aperture. The court ordered that Dr. Welcher may testify as a rebuttal as a remedy for the defense's multiple deliberate Rule 14 violations in connection with their own expert ARCA. Dr. Welcher is presently engaged in additional testing for purposes of rebuttal to ARCA. Additional testing? What is he painting his arm green now? And he intends to use the presentation during his rebuttal testimony as he did on direct. The Commonwealth has so notified the defense and has further provided the defense with a description of this additional testing. They will be turned over as soon as they're completed. The Commonwealth is mindful of the trial schedule and is working with Dr. Welcher to complete and produce these materials as quickly as possible. By the way of the Rule 14 motion, the defense is demanding the same type of detailed testing disclosure and production of information that the court ordered the defense to disclose as a sanction, and that's in bold, italics, and underlined, for their repeated and intentional Rule 14 violations. Moreover, demanding this information so that ARCA witnesses may try and use it to preempt Dr. Welcher's testimony, in effect to present a sur rebuttal before Dr. Welcher even testifies in rebuttal, is improper. God, so dramatic. At the same time, the defense is demanding more information from the Commonwealth. They still have not turned over a presentation that the ARCA witnesses intend to use during their testimony. To the extent that the presentation includes information not previously disclosed, it may necessitate further or additional rebuttal analysis by Dr. Welcher. Oh, Lord. The Commonwealth also needs a fair opportunity to review the presentation in advance of the ARCA witnesses' testimony to prepare for cross-examination. Commonwealth will continue to work to get the defense Dr. Welcher's rebuttal testing and materials as soon as possible. So it's just like the pot calling the kettle black, because he's still doing testing, quote unquote. I mean, this is craziness. How are they? Okay. In the meantime, and because it potentially impacts the testing, the defense should produce the presentation and any other materials ARCA witnesses intend to use at trial. So this just came, the initial motion, like this is responding to a defense motion. I haven't been able to find the defense motion yet as things are coming rolling in. So it's kind of out of order, I suppose, but this is in response to a defense motion that I haven't been able to find yet. But whenever that pops up, we will read it. And we've already got the Commonwealth's response here. Again, looks like this Mr. Ellington will be testifying tomorrow, potentially. So, wow. Never a dull day in Canton, is it now, guys? So I think that's the last one that I had ready here. Let me just double check. Yep. Okay, so now we are going to jump into the testimony from yesterday. Okay, so let me just unshare, reshare. All righty.
So I appreciate getting the redacted text messages over the weekend. Ms. Gianetti, this is yours, right? So, Mr. Brennan, I'm letting the text messages in over the Commonwealth's objection. I find that they're properly authenticated and that they do go to...
Can I turn the fan off?
Yes, can we turn them?
For fuck's sake.
Thank you. So I do find that they're properly authenticated, and I find that they come in as they go to the state of mind of Trooper Proctor, specifically as that goes to potentially reflecting any bias or omissions in the police investigation. So I'll give a limiting instruction at the time they come in. I understand that what was still remaining with disagreement are in orange. So I've got rulings on those. I don't think we need argument. We've heard plenty of argument on this. So regarding the first page with the numbers, I think we should do it the way I inquired about them last week, with just the last 2 numbers, not the last 4. So those reductions will have to be made. I think the first page with disagreement is on page 02537. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so the first one from Bird saying something stinks, I'm going to allow that in. And then there's a message that you both agree to in yellow. And then for the orange, all I'm going to let in out of that is gotta be, and that's where it ends. So you'll have to redact out the rest of that, Ms. Gianetti. And the next page, and the only other one was 02539, is that right?
Correct.
So that comes out. All right, that's it. I don't know whose objections they were. Those are my rulings. All right, can we bring the jury in, please?
Okay, so here we go. Now, this was a very interesting thing. Now, again, I don't think this necessarily means that they're definitely not calling Proctor. Again, I think that they're covering all their bases. This was really surprising to me because they don't ask him to read it. And again, I think that's I think their goal, the defense's goal, was to try to leave that door open, right? By getting these text messages in and having them authenticated, you know, they have the option to have somebody, I guess, at some point read them and potentially Proctor, but that if they don't call Proctor, at least they're in, you know what I mean? So they've been authenticated, but then of course Breeden sweeps in, as you guys have probably seen, and that really surprised me. I understand why he did it, but I was not expecting it. And we got more text messages than last year as well. Welcome, Happy Annie.
You promise for the evidence to give the court and jury in the case now guarantee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Hang in there, Thunder.
Morning. May I proceed, Your Honor? Yes. Good morning, sir. Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
Jonathan Diamandis, D-I-A-M-A-N-D-I-S.
Sir, do you know former Trooper Michael Proctor?
I do.
How do you know him?
We've been friends since middle school, approximately 30 years.
And in what town?
Canton, Massachusetts.
Did you graduate high school with Michael Proctor?
I did.
When was that?
2000.
How close did you remain in contact with Michael Proctor after high school?
Very close.
Do you have his cell number?
I do.
How often have you texted him over the years?
Frequently.
And when you text him, is that direct one-to-one or part of a group chat or both?
Both.
And I want to direct your attention to one particular group chat that had 9 people on it. Do you know the one I'm referring to?
I do.
And what one is that?
It's one that's been in existence for many years. We've been texting on that text chain for 10 plus years, I would suggest.
Okay. And over those 10 years, the members of that group chat, I'm not asking you for names, but if you could tell me, where are these people from? How do you know them?
We all grew up together and went to school together at some point.
All from Canton?
All from Canton.
And With regard to the 9 people on that group chat, you're one of them?
Correct.
And whether or not Michael Proctor is on that group chat with the rest of your high school friends as well?
He is, yes.
May I have the exhibit that was marked for identification, please? I apologize, I don't recall the triple letter. Would have been the last one from Friday. It's triple N as in Nancy. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness for the purpose of getting
Yes.
this? And I've handed you what has been marked triple N for identification. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
Have you seen that before?
Yes, I was shown it last Friday.
And what do you recognize it to be?
A portion of our text chain.
Okay, and when you say a portion, it's a limited time period within a much longer text chain, is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And with regard to how you're able to recognize it, I'd like to just ask you a few questions. First of all, on the first page of that document, do you see a series of phone numbers?
I do.
And
So we're going to get past this basic authenticating here. They have nicknames. Chip, Bear, okay. Okay, no further questions. So then for the interesting part.
Thank you.
Right?
Could I have Exhibit 209 when it's ready, please?
Oh, interesting. Okay. So this just shocked the crap out of me.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Have we met before?
On Friday, I saw you. We didn't meet.
You had been friends with Mr. Proctor for about 30 years?
Yes,
Are you still friends with him?
I am.
Are you still close with him?
I am.
You were on a text chain with Mr. Proctor over the years?
Correct.
Did that include other friends of yours and Mr. Proctor's?
Did.
The extent of that text chain, did it go back many, many years?
Yes.
You already said
Have you ever
that.
looked at any records that summarize some of that text chain?
Yes.
Did it note that there were over 38,000 texts in that group?
I did notice the number, but it sounds accurate.
When there is conversations in that group, do you always respond to the conversation?
No.
There's a particular section or segment of those 38,707 text messages that were shown to you. Did you see that document?
I did.
Are you familiar with it now that you've seen it?
Now that I've seen it, yes.
In that document, are there inappropriate comments that your friend Michael Proctor made about one of his investigations?
There are.
Was it about this case here?
It was.
In those inappropriate comments, did other people on that text chain, not you, comment or respond to Mr. Proctor?
Yes.
In that text chain where Mr. Proctor made inappropriate comments, you did not respond to any of those inappropriate comments, did you?
Correct.
You're on the text chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
objection.
Okay, so here's the other thing. I think the reason they objected is because, like, we just read one of those new filings, the one about the missing witness instruction. And actually, let me back up. So previously on the last live stream, we had made a list. We went back to the opening statements of the defense, and we went back and we made a list of the things that had not yet come in that would be reasons potentially to call Trooper Proctor or somebody else, right, if they can testify to it, in order to follow through with what they said the evidence will show. And I have 5 things. One was the he's a Boston Cop 2 text. 2 was he's not going to catch any shit text. Now, obviously, those are going to come in through this witness. But number 3 was Michael Proctor being fired. That had not come in yet in evidence. The jury heard about it at opening statements, but no one had testified to that. So that would have been one of the reasons potentially to call Trooper Proctor, former Trooper Proctor. Item number 4 was Proctor's report that 34 Fairview wasn't plowed. And then number 5 was Proctor's relationship with the Albert family. That was things like the wedding and all that type of stuff, right? So I think of those 5 things, the most important were the first 3. Those text messages and then him being fired and all that. Now, what's interesting is this is the first time the jury's hearing evidence or testimony about him being fired. Now, the objection here, I have to wonder if it's because I mean, I guess technically it could be hearsay, but I think also one of the main reasons that they stated for their missing witness instruction was they listed key things that were key items of testimony they expected to get from Michael Proctor that hadn't come in yet, right? So in other words, one of the main things that they said was the evidence of him being fired, and that was in their filing for the missing witness instruction. So by this dude testifying to it, it kind of takes some of that, the weight out of that argument, because now that has come in through somebody else, right? So, yeah.
Chain at a point later on in conversations, but not relevant to the inappropriate comments.
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Proctor was fired by the Massachusetts State Police because of his inappropriate comments?
Objection.
Sharing your sharing that hatred for Hank, and also agree with the sentiment here from Mary. Everyone is awesome, and thanks you guys for being here and being amazing. Quote.
Sir, do you know if Mr. Proctor was fired from the Massachusetts State Police?
I do.
Did he tell you why?
It was in connection to this case. I believe it was based on his text messages that were sent to us.
Based on these comments that are in exhibit?
Correct.
Did you at any time ever defend or endorse these comments?
I did not.
Did you ever encourage him in his comments?
I did not.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you exhibit 209.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you too fast.
On the first page, ending in the numbers 27, there's a full number, but I'll just use the last two numbers. Bottom right, 27. Is there a number of redacted phone numbers?
I'm sorry, on the first page on the bottom of the page?
If you look at the bottom right of the page, there's a number on it?
Oh, yes, and then it's blacked out next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
The last two numbers, is it 27?
Yes, it is.
When you look at that first page, does it have a number of redacted phone numbers of different people?
I don't see anything redacted.
The top box, are there numbers?
There
Phone
are numbers, yes.
Are they partially black?
Okay, we're going to get to where they start doing, okay, he recognizes them, da da da. Okay.
That begins with Chip. Without saying who it is, do you recognize that as one of the people in the group?
I do.
And what did the person write?
Chip, name of that BPD cop?
And at the time this conversation was happening, were you part of this immediate conversation?
I was not.
Turn the page. Bottom right number is ending in 28. Do you see that page?
Yes.
Okay. Instead of a name, there's a local user with an ID. Is that Mr. Proctor's?
Yes, it is.
And does he respond to Chip, name of that BPD cop?
He does.
What does he say?
John O'Keefe.
What is the next question from somebody in the group?
How old?
And what does Mr. Proctor respond?
He took custody of his sister's kids.
The next one?
She died of cancer, and the father overdosed on her grave.
And then one of the group sends him.
So that we didn't get last year. Now, who knows if that's true or not, right? I mean, you know, I just wanted to say that this is from this group of people, which, you know, how much trust can we put in their words, right? Anyways, regardless, yeah. Hopefully the kids don't hear that. Welcome, Kane.
The message, what do they say?
Oh, man, that's rough.
And what's Mr. Proctor's response?
Mid-40s.
Does somebody in the group then post a Facebook posting?
Yes.
Do you know what that's about?
I do not.
You can turn the page ending bottom right, 29.
Yes.
Somebody in the group ask another question?
Yes.
What do they say?
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
If you could just speak up just a little so it's hard to hear with the fan on, not your
Sure.
fault.
What's that? Don't have the book anymore.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
This one is a nightmare. Forget about the kids. That's awful.
And then I'd like you to go down to Mr. Proctor's next comment.
Forget about the kids. This one's a nightmare. Forget about the kids. I mean, ugh, I don't know that one came in last year, but Jesus, leave it to him, right? To be like, it's a nightmare, but not because of the kids and their situation, losing both their parents.
Comment.
Wow.
But all the powers that be want answer ASAP.
And what does one of the group respond with?
Gotcha.
Mr. Proctor?
Couldn't open it either.
Do you know what he was talking about when he said he couldn't open it?
I'm guessing the Facebook link.
Thank you.
I'd like you to turn forward to
You're my favorite
bottom right,
student.
3-1. Do you see what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
John O'Keefe's Facebook page.
What does it tell us about John O'Keefe?
He went to Braintree High School, studied criminal justice at Northeastern, joined Facebook in 2008.
So again, we didn't get this one in last year. And I think that Hank wanted this to come in just to be like, I mean, it's sad, right? But like grasping at straws to be like, oh, look, Proctor studied criminal justice. So he's great. You know what I mean? Like, he can't be all that bad or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? I think that's why that one came in.
Turn the page, please.
Oh, thanks, guys.
The first line from Bird, and I'll note this is January 29, 2022 at 10:56:39 p.m. Did I read that accurately?
Yes.
And what does the person say?
I'm sure the owner of the house will receive some shit.
And could you read Mr. Proctor's two responses?
Nope. Homeowner is a Boston cop too.
There's that.
If you could turn to the next page, ending on 33. This is January 29, 2022 at 10:57:21 p.m. Could you read Mr. Proctor's two comments?
She waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital.
And one of the group asks a question.
She waffled him, in quotation marks.
And how does he respond?
He was banged up.
Somebody in the group asks another question. What do they ask?
I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up?
And Mr. Proctor's response?
Nope.
Turn to the next page, ending in 34. This is at around 10:58:06 p.m., running through 10:59 p.m. Another question from the group. What did they ask?
So the owner of the house was a woman cop that beat him?
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That is the goal.
That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedic. Then I saw the guy.
One of the group asks further down, what does... Sir, if you could either speak much louder or bring the microphone closer. We have a couple fans back here. It's just difficult to hear.
Okay, sorry about that.
That's not your fault. If we can keep our voice up. So one of the group asks, what does, quote, she waffled him, quote, end quote, mean? And then asks, what's the story? Does Mr. Proctor return?
He does.
What does he say?
She hit him with her car.
Turn to the next page, please, ending in 3:5. And these texts are from 10:59:13 p.m. to 11:08 p.m. The person by the name of Bird asks a question. What does he ask? Or what does he say?
Okay, that's fucked up.
How does Mr. Proctor respond?
Intentional or not?
And somebody in the group again?
Gotcha, he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him.
And Mr. Proctor's two responses?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
Now, I think that is really good for the defense, right? Like there he is saying they're not going to be able to prove it. So my goal is to try to cover both days, but I'm probably going to skip most, if not all, of Dr. Russell on direct because A, we've seen her testify a ton of times by now, right? But B, the cross is really interesting. So I think that that's sort of how I will handle, and the direct of her is really long too. So that's sort of the plan. I'm thinking that we will go through everything, and then when we get to Dr. Russell, we will just kind of go over to cross, and then we'll jump on into the testimony from today.
And the next one?
They arrived at the house together, got into an argument. She was driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page, ending in 3:6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. 39 seconds. Okay, the first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m. 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
Liz has got the blueprint. I feel like no one could figure out what that was. Hold on.
Driving and left.
What does the friend say?
What's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved.
What does Mr. Proctor say?
Biffed him.
Turn to the next page.
Canton cop living in Canton. Are you talking about Kevin Albert?
Ending in 3:6. These run from January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. and 11 seconds to January 29, 2022, 11 p.m. 39 seconds. Okay, the first comment by somebody in the group.
The BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own?
And then if you could look where there's a comment from Whitey at 11 p.m. 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No.
Okay.
So remember, some of these have been redacted, so there's some context missing here, but that's probably talking about Liz Proctor. And I'm very curious, the blueprint for what? Blueprint for the house? What do you guys think? What do you think blueprint? Yeah, Liz is Proctor's wife. What do you guys think the blueprint is? Oh, that's cool, Mary. I'll check it out when we get done streaming here. Oh, that's awful, Kane. I can't even. I had like a couple summers ago. I don't know. It was some, the mosquitoes are like slightly different every year, right? And for whatever reason, a couple of years ago, they were obsessed with me, and I got really allergic actually to them. They would like come in my house and like sting my eyelids and shit. It was awful. How does he? So I'm sure he knows Proctor's wife, but I mean, I guess he's answering it as in, well, he could just be saying he doesn't know who it is because he doesn't want to say the truth. That's one possibility. The other possibility is there could be more than one Liz, right? It doesn't say Liz. It's not specific enough to where, I mean, we could infer that it's Elizabeth Proctor, but I mean, with all the different dudes in the group, there could be more than one Liz, right? Maybe they have other wives that are named Liz. I don't know. The jury, I don't think would have any idea. I don't think they've really heard much about Elizabeth Proctor at all. So, but he seems genuinely like, I don't know who that is or what that's about. Again, there's probably some context missing there.
There's a comment from Whitey
Oh yeah.
at 11 p.m., 27 seconds.
Liz has got the blueprint.
Liz has got the blueprint. Do you know who Liz is?
No,
Okay. And what's the next comment by Mr. Proctor?
not Cat. It's the total opposite. They have to rescue themselves.
What it's mean
Recuse
by-
themselves,
thank
excuse
you.
me.
Recuse themselves?
Yes.
And then a comment by somebody in the group.
Laughed at. Liz has got the blueprint.
On the next page, Mr. Proctor's comment.
Somebody laughed at it. Interesting. Maybe it's an inside joke.
Same with Canton.
At January 29, 2022, 11:02 p.m. and 15 seconds, there's a comment from one person in the group, number ending in 5051. Could you read that?
But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Next comment by Bird,
Something stinks.
and the comment by Mr. Proctor.
Yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl.
And the beginning of the next sentence has got to be, and finally, the last comment on that page.
She hot at least.
That's a question mark.
Yes.
Turn the page, please. Ending in 38. These messages begin at 11:05:57 p.m., run through 11:06:39 p.m. on January 29, 2022. Does it begin with comments from Mr. Proctor?
It does.
Could you read all of them, please?
These are not my words. I'm not really comfortable reading these. Do I have to say these words
Yikes.
out loud?
So I'm going to see you at sidebar.
Okay. That really struck me though, right? Because it's like, wow, he won't even read it. That's how bad it is. The jury, can you imagine if you're on the jury, you're like, oh my God, what is it? You know what I mean?
Go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Sir, I'm appreciating that you're not comfortable with these words. These are not your words, are they?
No, they're not.
You didn't see them at the time?
I did not.
You've never condoned them or adopted them?
No.
In fact, you would denounce these, wouldn't you?
I would.
I don't want you to say words that are not yours, so I'll say the words, and I'm going to ask you if I'm reading accurately. Is that better?
Oh my God.
Yes.
Is that a fairer way to do it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, what's really frustrating, well, we'll get to it.
On January 29, 2022, 11 p.m., 5 minutes, 57 seconds, and this page ends at 11 p.m., 6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 38. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
He looks nervous even though he doesn't have to read it.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
Now, remember last time in the first trial, it was very memorable, right? When Trooper Proctor, or well, now former Trooper Proctor, tried to not read that. And then he was forced to say the word out loud in court. And it's very interesting. This would be another reason though, right? When you think about the defense of Proctor, the fact that some of these words are not quite as, I mean, it's awful, right? But the whole reason why Brennan is doing this, right, is to make it a little bit less awful than if they heard it from Proctor. And also because with Proctor, he would have to read it verbatim as it is in the text chain. And so I was still surprised though that Brennan got away with just saying C word, right? Because technically, as far as the record is concerned, you know how that's a whole thing, right? You have to read it things exactly. And that's sort of like one of those things where it's like, well, that's not what it says. It doesn't say C word in the text, right? So, but the fact that that's what he says, again, would be another reason to call him, or another argument they could make for that missing witness instruction saying like, you know, it wasn't the same as Proctor here reading it himself where all of these texts, including that one, would have to be completely read, you know, so.
He then says, yeah.
So I have it on 1.5, but it's, they are saying who's saying it. It's just they're using their nicknames.
6 minutes, 39 seconds on January 29, 2022, ending in numbers 38. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Mr. Proctor says, from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job, and then uses the C word to describe. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
He then says, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. Are those the words that he wrote?
Those are the words.
There's a response at the bottom from one member in the group stating, oh, she's skating.
Yes.
Let's turn the page, ending in 39. These begin on January 29, 2022, 11:06 p.m., 55 seconds. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
Mr. Proctor responds, zero chance she's skated. She's effed. She's fucked.
Yes,
Is that what he said?
it is.
And then one person in the group says, no ass bitch. Accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Awful.
Mr. Proctor, there's a response, laughed at, quote, no ass bitch.
Nice job.
Yes.
That's awful.
If you could turn to a page that ends in 4-3. You ready?
Yes.
Somebody in the group says, is that chick a smoke? And then the same person follows up with a question mark. Accurate?
Accurate.
Mr.
So I have no idea what a smoke means. Does anybody, I can't remember if we figured that out last year or not. Does anybody know what the fuck that means?
Proctor responds, E-H.
Yes.
Nutbag, as my chief would say.
Yes.
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Yes.
Leaks poo.
Yes.
Are those the words of Mr. Proctor?
They are.
Did I read those accurately?
You did.
And then a person in the group says, what are you guzzling on? And this is on, well, let me take a step back to be more clear. The comments I just read, those weren't on January 29th. Those were on February 2nd, 2022.
Correct.
And the time is 12:50 p.m. 12:50 and 5 seconds p.m. begin the
Oh,
page?
yes, yes, beginning of page, yes.
These are different in time than the ones we read before, the series of text messages.
Correct.
Okay. And then at the bottom, one of the members of the group says, what are you guzzling on?
Correct.
And that's still February 2nd, 2022, and that's at 1:51:33 p.m.
Yes.
And then if you can turn to a page that ends on with numbers 44,
Yes.
and this is on February 2nd, 2022, 1:52:24, Mr. Proctor says, nothing, writing a warrant.
That's accurate.
There are no further text messages?
From Mr. Proctor?
Yes, or anybody in this group that you have as part of this exhibit?
That was not the last comment.
Okay, let me look. Okay. Is there another YouTube video?
There is.
You were not part of any of these conversations with Mr.
I want
Proctor?
to know
No.
what it
But
is.
you're still friends with him?
I am.
Crazy.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested that he planted evidence in this case or any other case?
No.
In your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested framing a defendant, including this defendant?
Absolutely not.
In all your conversations with Mr. Proctor, has he ever suggested tampering with evidence in this case or in any other case?
No, absolutely not.
And Mr. Proctor was fired?
He was.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
I mean, I would suggest that already in those text messages, just from this dude just reading them. I mean, to say he's not biased or whatever, he's already like, yeah, she's effed, you know, basically depended on the girl thing, right? I mean, that text message specifically didn't come in, but like, speaking of which, I think that's a Matt McCabe text, but I mean, it's as good as, I mean, I don't know what else you want for bias. You know what I mean? So anyways. I am super enjoying it. Thank you for asking. It is awesome. I could not be happier.
Sir, at the time Michael Proctor was revealing this information on this high school group chat, was this information public?
I have no memory, one way or the other.
At the time Michael Proctor was texting these messages to you and your other high school friends, were Ms. Reed's medical conditions public? Did you know anything about Ms. Reed's medical conditions?
I didn't know anything about this case at all.
Michael Proctor was the one revealing those details about the case to you and anybody on the chat who cared to read them, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked questions about why Michael Proctor was fired, and I believe you answered in a shorthand way for these text messages. Were you aware he was fired for being biased?
I'm not aware of that.
Objection.
So the answer was stand is under.
Were you aware that he was fired for revealing confidential information about an investigation?
I was not aware of that.
And were you aware that he was also fired for conduct unbecoming a state trooper and a lead investigator in this case?
I was not aware of that.
I have no further questions.
You're not aware that he was fired for conduct unbecoming because of these text messages?
My understanding was it was due to the text messages. I don't know the other details of the situation.
Do you know he was not fired for any accusations of planting or tampering with evidence?
I do not know that.
Do you know that he was not fired for doing anything to compromise the integrity of the evidence in this investigation?
I do not know that.
All right. So, sir, I'm going to let you step down. And then, folks, I have an instruction for you that I should have read at the time that text messages came in.
So we don't need the instruction. So, dude, so Kelly, what's her face? Kelly, is it Kelly Dever? I have a lot of thoughts on this witness. Okay. And for all the confusion about her name, think of it as like Denver without the N. I have a lot of thoughts. I feel very, well, okay, let's just jump in and I'll let you know what I think. I'm going to start a poll.
Good morning. Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Good morning. Could you state your name and spell your last name for the jurors, please?
I'm going to put this on 1.25.
Kelly Dever, last name D-E-V-E-R.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer,
Where are you employed?
Boston Police.
How long have you been so employed with the Boston Police Department?
2 years and a little over 2 months.
Where'd you work before that?
I worked for the Canton Police.
Were you a sworn officer at that time?
At what time?
When
When
you
I was
worked for the
employed there?
When you were employed by the Canton Police Department
Yes, I was.
as a sworn police officer?
Yes.
Okay. What was your duty assignment in January of 2022?
I was a patrol officer.
You're familiar with the case that's presently before the bench, correct?
In some capacity, yes.
Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Yes.
All right. Did you ever prepare any kind of report based on any of your conduct or your connection with this case, if there was any connection with this case, while you were a Canton police officer?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Canton Police Department in furtherance of their investigation related to the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Let me finish the question. I got to finish the question, then you can answer. It works a little better that way. Were you ever interviewed by any member of the Massachusetts State Police in furtherance of their investigation into the death of John O'Keefe?
No.
Were you ever interviewed by either the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police with regard to any of your observations on January 28th or January 29th, 2022?
No.
And you never wrote a report about your observations or any observations that you had on January 28th or January 29th, 2022,
Yes.
correct?
No.
That was a double negative. Let me try that a different way. Did you ever write a report about your observations related to January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022?
No.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, the first time you were ever interviewed in connection with anything having to do with this case or this investigation,
This was insane. I was able to listen to some of this as it was happening live because I was like, I was at the law firm, but I was like, just doing some filings and stuff. And I had like an earbud in and I was able to hear some of this and I was shocked. I've never, ever seen anything like this before.
related to the death of John O'Keefe was by a separate law enforcement agency, not the Massachusetts State Police, not the Canton Police Department, correct?
Yes.
That was in August of 2023, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember the exact date?
No.
August 9th, 2023, does that sound right, about right?
I know it was the summer of 2023. So,
Okay. Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of that interview?
yes, because I've never seen it before.
Just insofar as the date is concerned, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at the bottom of that page. Just glance at that and tell me once you familiarize
A lot of things happened during this testimony. Just
familiarize yourself with that face page of that report. Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have that date in mind?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that it was August 9th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. I want to direct your attention, Officer Dever, to January 28th, 2022. Where were you working? What was your duty assignment on that day, January 28th, moving into January 29th?
Well, 3.5 years later, I remember I was on patrol. I don't remember anything further about this night.
Did you work overnight, like a late shift going into the morning of January 29th?
That was my assigned shift, so yes.
Okay. Who else was working with you on that particular day, if you recall?
Sergeant Good, Officer Mullaney, Officer Seraph, and Officer Pasquarelli.
And what generally was your assignment when you went into work that night on January 28th?
Patrol.
At some point, either that evening or the early morning hours of January 29th, did you note that a call came in related to a person found in the snow, unresponsive in the snow?
Yes.
Tell me about that. The nature of the call and where were you?
I was in my cruiser. A call came in that said person in a snowbank, something along those lines. Immediately followed by that transmission, my sergeant requested that I come to take over dispatch.
Is that Sergeant Good?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, respond back to Canton PD to take over dispatch?
Yes, so I was already in the parking lot of the Canton Police while this took place, so I was already at the station.
Did you note whether or not Sergeant Good and or any of the others responded to the location while you stayed back to handle dispatch at the police department?
Yes, that's why I went inside so he could respond.
Were you aware that Sergeant Good, did you have any knowledge at that time that Sergeant Good was familiar with or knew who Brian Albert was?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you know who Brian Albert was at
No.
that time?
No.
Do you now? At least
Because of
familiar
this
with the
case,
name?
yes.
I spoke over you, I'm so sorry. Based on this case, you familiar with the name?
The name, yes.
Did you know Kevin Albert?
No. Oh, the detective Kevin Albert. Yes, I did.
Correct. How did you know Kevin Albert?
He was a detective for the Canton Police.
Were you aware of his relationship to Brian Albert at that time?
No.
Are you now aware of his relationship with Brian Albert?
Yes, from the media.
And what is that relationship as you know it?
Sustained.
Did you know Brian Higgins at that time?
Yes, in passing.
I'm not asking if you were social friends, asking if you knew who he was.
Yes.
How'd you know who Brian Higgins was?
He had an office in the Canton Police.
Was he a sworn police officer?
Not for us.
Was he a sworn federal agent?
Yes.
Worked for ATF?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, it gets
How long had you known and been familiar with Brian Higgins? Say, for instance, by sight, to be able to recognize who he was.
Sometime during 2020 is when I was probably first familiarized with him, because that's when I was employed with the Canton Police Department first.
Okay. Pass him in the hallways, hi, bye, things like that.
Yes.
Sustained is to form, Mr. Jackson.
Understood. Did you know him by sight?
Yes.
Could you recognize him if you saw him?
2.5 years later, no, but at the time, yes.
I'm not asking you about right now. I'm asking you back in January 2022. Could you recognize him by sight?
Yes.
Did you know who Kenneth Berkowitz was?
Yes.
Who's Kenneth Berkowitz?
He was the chief of the Canton Police.
Obviously very familiar with him. He's your boss, correct?
Yes.
When Sergeant Good instructed you to take over dispatch, explain what that meant.
It meant I walked inside and I sat down
incredible.
in a dispatch room.
Describe the dispatch room. What did that array look like?
There was chairs and computers.
Monitors?
Yes.
Does the dispatch area also have monitors of internal security camera footage?
I know there was camera screens, but I don't know.
Remember the video that came in this trial of Higgins, and he's walking around Canton PD, and we looked at the blueprint and everything of that whole, whatever you want to call it, that whole, that all of those events, and the room that he went into, right, when he was supposed to be going to his office, the room that he went into was the like, what is it called? Like the electronic communications or whatever, audio video room. Like that's the room he went into, which would be the room where they keep they've got somebody watching the cameras and all that. And that's where all that would be kept. So I think it's possible that he went in and had some sort of interaction with her, regarding the footage, because some of it seems to be missing, as we know, and others, it didn't surface. What we have didn't surface until this trial, right? Just like the missing Lallyport footage. So just to point that out in terms of the layout, that she would have been in that room, and that's the room he went in.
Oh, if they were on TVs or computers or where in dispatch they were. I don't recollect where they were or how they would be accessed. They were in the room somewhere. I can't be more specific. I don't remember.
But you do recall seeing that there were monitors that were showing different views of internal security camera footage of Canton PD, correct?
The specifics, no. Were there? Yes.
I don't know what you mean by specifics. I'm asking you, were there monitors that you could look at that showed security camera footage from inside Canton PD, different areas, hallways, corridors, offices, the Lallyport, for instance?
So 2.5 years since
You keep saying 2.5 years later.
So let her finish her answer and then ask a question.
Sure.
It's been years since I've been in that room. They were somewhere in the room. Where cameras were in the Canton Police Department, I don't recall. The media's provided me information since this case took place, and I can't speak on what's my recollection and what's been media provided.
She's already starting her narrative. She's said media now twice. She's already getting her narrative going. I remember, when I was listening to this, I was like, oh my God, what's going to happen? Like, I'm like, something's going to happen. What's she plotting here?
There are cameras. I don't know where on my memory where they are.
So has the media informed you that there were internal security monitors at the dispatch location?
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
That's a fair question. She's like, I didn't learn it from my job. I learned it from the media, which makes no fucking sense.
What do you recall from the dispatch room, as you put it? What do you recall being there in terms of monitors?
I remember there was a computer screen that had information about current calls, and then there was a 911 screen next to that. Those are the two computers that I would have been positioned in front of during this time.
It's worse, Mary. Take a deep breath.
As a dispatch officer, by the way, you were a sworn officer at
Yes.
that time, correct? Uniform, badge, gun, the whole works, right?
Yes.
Had you ever been in Lallyport at Canton PD?
Yes.
What's the Lallyport?
A Lallyport is a garage, essentially.
Okay. You're aware that the Lallyport garage had a camera, a security camera?
It would make sense because that's where we bring prisoners to drop them off.
Well, more than just makes sense. I'm asking you.
Why? Prisoners? What is this, like a war camp? What the hell,
Did you
man?
recall that it had cameras that serviced the Lallyport garage? Security cameras.
It's where we brought prisoners, so there would be cameras, yes.
Why is she calling them prisoners? That is the weirdest. What, suspects? Okay.
You're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
There's a,
According to the media, yes.
Agreed.
I've seen the footage, so yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike.
And again, she's trying to get this narrative going. Is there a mosquito in my house? I'm gonna lose it.
You're saying there would be cameras. I'm asking you, were there cameras?
According to the media, yes. I've seen the footage, so
Incredible.
yes, there were cameras.
All right, so hold on. So I'm going to strike that, officer. You have to answer the question based on your own independent knowledge, okay? And if you don't have them, tell us. But you can't reference what you know from the media.
Exactly.
All right. There were cameras in the Lallyport.
Thank you.
Wow. Why was that so hard?
Ms. Dever, do you want to be here today?
I have no relation to this case,
I
so
didn't ask you that. I asked you if
Oh
you
my
want to be here today.
Objection, this isn't direct.
So it's your witness.
I understand.
She can, no comments, just questions, not I understand that.
Do you want to be here today now?
I am put on the stand in a murder trial. I don't know why I'm here. I have no connection to this case.
Oh. The narrative.
You have no idea why you're here?
You've never talked to me. Nobody on the fence seems to talk to me since prior to the first trial. So I don't have any idea why I'm here.
So there is the first trial. We're going to hear it many more times. There's no, they don't even try to stop it. It's, which is, I have no idea why not, but yeah.
No clue whatsoever, as you sit here, why you might have been called to the stand.
No.
Oh my God.
Are you uncomfortable testifying?
No, it's part of my job.
You're a professional police officer, correct?
Correct.
That means you're a professional witness to a certain degree, correct?
In the crimes that I've gone on the stand before, yes, I have been.
And you understand the oath?
Yes, I do.
What is that oath?
The oath is to tell the truth.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll refer to it. Is there more to that oath when you raise your right hand as a witness?
I'm objecting.
So I'm going to see you sidebar for just a
Sure.
Oh Lord. Reminds me of Lori Vallow when she cross-examined one of her, was one of her old friends, right? You guys remember that? What was it, Serena maybe?
Thank you.
Or the other friend? Christina? I can't remember.
One of the cameras, one of the monitors that you had access to back on January 29th did show the footage from, or did it show the footage from that, one of the other Lallyport garage cameras?
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure, it was a little bit clunky on my part. Did one of the monitors that you looked at, that you had access to at the dispatch area, did it show the video footage or the video feed from the Lallyport garage?
So I already said I don't remember where in dispatch the screen with the cameras was. There was a camera in the Lallyport. So if I'm going to make the assumption, then yes, of course. But now that's an assumption.
I'm not asking you for an assumption now. I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed. Do you recall whether or not
Crazy.
there was footage that you could
It's
see.
true. The lady doth protest too much. Like, if you're going to try to be like, I don't know why I'm here, I have no connection to this case, then go with that. But then when he asks you questions about, can you just say whether or not there was a camera located here or a video located here, then at least say yes. Because if you really truly feel like you have no connection to this case, then you would have no problem answering these simple, basic questions that are so like, or if you want to really push back hard on like, you know what I mean? It's just too many. It's like throwing in the kitchen sink of like, I don't want to be here. I only know things from the media, and I can't tell you anything about the job or where any of this shit is located. And that's just the tip of the iceberg here from her testimony.
On a monitor in the dispatcher area that showed Sally.
And need some Z's, ding, 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 ding. You kind of got ahead of me, but when we were going to talk about whether or not her testimony helps hurt the defense, one of the big reasons why I have thoughts on her is exactly what Need Some Z's just pointed out, that the comparison between her and Barros are glaring. Yup, we're going to talk more about it.
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
Ugh.
My clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that means. So what do you mean you're going
Yeah,
to go with
right?
yes? Is your answer yes?
Wow.
Yes.
This is on 1.25 speed. Hang on. That is crazy. Now it's on normal speed.
I'm
Hold on.
I'm asking you, did one of the feeds, now we've talked about the camera, the other side of the camera is the feed.
Yep.
Do you recall whether or not there was footage that you could see on a monitor in the dispatcher area that showed the Sally?
That's the question. Was there video footage that that showed the Lallyport? That's the question.
I'm going to go with yes.
Okay.
My clarification.
How long?
So I don't know what that
I mean,
means. So what do
and
you
this
mean
follows her other answer just from a minute ago about, of course, there's cameras because of the prisoners, which she said twice. And now she's like, not sure anymore.
you're going to go with yes? Is your answer yes?
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
16. That was almost 20 seconds to answer that. About 18 or 19 seconds to answer that question. Unbelievable.
What time about did you take over the dispatch desk that morning?
Immediately following when the 911 call came in.
Would have been 6-ish in the morning. Does that sound about right?
Sometime I would say towards the later of my shift, but it was the middle of winter and dark out, so I don't know if it was 4, 5, 6.
Understood. But it was still dark out.
Yes.
Once you took over the dispatch desk, did you stay there even past your normal shift ending to support the investigation that was ongoing?
Not to support the investigation, I was just on overtime.
Okay. So you stayed past your normal end time of your shift that day.
Yes, on overtime.
You stayed into the afternoon, correct?
I believe the shift ended at 3:45 p.m. for the Canton Police.
But you stayed past your ending shift time, correct?
Correction.
I'm sorry, I'll rephrase it. Did you stay past your ending shift time?
For my regular shift, yes, because I was on overtime on the day shift.
Did you observe anything unusual that stood out in your mind that occurred, pardon me, in the Lallyport while you were on that shift?
So we've discussed this previously. I can't make that statement on the stand because I've been provided information released by the defense that it was not a memory.
There we go.
That it was a distorted memory. Therefore, I can't state it because at this point it would be a lie. I cannot make that statement that you're wanting me to make on the stand because I've advised that that would be a lie.
Ms. Dever, I've never asked you to make a statement one way or the other on the stand. I'm asking you an open-ended question.
Okay,
Did
so
you?
Oh, Lord.
prior to
Let
the
me ask the
first-
question. Did you observe something in the Lallyport garage on January 29th, 2022 that you found unusual, that stuck out in your mind?
Given factual information that makes it so I know I did not, no.
So the answer is no.
Correct.
Do you remember being interviewed on August 9th, 2023?
I do.
That was by a separate law enforcement agency, correct?
Yes.
2 separate law enforcement agents, is that right?
Yes.
And you were advised during the course of that interview on August 29th of something, correct?
Can you rephrase
I'm sorry,
that?
August 9th.
So what was I advised of? Can you rephrase that?
Sure.
So at this point, hopefully the jury is hearing that and being like, oh, and having flashbacks to Jen McCabe, right? These ladies being interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, but don't worry, she clarifies it.
Were you advised that lying to those officers would be a crime?
So it was a willing conversation. I've spoken with their legal team. Because of the fact I was provided factual information that showed a statement of mine was a false memory, it was not a lie. Therefore, I made it in good faith, and I retracted given information that it could not be accurate.
Ms. Dever, did you understand my question?
Yes, I did. You threatened to charge me with perjury during our phone call prior to the first trial if I didn't lie on the stand right now. I'm telling you, I did not see anything. Factually, I've been provided evidence by a timeline that it is not correct.
Ms. Dever, my question was this. Were you advised that it was a crime to lie to those law enforcement agents? Yes or no?
No.
They never told you, they never admonished you that it would be a crime to lie to them?
Objection.
Sustained. As to form, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Did they advise you of anything? Any consequences of lying to them?
So we had a willing conversation.
Yes or no?
I don't recall.
Okay, there's your answer.
You don't recall if they advised you of anything?
No, because it
As
wasn't.
a trained law enforcement agent.
Go ahead and ask a question, but both of you only one at a time, okay?
As a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke
When you have intent to lie. Listen to that going, guys. This is just so Jen McCabe, isn't it? Wow.
as a trained law enforcement officer, are you aware that it's a crime to lie to certain other law enforcement agents?
When you have intent to lie, yes.
Okay. So you knew that when you spoke to these law enforcement.
So, according to her and Jen McCabe, you can go ahead and lie, da 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 da. And then after the fact, when you get caught in your lie, you can just be like, oh, I didn't mean to. It was a false memory. Or I forgot. It's just like bullshit, man. I can't handle it.
Officers, correct?
It is.
Yes.
Yep. There's a lot of
Did
similarities.
you tell these law enforcement officers that you, in fact, saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Lallyport with the
Objection.
SUV? May I finish my question?
You can finish this question. Go ahead.
Did you tell those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, that you saw Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz go into the Lallyport together and alone with the SUV for a wildly long time?
That was my recollection at the time.
So you did say that?
At the time, that is what I recollected.
Okay.
You.
Did you indicate that you noted Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Along with Mr. Unetti and Ms. Little on a conference call last year sometime. You remember that?
Yes.
Between the time that you were interviewed on August 9th, 2023, and when we spoke sometime in maybe it was April or so of last year, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Did you have any conversation with any other party about your potential involvement in this case?
No.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
Okay, so to Scott's point, this is going to get more interesting, right? Because Scott says, didn't Jen McCabe have a personal connection, though? She did have a personal connection. But this is a law enforcement connection, right? Just like Proctor, just like so many of these other, just like all of the officers, with the exception of Burroughs, right? Who testified today on day 26. So we're about to get to this whole, the blue wall of silence, as it were.
Did you have a conversation with anybody in the commissioner's office at Boston Police Department?
Not about anything malicious.
I know it literally, it's crazy, right? It's just like the nefarious thing. Let's hear this one more time because his response is amazing. This is, you can't make this shit up, guys.
Police department.
Not about anything malicious.
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what
I mean, can you imagine being on this jury? It's like, just like with Jen McCabe, right? They're the ones that are characterizing it. Dude, wild. So if the jury was confused about whatever's going on here, I think she just made it clear herself by saying it wasn't about anything malicious, right?
I didn't use the word malicious. Why do you say malicious?
I had a conversation, but it was my department saying, regardless of what I need to say on the stand, they support me.
You were asked to go to the commissioner's office, correct?
Yes,
How long had you been on the Boston Police Department at the time that you were invited to go up to Commissioner Michael Cox's office?
it had to have been before the first trial. So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall how long you had been on the
So see there, she's punishing him. He interrupts her to say that's not my question. So she punishes him and she's like, okay, well, fine. If you're not going to let me finish my answer, I'm just going to say I don't recall. Watch this. It's like a obstinate teenager.
So, and I know it was when the agency released information to outside people.
That's not my question.
Okay, so I don't recall.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
You don't recall how
This is crazy.
long you had been.
I don't know how somebody like this has a job, even if they're willing to lie and all that, because it's like, how could anybody work with this person?
Force generally at the time that you were called up to the commissioner's office on the Boston Police Department.
No.
Was it 5 years, 2 years, 2 months? Give me a ballpark.
So I've been on the department for 2 years and 2 months. I would say somewhere in the range of a year.
Okay. Did you find it unusual would you call yourself a rookie back then?
Yes.
Did you find it unusual that a rookie police officer would be called up to the commissioner's office personally to discuss that?
It was a reflection of how good of a leader he is. It was not anything that I found unusual, given the fact
This just gets more and more surreal, doesn't it? Unbelievable.
he is someone who wanted to show support for his officer.
So all of your,
Oh my God.
I'm guessing all of your training class or all of your entry class in the Boston PD, they've all gone up to the commissioner's office as well?
I don't know anyone else who's been in this particular circumstance.
Do you know anybody else who's been called up to the commissioner's office at your level at the Boston Police Department?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know of any of your colleagues with your level of experience that have been called up to the commissioner's office for specific incidents?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Now, when you went up to the commissioner's office, did you respond to his indication that he wanted to see you up in his office?
It wasn't a direct line of contact from him.
Okay. Did you respond? Did you ultimately go? That's what I mean by respond. Did you go to his office?
He's my boss, so yes.
Okay. And who else was in that office?
Me and him. The two of us.
General counsel of the Boston Police Department?
No, it's just me and him.
The conversation that we had last year, did you say that general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department was also there?
Objection.
Not during
Sustained.
that conversation.
Objection.
Next question.
Sure. Was there another time that you went to the commissioner's office where general legal counsel was there?
No.
Have you ever met general legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
Oh my God.
Legal counsel for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
Was it in the commissioner's office?
No.
When was it?
During my conversation with the agents.
The FBI! With you to talk to this other law enforcement agency?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this.
This just gets better and better, / worse and worse for the Commonwealth, in my opinion. This, you guys, already, and it just continues on already, my impression of her, even if you take away any, the whole thing about she saw them in this Lallyport for a weirdly long time, even if you delete all that, get rid of that. Just literally her on the stand. I'm going to just tell you guys my thoughts of this. My impression at the time was, this has got to be one of the absolute best witnesses for the defense. And I was like thinking to myself, I'm shocked they didn't call her last year. I mean, I guess they had all these other guys, but still, this is so obvious, and she doesn't hide it the way or try to hide. You know what I mean? Like you compare it to Brian Albert and Brian Higgins and Michael Proctor and all the other law enforcement officers where they clearly are slimy and they're clearly lying and all this and that, right? But their demeanor is, I mean, compared to her, way more tolerable. Like her demeanor on the stand and refusal to answer even basic questions, and just, I mean, it's on another level. Like to me, my thought was like, if I was on the jury, this witness 5 minutes in, I'd be like, this tells me all I need to know right here. Because she's not even like close to the face. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing, right? If you know, with the other, you know, the McAlberts and all, you know, they're all involved and they were there and they're all related. This is somebody who is like not related. You know what I mean? She is more extraneous, if you will, than the other key players. And yet this is how she's going to be on the stand. Like, to me, this was just like, holy shit. Like whatever's going on at Canton PD between them, and they're all willing to just like, you know, take the fall for another officer. It's like, I was shocked. I was like, this is even worse than I thought. And for me, I was like, holy crap. I don't know. I thought, and I still think, one of the absolute best witnesses for the defense. Yeah, she has that one relation to whatever, friends with Sarah Levinson, but that's not nearly as much as, you know, the McAlberts and whatnot, right?
Thank you. Ms. Dever, when we left off, I was asking you about the meeting at the commissioner's office. And I want to clear this up. Was general legal counsel in that office or not when you had the meeting with the commissioner, Michael Cox?
No, it was just me and the commissioner.
At some point, did the commissioner say to you that Boston Police Department, insofar as your connection to this case is concerned, Boston Police Department fully supports you?
Yes.
Did he also say, do the right thing?
That's a direct quote, so I can't recollect if he said a direct quote 2 years ago.
A year ago, when you talked to us, the defense, did you tell the defense that when you were called up to the commissioner's office, he told you two things? Commissioner Cox told you, number one, the Boston Police Department supports you, and Officer Dever, do the right thing.
So he said my name correctly. He said Dever, and
That's my mistake. Now, let's see, like, you want me to repeat the question so I get
So,
that right?
Mr. Jackson, let's go ahead and answer, please.
yes, and he said nothing with the intent of guiding me one way or the
I didn't
other.
ask you what his intent was, madam. I asked you what he said to you. What were his words to you?
That he supports me.
And
Just wanted me to tell the truth up here.
his words were, do the right thing, right?
I don't recall.
How many other times have you testified in a court of law during the course of your job?
Two dozen, 3 dozen.
And
Actually testified probably ballpark a dozen times.
in any of those other cases, has Commissioner Michael Cox called you up to his office to discuss your testimony in any of those cases? Yes or no?
Your face. This is insanity, you guys.
Discuss your testimony in
Watch your
any of
face.
those cases? Yes or no?
This is unbelievable.
That's not a yes or a no answer.
Well, yes, it actually is, Ms. Dever.
So no comments, okay? Just,
You understand the question?
The question, yes. The implication,
The question is, in any
Oh
of
my
those,
God.
I'm asking you an open-ended question. In any of those cases, Officer Dever, not including this one, has Commissioner Michael Cox ordered you up to his office to discuss your testimony?
no.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Brennan?
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
My name's Hank Brennan. We have never met before.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken to me before?
No.
The defense team, Attorney Jackson, asked you some questions this morning.
Yes.
It sounds like you've met them before.
Only by phone call.
How many times have you spoken to Attorney Jackson or anybody on the defense team before today?
Prior to the first trial, it was one
This again.
phone call where we discussed the case. Outside of that, there may have been one other phone call before the first trial, but it wasn't a discussion of the case. And then prior to this trial, I received a phone call that said, confirm you will be available for one of these days.
Other than confirming you'd be available, was there any discussion before this trial with anybody on the defense?
Not about this case, no.
So the conversation, the substantive conversation was before the past event last year?
Yes, a year and a few months ago.
You worked at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
You were a police officer?
Yes, I was.
And it sounds like on January 29, 2022, at some point you were asked to attend the desk?
Yes.
The desk is at the front of the police
I
department?
mean, how did she even find it, considering she's like basically blind and has no memory and doesn't know anything about the Canton PD and can't find her way? You know, can't, what is it? Can't make her way out of a paper bag or whatever they say. Find her way out of a paper bag. You know.
Where you see people coming in and out of the police station?
Yes, there's glass windows.
I mean,
Yeah.
her own testimony would make it seem like she was just completely useless, right? So,
That night, did you have any difficulty with your memory of the specific things that you saw that night?
oh boy.
I was never on the scene. I never spoke to a witness. I never met a victim. I never spoke with the suspect. This
This is non-responsive.
was just a random shift for me 3.5 years ago at a desk that I wasn't asked to recollect for about a year and a half after the occurrences of that night.
But according to all the Commonwealth's witnesses, your memory gets better with time. So shouldn't she remember it really well right now? Hi, Flash.
Did law enforcement, not the state police or Canton police, did law enforcement ask you about your memory sometime after that night?
The agents asked me about a year and a half later. It was the August of 2023 meeting.
When they-
So actually a year and 8 months later was the first time I ever spoke about this case.
When they spoke to you a year and 8 months later, did you suggest or share or tell them that you might have seen Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins near the Lallyport area?
I told them on the day of that I saw that. I didn't make any indications it was anything bad. I just said I saw them. And
Anything bad?
it was in good faith that I believed I saw that. That was the extent of that comment.
I mean,
You
it's
had told
also
them you believed you saw
right?
Mr. Berkowitz.
You know, the way it usually works is you're like, oh, I don't remember seeing it. And then they show you evidence that you can't refute that you would have seen something. And you're like, oh, I must have forgotten. But the other way around is the weird thing. To be like, I saw this thing and this thing was weird and it was very specific. And it was with, you know, Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz going to the Lallyport for a weirdly long time, quote, unquote, her words. And then to be like, oh, well, somehow I misremembered and I didn't see it. You see what I mean? It's like, it's backwards of how this usually goes. So.
Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Lallyport area that day.
On January 29th during my day shift, yes.
Did you then learn any information that helped you remember when your shift ended that day?
So I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m.
So we've seen this in other cases, right? Where in order to try to prove the time of somebody's whereabouts, right? It's like, when would your shift normally end, right? And remember, she's already said about the whole thing about the overtime. So like, in other words, it's like, well, my shift ended at 3:45. So therefore I was gone at 3:40, like as if that's supposed to override this very specific memory that she has.
So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Lallyport until about an hour and a half after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
So I think this whole thing is to try to blame the defense. Like, to the defense, it's like, it's your own fault that my memory is false, right? Had you not produced this timeline, right? Had you not produced this timeline, then maybe my memory could have stood for, you know, being possible, according to her. You see what I mean? She's like blaming the defense because they produced this timeline. She's snatching her false memory back. You know what I mean?
Line right prior to the first trial. I know my shift ended at 3:45 p.m. So I know that I left then. That wasn't ever one of my questions. The defense released a timeline right prior to the first trial that the vehicle on that day did not arrive in the Lallyport until about an hour and a half after I left, meaning it is not possible that I saw that.
When you saw this information, did you think about your memory?
So when I saw that information, it made it clear to me that there was a distortion of the timeline, and the false memory I created, I provided in good faith, but I retracted immediately, being provided evidence that it was not possible.
So, and every time I hear her talk about this, I just think about how hypocritical, right? Because you know how when you've got suspects or defendants and they make a confession, right? You know that this officer and everyone else in the government and, you know, other law enforcement, you know, they're not, like, in other words, this whole false memory thing, they're going to apply it to her, you know, but it makes me so mad I can't even get the words out. But false confessions, which we know happen, and it's way more plausible because you've got somebody who's under duress and whatnot, right? Like, in other words, this false memory story of hers, I don't find plausible, right? But yeah, everybody's going to believe it and say it's a real thing or whatever. I mean, not everybody, not everyone watching this trial, but some people, right? And at least the powers that be, the same ones who then bring charges against a suspect, right? Who then find a confession credible. Those same people are the ones who are like, yeah, it's a false memory of hers, right? You see what I mean? But then when you've got somebody who is under duress and all of that, and you guys know all the tactics that they have, but when they have a false memory, you know, AKA like a false confession, it stands. So.
You retracted it. Who did you tell?
So I told the defense team prior to the first trial. I also contacted the agents.
Awful.
The agents assured me that good faith.
It's
Not what they said, but what you thought.
it's so hard for you.
Not what they said to you, but
Did they threaten to put you in jail when you told them about your mistake?
No, I even spoke with the legal team, and they said that I made a comment in good faith. There was absolutely no way that I could be charged with anything of being malicious.
How would they know?
Before we get to your conversation with the defense team, now I wasn't there in that conversation, was I?
No,
Have you ever shared that conversation with me?
I've never shared it with anyone.
Before we get to that, you seem a bit anxious. Are you anxious?
Confused as to why I'm here, but anxious now.
Are you,
Doesn't surprise me that she would not like that characterization. I wouldn't describe her as anxious or confused. I have a lot of other words I would use, but I find it interesting that Hank uses the word anxious, because if you're going to try to like make her seem more likable to the jury by being like, what, like, in other words, if you were if I was Hank, if I was the Commonwealth and I was trying to do what he's trying to do here by trying to like find excuses for her, I don't think I would use the word anxious because I just don't think it's plausible. The word I would use if I were Hank would be, I don't know, what's a nice word that he could use? Upset, defensive, I don't know. Anxious just doesn't fit, you know what I mean? But neither does confused. You seem a bit frustrated. Maybe frustrated, right? That would be more plausible if you're Hank Brennan.
have you received any negative pushback because of you sharing your memory?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
No,
Have you received any unwarranted attention from the public or media?
not to my knowledge, but I didn't go digging to find it.
When you mentioned the media sent you something, what did they send you?
So I've seen things in the media. No media has ever been directed for me to find it. It's just this case is unavoidable as a local person on the internet who sees things that get shared.
Great.
So
Well, I'm
inevitably,
happy to hear that.
you were contacted by the defense.
Yes, prior to the first trial.
You mentioned that somebody had suggested you be charged with perjury.
Yes,
Who did that?
one of the male members of the defense team.
Why did they say that to you?
Objection.
Sustained.
What were you discussing when you were threatened with perjury?
They were essentially telling me what they were looking for me to say on the stand.
What were they looking for you to say?
They were looking for me to say that I saw Higgins and Berkowitz in the garage with the car.
Did you share with them that that wasn't an accurate memory?
Yes,
How did they respond?
And here's the thing. On top of all the reasons why this is bullshit, even if you were going to try to give her plausible deniability, I'm in an alternate universe, right, where there's anything credible about her, it makes no sense when she also said that the defense presented her with a timeline that, according to her, makes it impossible for her to have been there. So why would the defense provide her with evidence that would refute the very thing that they're trying to tell her, according to her? In other words, even if you try to go with that logic, it doesn't make logical sense, right? On top of all the other reasons it's problematic. It's like, why would the defense If the defense really wanted to do that, then why would they present you with this timeline that shows, whatever? You see what I mean, guys? Like, it's just.
They became very aggressive, raised their voices, and the one word that I can very definitely remember is they said that they would charge me with perjury.
What did they want you to say?
They wanted me to say that statement, although I knew at that point it was not an accurate statement given the timeline.
How many times were you threatened with perjury?
At least once during the phone call, but once you say it once, it was enough.
What else happened during that phone call? Tell us the tenor of it. Tell us the content of it.
That was essentially the thing I remember most because I understood that was what they wanted me to provide for the trial. I was never called for the first trial. Therefore, I'm not exactly sure what else there is for me to say when the one thing that they wanted on the stand, it is factually not correct and cannot be provided.
When they threatened you to charge with perjury, tell us what your state of mind was, your demeanor.
Disappointment that legal counsel would go that route
Wow.
with someone who is from a factual timeline saying something is incorrect. There was no retracting based on emotion. It was very clear, given the timeline, it could not be correct.
Based on emotions, too.
Now, you work for the Boston Police Department?
Yes.
By the way, when you were with Canton, did you ever talk to anybody about leaving or planting evidence or doing anything like that?
No, and this conspiracy theory came out a year and a half later. I was gone.
I thought that was another interesting thing. She says conspiracy theory. She says conspiracy theory.
Did anybody from Canton ever try to suggest to you you should or shouldn't say something to help her side of the case?
No, because I was never spoken to until far after I left.
Did you ever see anybody in this case or any time when you were with Canton doing something improper and tampering with evidence?
Not in this case or any case.
If you had, would you have reported it?
Yes.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that, ladies and gentlemen.
So you transferred to the Boston Police Department. Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever suggested that you should lean your testimony one way or another?
No.
Has anybody from the Boston Police Department ever given you any rewards or favors for defying the defense position?
No.
Has anybody ever suggested that you should say anything whatsoever that would be unhelpful to the defense?
No.
Has the North Carolina District Attorney's Office ever encouraged you to testify in any way other than the truth?
No.
When you spoke to the chief of the Boston Police Department, did he in any way ever tell you to shape your testimony?
Not at all.
When you met with the Boston Police Department commissioner, did he ever ask you the substance of what your testimony would or wouldn't be under oath?
He made it very clear he did not want to discuss the case at all.
When you spoke to the people of the Boston Police Department, have they ever weighed in any way on what they think you should or shouldn't say?
No.
As you're testifying here today, are you under any tension, undue influence, stress, threat?
There is discomfort with the way that there's attempting to guide what my testimony is, but I don't feel any need to fall into it because I'm here to speak the truth on the stand. That's my livelihood.
When you were threatened with perjury, how long was that conversation with the defense?
I believe it was just about an hour on the phone. My phone log on my physical phone would not go back far enough for me to be able to retrieve the date or the time that that phone call took place.
That conversation lasted an hour?
Approximately.
How did it end?
Not on a good note in the slightest. I remember it was a pretty hasty hang up on both ends.
So Mary's saying, why is this allowed? That wasn't the question. Because the defense has to object. Now, okay, normally in trials, the judge won't intervene, normally, right? It's an adversarial system where one party has to object to the other, and then the judge will rule. Now, in this particular trial with Judge Bev, sometimes she just flat out intervenes and whatever. But normally, but the thing is, right, so the defense is not objecting. So that's why this is all coming in. But I think the defense is smart to let it in. And the thing is, remember, whatever comes out on whatever comes out on cross, because now she's being crossed by the Commonwealth, the more that comes out on cross, remember, when you redirect, you can only redirect on what comes out on cross. So the more that comes out on cross with Brennan means the more they get to redirect on in redirect, right? So that's another part of the strategy. And I think they might be coming right up.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. And by the way, there's like multiple rounds of redirect and recross, and it gets crazier.
May we approach briefly?
Yes.
Crime is committed.
Voice.
So I think it's very likely that at that sidebar, he asked the court if he could treat her as a hostile witness. And it seems like from everything we can tell that if that's what happened, it was denied. Which again, if you treat a witness as a hostile witness, all it means is you can basically cross-examine them. It means you can ask leading questions. That's the difference. So yeah, the judges are not supposed to intervene. They're only supposed to weigh in when it's necessary. Judge Newman's agreed.
A male voice on that phone call threatened to charge you with perjury.
Yes.
You're a police officer, correct?
Yes.
Who charges people with crimes?
If a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
Mom.
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney,
You guys, the fact that she will not answer this testimony is wild. She won't answer anything. And it's like, there's no, dude. Oh,
if a crime is committed, there can be a report of it.
Who
So
charges people with crimes?
in the end, it's going to go through the court system. So the district attorney, the ADAs, that's who pursues it in a court setting.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge?
so the point is that he knows that she knows a defense attorney cannot charge someone with perjury. They just can't. And he's calling her out on her bullshit.
Charge anybody with a crime?
So you can seek out reporting someone for it.
Have you ever seen a defense attorney charge someone with a crime, ma'am?
They cannot.
Personally, no.
Right. The fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with
And that's
perjury.
really important because the jury wouldn't know that, right? Unless they got an attorney like last year on the jury. The jury would not know that. And so of all the things that came out in her testimony that some people could perceive to be bad for the defense, the big thing I feel like that people would say is the part, oh, the defense attorney threatened her with perjury. But that's why it's really important for the jury to know that that is impossible. Impossible. Didn't happen.
Did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's it. That's
I contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
And there it is. Sorry, you guys, there it is. Finally, the 3 letters. Oh my God, I got goosebumps. There it is. There it is. So now the agency, the other agency that's been talked about, and we've talked about it at length too, that like, I feel like the way that it was discussed so brilliantly by Jackson with Jen McCabe on the stand was like trying to make it clear it's the FBI, right? And again, this is also so that if when ARC is testifying, and they want, to me, it was like really clear that from Jen McCabe's when she was on stand, and I think even with other people prior to that, it was like they wanted it to be really clear that whenever you hear agency or agents, that for the jury, that the jury is like, oh, it's the FBI, right? But they couldn't say it, but they wanted to make it really abundantly clear. But now they have confirmation.
Right. The fact of the matter is, nobody ever threatened you with perjury, did they?
Oh, they did. Yes.
That's it. That's
I contacted the FBI regarding it.
Oh, did you?
I did.
You have a report?
I have an email conversation.
So now they know that's who she was meeting with. And we've heard already a lot of similarities, right? With the Jen McCabe meeting, with the agents and the da-da-da and all that, right? And now, when we think about all the similarities about how they testified about these meetings with agents, and now she's just said FBI. So think about how that connects back to Jen McCabe and every other witness that's talked about meeting with agents and whatnot, right?
Where I sent the 2 questions I had. She responded, I will pass these along. I was contacted by their legal team. They reassured me perjury was not applicable because I made a statement in good faith. Upon further information, I retracted it, corrected it, and made it clear that I could no longer say it because I knew that it was not a clear reflection of the events that took place.
That's a mouthful.
Yes.
My question is, do you have a report from the FBI saying that you reported that someone on the paralegal defense team threatened to charge you, your words, with perjury? You have a report to that effect?
No.
No. Your job as a police officer.
So beyond, okay, of all the ways that I think she's good for the defense, besides even just her test, like, I don't know, it's up, you could go one way or the other. It's for sure, they heard her say first trial a bazillion times. So they know that now, right? I don't know if that I don't know if that helps or hurts anybody, but the FBI thing is huge, in my opinion, because that's so helpful to the defense. Again, not just for the Commonwealth's witnesses that already testified, but again, for ARCA, when they can't get into specifics, right? And they say it's in third party, like all those keywords, right? The jury's going to know. And that's really important, right? Because we know what happened in the first trial. The jury thought, well, maybe it was like somebody working for the defense, all that bullshit you guys know. So, so this is, that was like a gift, right? The defense surely didn't call her anticipating that she would say the FBI. But can you imagine, like, if you're the defense and that came out on cross with Brennan, what more could you ask for, right? Because given Judge Bev's ruling that they couldn't ask ARCA about the third party, right? This is the best case scenario. Apart from the way it's been hinted at all along. Right. But still, right. They actually heard her say it. Right. She won't allow them to say FBI, but that's why I'm saying this is such a big deal. That's why I'm saying this is one of the reasons why I believe she was such a great witness for the defense. Because, and again, that wasn't even planned on. They couldn't have planned on her saying FBI. But this is the best case scenario for them, given Judge Bev's ruling, right? Hi, James. Welcome.
Officer, is to be objective, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to be clear. I don't think Judge Bev's going to change her ruling. I know some people have asked that question. I never thought that, and I wasn't saying that Judge Bev's going to change her ruling. What I'm saying is, in light of her ruling, which she's not going to change, this is the best case scenario for the defense, right? Rather than then being able, if they can't say to ARCA, and get into who hired them specifically, this is the best case scenario, because beyond all the hinting that's happened so far, now the jury's heard those 3 letters.
You're not supposed to take an adversarial position against one side or the other, correct?
I don't.
Just right down the middle, just the facts as you know them, correct?
Yes.
You feel like you're being unbiased in your testimony here today in front of these jurors?
I'm telling the truth.
You think you're being fair to both sides?
All I have to do is tell the truth. If it's not perceived to be fair, that's someone else's opinion.
Let's talk about that truth for a second.
What is GAF?
What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Lallyport.
I'm going to back this up. So this is what she told the FBI. Oh, give a fuck. Okay, thank you, Z's.
What you told those law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023 was, quote, you recalled seeing Higgins at the station later that day on Saturday. Dever thought it was also weird that Higgins and Chief Kenny Berkowitz were by themselves in the Lallyport of the police department, by themselves while Karen Reed's car was parked inside. Higgins was a witness and present at the gathering where O'Keefe was found dead outside, and then he was in the presence of important evidence. You were sitting at dispatch by yourself and saw on the camera outside of the Lallyport when they walked in.
Objection to the entire reading.
This is also going to the Bowden defense, by the way, guys.
So beyond the scope, so you have to keep it.
There's more to the statement,
So when she says beyond the scope, she means beyond the scope of cross-examination.
Your Honor. Do you remember making that statement to the officers?
My recollection of the time was that, so yes.
Okay, great. Did you go on to say, speaking of being truthful, did you go on to say,
I'm objecting.
All right, so you have to ask differently, but I need to see you for a minute with this and bring that with you, please.
Oh, Lord.
may I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Officer Dever, did you go on to say in that interview, quote, you never saw them leave, them being Brian Higgins and Chief Ken Berkowitz. You never saw them leave, but you recalled thinking to yourself that they were in the Lallyport for a wildly long time together in there, end quote. Did you say that?
That was my recollection of the time.
Okay.
So yes.
Have you ever heard of, by the way, you indicated under questioning by Mr. Brennan that You knew what they wanted from me, meaning the defense, what they wanted from me. You
Yes.
understand that?
Yes.
You remember on that phone call that we read directly from the exact same report that I just read from? You remember that?
And I told you the same thing then.
That's not a
Yes.
question.
Objection.
Sustained.
My question is, just answer my question, Officer Deborah. Did we read to you?
Buckle up,
Were you
guys.
read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Deborah.
Okay, so
You guys. You guys.
Were you read the exact same thing that I just read to you on that phone call?
Like you can't remember my name. I don't remember.
I can remember your name, Miss Deborah.
okay, so the answer is I don't remember. No
Unbelievable.
comments.
More than that, Judge. I think we all.
All right, so no comments, just questions, please.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Do you recall us telling you that we were looking for the truth about your
Objection.
comments?
I'm going to allow it.
That we were looking for the truth.
Which I gave you, yes.
Did you also say on that phone call something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one because I'm changing my testimony?
Changing, no. But you're trying to do that.
Did you say, I know you're going to tear me a new one?
That's what you're trying to do, so yes.
Actually, what you said was, you're going to tear me a new asshole, didn't you?
I don't recall that, so that's putting words in my mouth.
I'm not asking you to put words in your mouth. I'm asking you if you remember saying that during that phone call. Oh,
I don't
I know
recall.
you're going to tear me a new asshole.
I don't recall.
Okay. But you do remember saying something to the effect of, I know you're going to tear me a new one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever heard of something called the blue wall of silence?
Aha.
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you think it's important for police officers to protect one another in the field and out?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your face.
Have you spoken with anyone, not Mr. Brennan, he's covered that. Have you spoken with anyone from the district attorney's office about your involvement in this case? Ever?
No.
Never?
Unless you're going to provide a person. I've never talked to any of these people.
I love that answer. That means she talked to somebody, right? I mean, I wonder if she's thinking of Tully. It's like, unless you're going to impeach me, then I'm going to stick with my lie that I didn't talk to anybody. But also, she's specific, any of these people, right? And obviously, there's more people than just them that work in the DA's office.
Have you talked to anyone at the DA's office at all, in any regard?
Not to my recollection.
How about indirectly?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you friends with
Not
any
to my
people that
knowledge.
you're aware of that are connected to this case? Are you personal friends, girlfriends, boyfriends, personal friends with anyone that's connected with this case?
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known
I
Sarah?
have to note,
We became friends in middle school.
oh my God, I didn't catch this earlier, but she says specifically of the people who's been on the witness stand. Check it out. I think that's actually important because what that means, think about like Caitlin Albert, for example. Like who else? Like in other words, it sounds like she's friends with more like Sister Nagel, maybe. Like, check it out.
Other people who's been on the witness stand, one person, yes.
Who's that?
Yeah, because they didn't call a lot of those other people who maybe she would be friends with, right?
Sarah Levinson.
How long have you known Sarah?
We became friends in middle school.
Did you watch any of this trial?
Clips in passing, but no, it's 6 hours a day. So I work during the day shift, no.
So you've seen some of the footage of the goings on in this case, correct?
Yes, nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a
Exactly.
sequestration order?
Exactly. Here we go. So speaking of, just like how she's going to be like, oh, I didn't know the defense can't charge people with crimes. We're going to get into her saying she doesn't know what a sequestration order is, even though she's a law enforcement officer.
Nothing with her. I did not watch her testimony.
Were you aware there was a sequestration order?
I don't know what that means, so no.
You're a sworn police officer, you don't know what sequestration means?
I mean, of all the things, it's hard to even say. If I were to pick up all the things that she says, which thing is the most outlandish? I don't know. They're all crazy, but this one is in the top 5 probably. Like this is absolutely astonishing.
No.
In terms of witnesses?
No.
Not watching the proceedings in order to affect their testimony?
No, I wasn't aware.
But you did
And she said
tune
she
in.
testified, or she said she testified in 2 or 3 dozen trials. Then she changed it to a dozen trials. Still, even if it's a dozen trials, this is crazy.
To the case, correct?
In small clips, yes.
And you did, in fact, on August 9th, 2023, have a fulsome conversation with two sworn police officers about your memory of what you saw, your observations on January 29th, 2022, correct?
I don't know if they're police officers necessarily, but yes.
Law enforcement agents, how about that?
FBI
Yes.
agents.
And that conversation is reflected in this piece of paper that I just read to you, correct?
Yes.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay.
Were you subpoenaed by the Commonwealth in this case?
No.
You were subpoenaed by the defense.
Yes.
Did they tell you that there was a sequestration order or that you shouldn't watch any of the footage? Did they fairly inform you about what the ground rules were?
No. And I wasn't part of the first trial, so I had no idea about anything to do with this trial.
When you spoke
She
to the
said first, she's mentioned the first trial, like probably what, 8 times now?
those law enforcement officers back in 2023, do you know that they made a report where you had informed them that you knew Sarah Levinson and that report had been provided to the defense a long time ago? Did you know
Yes.
that?
I informed them very clearly.
So the question about if you know Sarah Levinson, that's no secret in your world, is it?
In that form, I'll sustain it.
That isn't a secret, is it?
Not at all.
That's something you were open and candid about?
Yes.
Do you understand that regardless of what you say, it doesn't matter as long as it's the truth? Do you understand that?
Yes.
The Commonwealth in no way is asking you to accommodate it or please it in any way. Do you understand that?
Yes.
If there was something that may be perceived by others as adverse,
I'm sorry, but the last thing I want to think about is the notion of pleasing the Commonwealth. That just sounds so gross.
to the Commonwealth, you understand we would want you to tell that if it was the truth, don't you?
Sustained.
You understand, well, the Commonwealth has never intimated, suggested, or advised you to say anything other than the truth, have they?
No.
Have you been given any consideration or reward because you remedied your memory?
No.
After being shown the evidence that you left that day, January 29, 2022 at 3:45, and learning that the defendant's car did not get to the Lallyport at 5:30 or so p.m., is there any way you could have seen Mr. Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins in the Lallyport with the defendant's car that night before you left for work?
There is no way.
Understanding you made a mistake, was the defense receptive
I mean,
to your
I'm all-
explanation that you made a mistake?
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your...
One thing if she was like, yeah, I had a false memory that, I don't know, Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz put on pink tutus and danced around to, I don't know, Vivaldi Four Seasons, right? Like if it was something completely crazy like that, right? That was just like, okay, yeah, fine. That could be a false memory, whatever. But like the idea, the way that he's portraying it, well, and the way she's portraying it, as if it's like, how does he say? You made a mistake, right? You made a mistake. It's a false memory. It's like, but the thing that you said is a thing that is on video to a certain extent, and there's lots of evidence supporting it, and it looks like that's what happened. So you see what I mean? It's like if you're going to say it's a false memory, it should at least be something that is like so incredible that it's like it couldn't possibly be in real life. But the thing that she's talking about is something that all the evidence indicates happened. So
Was the defense receptive to your explanation that you made a mistake?
Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Did the defense pressure you when you told them you were going to come into this court and tell the truth about your mistake?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Can you rephrase it?
Yes. When you told the defense you had made a mistake about your memory, did they pressure you?
Yes.
Did they pressure you to say something other than the truth?
Yes, they wanted me to repeat a lie at that point, given it would have been with malicious intent to repeat it.
Understanding a lawyer has no power to charge with contempt, does that change the reality of whether or not you were threatened? Let me ask it a different way. You were asked questions about whether or not you knew who could take out charges for a crime. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless of whether an attorney has that power, were you threatened that there'd be a charge of perjury if you didn't comply with the defense wishes in this case?
Yes.
it doesn't count if it's not possible.
And knowing you were going to come into court, given this experience you had with the defense, is that why you felt like they were going to tear you? Is that the phrase we used?
Yes, because they did not want me to tell the truth. So I told them that knowing they were kind of trying to eat me alive into repeating something that is not the truth.
Rather than to come in here and be attacked, wouldn't it have been easier just to said what you had earlier thought was true?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Wouldn't it be easier just to come in and accommodate them rather than be threatened?
Well, of course.
So why did you come in here?
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything.
Guys hear that? For me, I was like, oh my God. This is like as if it couldn't get any better for the defense. Like this testimony. Wow.
So why did you come in here?
I mean, this right here sums up this entire thing about the blue wall of silence and, you know, law enforcement lying for other law enforcement, whether it's because it was law enforcement that was at the house that night or just friend of a friend or just because they're another officer. Like this right here, even if she'd said literally nothing else on the stand, but this one thing right here, I feel like it would have been worth to call her. For jurors that don't understand how deep this thing runs, and especially with Canton and Boston being all buddy-buddy, and again, we're going to get to the difference when it comes to Dighton, right? This just makes it so obvious. It's crazy. Crazy.
My entire job revolves around what I say on the stand right now. If I was to lie, I lose my job. I lose everything. I'm here to tell the truth. I cannot lie while sitting on the stand.
Thank you.
One question.
Okay.
Your entire job
Correct.
revolves around what you say on the witness stand. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And if you agree that what you said to those two law enforcement agents on August 9th, 2023, you would be implicating not one, but two police officers, law enforcement officers, correct? If you agreed with what you said in August of 2023 on this witness stand, you would be implicating two officers, fellow officers, correct?
So I'm confused as to what you're asking.
You would be implicating, if you agreed with me, you have not agreed that that was the truth. You've now indicated that what you told to law enforcement agents in August of 2023 was a lie.
No,
If you agreed with that statement here on the witness stand, you would be implicating two officers as having been in the Lallyport, weirdly, for a wildly long time with the SUV, implicating not one, but two fellow officers, correct? That's what you would be doing.
it's not possible I saw
If you
that.
agreed with me,
Wow.
would you be implicating the reputations of two officers?
If I was to lie, then yes.
And your entire job revolves around
Yes.
what you say on that witness stand.
Wow.
That's what you said, correct? That's what you just said, Officer Dever, correct?
I still don't really understand the question.
You just said, all I'm asking you is what you just said. I wrote it down. You just said, my entire job revolves around what I say on the witness stand, correct?
Yes to that
Thank
question.
you. That's all I have.
Beautiful.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
So now we know that they were friends. I don't know if we knew they were friends. I mean, it might have been assumed, but as if we also, Brennan, I'm confused. A, objection counsel's testifying. B, who gives a shit if Brennan's confused? But check this out.
I'm confused. When you spoke to those agents, you didn't implicate Chief Berkowitz and Mr. Higgins with doing anything criminal, did you?
No, they were friends. That's why Higgins had an office there.
I don't know that we knew they were friends. I mean, I think we knew that they were like, whatever, co-work, whatever you want to call it, but like friends. That's why Higgins had an office there, as in the type of friends where you get a favor. Like, in other words, that's not normal. Do me a solid, you know, special favors, all that. It's just like, oh my God, man.
You didn't implicate them ever suggesting they had tampered with evidence, did you?
No,
You never implicated them saying that they had framed anybody, did you?
no.
So when you...
And I will say, even if that's something that we heard in the first trial, the jury had not heard that this trial until now, that Higgins and Berkowitz were friends, like close friends, favored types that do favors friends.
talked to those agents,
Yeah.
did you ever suggest that Mr. Higgins and Mr. Berkowitz did anything to touch or tamper with the defendant's Lexus at all?
No,
Never.
no.
Is there anybody you're protecting?
I have no one to protect.
Do you need to protect anybody?
No.
All right, Officer Deborah, you're awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, we'll take a morning recess, 20 minutes.
Here's the thing. The other thing is that we have Dr. Russell, but then they call Nick Barros, who was one of the key witnesses for the defense in the first trial. And apparently his testimony was even better for the defense's trial. I haven't seen all of it yet. But what's going to be so incredible is to see, and the jurors, what the jurors saw, right, was what it's like when you have a law enforcement officer testify that's not a part of this clique, right? Not part of this cesspool. And just the complete difference, not just in the testimony, but in the demeanor, in all of it, right? So we're like, as promised, we're going to skip through this direct because, again, we've seen a lot of this testimony, and we're going to get to Cross. Do they start? Where is Cross? Let me just see where this is.
There's another one, Pollack, Pollack.
It's probably Cross because of the page flipping. It's the Court TV, just so you guys know, Court TV didn't do their timestamps correctly. So. Hi, Quiz!
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, my recollection is correct. We've already pre-marked as exhibits for identification.
Oh, we're
these
still here.
studies.
No, they did call him. They did call him in the first trial. Unless I'm thinking of the wrong. No, they did call him. They totally called him. They totally called him. Or am I misreading something? Sorry, Twiz, I forgot to send your special text. I'm so sorry. I'll try to remember tomorrow. I'm sorry. I forgot to send Twiz's special text. So let's just see here. Oh, there he is. Oh, I was close. Okay. All right. So we're going to have a little bit of Cross from the end of the day yesterday, and then we'll switch over to today's testimony where they pick up with Cross. Now, remember, you know, that voir dire that he had of Dr. Russell was very unique. It was not like a normal voir dire. It was like a mock or trial practice cross exam, and he was awful to her, right? I'm sure you guys remember. So, in a lot of things that we talked about was like, what's the difference going to be in his demeanor? Was he just trying to depot scar her? Will he understand that to cross her like that in front of the jury will not go over well? So okay, so here we go. And by the way, if anybody wants to go in the Discord and tag Fender and let her know we're on to Cross, I guess I can do that here in a sec, but. I forgot Twizzy's special text. I'm sorry.
May I?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Dr. Russell, we've met before.
Yes,
I've asked you questions before,
yes,
and you've testified before where I've had a chance to ask you about some of your statements and opinions, haven't I?
yes,
Before this case,
Thank you, Twiz.
had you ever testified as an expert in dog bites in any federal court in the United States?
no,
Before this case, had you ever testified in any state court in anywhere in the country as an expert in dog bites?
no,
Other than this case, have you ever testified in a courtroom as an expert about dog bites?
no,
Oh, your thing didn't cross.
Last year,
right.
you learned that there was litigation regarding this case, Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, correct?
yes,
You learned a little bit of information about it, and it piqued your interest, didn't it?
yes,
Did you know that the case was receiving a lot of attention?
no.
Did you know that it was on television?
I had no idea until I got here.
You spoke to a colleague in Los Angeles, correct?
I'm sorry, I spoke to who?
A colleague?
I spoke to a district attorney in Los Angeles.
And did you just bring up the subject, or did that person bring it up to you?
I brought it up.
When you brought that up, is it because you knew of the relationship between that district attorney and somebody on the defense team?
Yes,
You wanted to get involved in this high-profile case, didn't you?
no,
Well, you weren't called by anybody on the defense and retained as an expert in the traditional sense, were you?
that's correct.
It was after you reached out yourself and interjected yourself into this case, true?
I did so for a reason. And the reason being that I knew I was one of the only people in the United States board certified and residency trained in emergency medicine and also residency trained in forensic pathology. And therefore, I had a unique skill or knowledge set. And I was one of the very few people that had the knowledge of dog bites, as well as those other trainings.
And because of the
So obviously his first strategy here is going to be try to make it seem like she's just seeking fame and fortune or whatever. Another thing I wanted to mention because of, again, we skipped direct because it's very, very long. They spend a lot of time on her credentials, which makes sense because she's the most highly credentialed witness like of all time, basically. You can't fault anybody for that, right? But it reminded me of something that I saw them do in the Ezra McCandless trial, which was brilliant. I'm sure it's happened in other trials, but just one I can think of off the top of my head. And what they did in that trial, and that was in Wisconsin, is for every expert witness, every single expert witness, their CVs were admitted into evidence, like right away. Like they call for either side, right? They call an expert, and the first thing they do is they admit their CVs into evidence right away. No objection, right? And then they go over a little bit of the background, but basically the jury gets all those CVs they go back with the jury for deliberations. So instead of like this whole lengthy right? They can hit the high notes. But I just thought that was brilliant because the jury got every expert CV and they can go through, especially in light of what we've seen recently with what's his face, Burgess. The jury can actually look at the CVs for themselves, and God forbid anybody else try to lie like that, but like they can actually go and see the whole thing, you know what I mean? And it saves so much time. So, and the jury may not want to go back and look at it, but if they want to, it's there. And I don't know why they don't do that in every trial. So yeah, 100% agreed.
The fact that you held this,
and especially too, because sometimes when you've got experts on either side, they're testifying to the same subject that the jury likes both, and both of them are really highly qualified or whatever. They might actually like go through and look at like, who did more of this or that or whatever, that's part of the reason why they hire experts, right? So, okay, Mary has a question. Defense called this person. So, right. So we skipped direct examination. Yes. No. I know that probably made it confusing. Mr. Alessi questioned her on direct, but we didn't watch it because it's very, 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 very long. And then a lot of it is going over her credentials, but we've seen her. Okay. Last year we saw her in voir dire at least once or twice. We saw her at the trial. And even this time around, she's had one or two voir dires again. So basically I'm operating under the assumption that everybody is well aware of what she will testify to on direct. So yeah, just because we're going to try to fit both days in today. So and also I think there were also some requests to skip it. So yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. And again, if we hadn't seen it before, if she hadn't testified before, we would be watching it, but we've seen, again, we have a pretty good idea of what she's going to say. And the cross is going to be a little bit more interesting in terms of getting some new tidbits here. So you had every right to be confused. I totally understand it. It was very legitimate confusion. So don't feel bad. I heard the same thing as well. There needs some Z's that the jury's reaction to Brennan was negative. So, okay.
opinion about yourself, you wanted to get involved in this very high-profile case, didn't you?
I thought I could help clarify the issues as to whether or not this could be a dog bite, and maybe they can move on to something else if it wasn't.
Did you want to get involved?
No, not really.
Inevitably, you got hired by the defense, didn't you?
Yes, I reluctantly agreed.
And they paid for your time?
They are paying for the time.
Yes. Did you know that there was a relationship between
He's not asking how much.
the district attorney you spoke to in California and somebody on this defense table?
I know, yes.
So when you spoke to the district attorney, did you have the hope that they would reach out on your behalf to get you involved in this case?
As I said, I hope that they could reach out to the team and I could help clarify issues so that they can move on. If these weren't dog bites, then no sense spending a whole bunch of time on it.
After you testified in this case last year, you then began to advertise yourself as a dog bite expert, didn't you?
I had advertised myself many years ago as a dog bite expert, I think. I'm not sure, but yes, I did advertise myself as a emergency medicine and forensic pathology expert.
Did you take
with other sub interests?
Sure. Did you take a photograph of you testifying at trial and put it on a website to promote your accomplishments?
It's a listing service for physicians, and yes, there is a photograph.
So you took a photograph from your participation in this event?
Yes, that's there.
And you used that photograph in your participation at this event to try to procure future work, didn't you?
I wouldn't say that that was the reason, no.
When you listed a number of things that you have experience in after this case, you then added that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
I believe I am an expert in dog bites, yes.
But after this case, and after you took the photograph in this case, and after you created this advertising, you then added the fact that you were an expert in dog bites, didn't you?
It was all at the same time, and it was submitted at the same time.
Right. After this case, after you participated
Well-
and volunteered to involve yourself in this case, you then used it as a marketing opportunity, didn't you?
Well, I had retired from my full-time job, and I had time, and I wanted to get more involved in some forensic legal cases, and not specifically dog bite cases. I have much more experience with other cases.
Undoubtedly, I respect that. But simply, after you testified in this case, you did use your participation as a way to try to garner future interest in cases and income, didn't you?
I did, but I did not mention this case.
Have you testified in any other court since this case as a
I think that's actually makes a big difference. I was really glad to hear her say that where she has her picture and the dog bite expert, she doesn't mention any affiliation with this case. That's a big deal. There's a lot of jurors who I think this would bother them, but that makes a big difference. We've seen this in other cases where there's an expert that tries to capitalize on testifying at a specific trial. Now, my guess would be that it was maybe suggested to her to not put the case on there, unless she just chose not to. After everything is said and done, God forbid there's another retrial, right? Let's just say we get a verdict in this case, right? And then that will be different. But during the pendency of this trial, I am very glad personally that she didn't mention the case, because that could give some people a reason to be like, whatever, you know what I mean? It is very different. If he's trying to allege that she wanted to get involved in this case specifically because she's got some, ulterior motive or whatever, and then you compare like, okay, so you've got your picture and you're calling it, you're saying you're a dog bite expert, which she is. If you just say, I'm a dog bite expert, and there's a picture of you testifying, great, right? To me, that's really different. And I think certain jurors could interpret that differently than if it's like a picture and it's labeled like testifying at the Karen Reed trial, you know what I mean? So.
a dog bite expert?
No.
You had written a few articles that were peer-reviewed on dog bites back in, is it the 1990s?
Yes.
And they involved law enforcement canines?
Yes.
And you describe in those articles how a law enforcement canine grabs and holds, is that the technique they call it?
Yes.
Where they lock their jaw and then they pull and hold on to the subject that they're attacking or holding?
Yes, that's what they were trained to do back then.
And you would agree that there's a difference between, generally, the way a domestic dog bites and a law enforcement dog bites?
Generally, yes.
Since those two articles in 1990, have you authored anything else regarding dog bites?
No.
You had mentioned that you had gone to seminars regarding identification. Now, I had a chance to ask you a number of months ago about some details about training and education you have on pattern recognition analysis as it specifically relates to dog bites. Remember I asked you those questions a number of months ago?
I believe you did.
And I'd asked you if you could give us any specific listed trainings that you had regarding pattern recognition analysis of dog bites. And at that time, you did not have any names of any classes or seminars or certificates that you have. You mentioned again today that you have attended seminars regarding dog identification analysis. Do you now know some of those trainings and seminars? And are any of those listed on your CV?
The trainings that I went to on bite marks in general, they were bite marks in general, and included things like how to determine what was a human bite, how to differentiate a human bite from a dog bite. But no, I did not specifically attend seminars limited to dog bites only. However, actually, there was one this past February that I did attend at the American Academy of Forensic Science.
Over your many, many decades, you did not attend any seminars on pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
Specifically dog bites, no.
I only want to talk about dog bites. I know you're well trained and educated. I respect that, but I want to talk about dog bites. You didn't attain any certificates in pattern recognition analysis of dog bites, did you?
I don't think there are any that exist, any training programs like that.
In fact, forensically, have you ever been presented with a wound and been asked to determine whether or not the source of it was a dog bite, other than right here in this very case? Have you ever been asked to do that in your entire history?
In my clinical career, perhaps once or twice, but not, not that I can give you a specific name.
Well, the couple times, tell us what stands out. When were you asked ever, over your entire career, to do a forensic evaluation of a wound and identify whether it was a dog bite? When did that happen?
A forensic evaluation? No, never.
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 Okay.
It just doesn't come up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so this is the first shot, the first crack you've had at looking at a photograph
Rude.
and
That's
trying
rude.
to make a determination
at her face. This is the first shot, the first crack you've had. Wow. Rude.
Based just on a photograph, whether or not the wound is generated from a particular mechanism, and in this case, your opinion, a dog bite.
No, actually, I disagree. I've been taking photographs of dog bites since the 1990s.
And when you took the photographs, you knew they were dog bites.
I did know that they were dog bites,
Have you-
yes. I have a collection.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
That was it.
Oh. So not when you knew it was a dog bite and you took a photo. I know you have an interest. I'm asking, other than this case, there was never, ever a time.
Is like he's trying, I think he's kind of trying to be polite, like for him, right? Like, I mean, he's still being like, it's like that passive aggressive, right? Like when for a second ago, when he was like, the first time you ever took a crack at it, you know what I mean? It's like this is Brennan trying to not be the biggest jerk on the planet, cross-examining this nice lady who the jury 99.9% chance loves and wouldn't like that, right? But what's so funny is as we get into day 26 from today, I feel like his true colors start to come through a little bit more. So
Your career where you were presented with a photo and asked.
Guys, there's some wild. I heard a little bits and pieces of the cross from today. There's some wild shit that comes out of his mouth. It is crazy. It's like, what is happening?
Give an opinion whether the mechanism of injury was a dog bite, other than this case.
That's correct.
So this is not a pattern recognition analysis engagement that you've had any experience in before this effort.
I guess I'm just saying it gets worse. That's, I guess, what I'm saying. It's all relative, right? I feel like he gets worse. So
I've recognized that pattern many times.
I appreciate your opinion, but I want to ask my question. You do not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort.
I mean, again, it's all relative. So he's like, I appreciate your opinion, or whatever. What does he say? Whatever. He's like, I appreciate your opinion, but I still want to ask my question or whatever, right? Like, Brennan in other circumstances, and I feel like he gets more like this with her today, would just interrupt her and cut her off and she's like, I want to ask my question. And in other words, it's like, it's not nice. It still sounds sarcastic and awful, but it's like he's trying to pretend for the jury. That's, I guess, what I'm saying. It's like he's trying to put on a facade for the jury that he's not a complete and total douche. You know what I mean?
Not have experience over your long, accomplished career in the effort of pattern recognition analysis of dog bite wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
Okay.
You mentioned before, and you just mentioned again, so I want to ask you some more questions. You believe that you are uniquely qualified to look at a photograph and give an opinion about the source of the injury.
I'm not uniquely qualified. That's done all the time in forensic pathology. Many forensic pathologists do that.
Did you just say you're one of the very few physicians in the United States who has both the forensic and the clinical experience to look at a photograph and make a determination, the mechanism
he literally led her, which he can because it's cross. He literally led her into that answer. This was a plan.
of injury?
No, I said, if I said that, then that was incorrect. I meant dog bites. But your question just now was not specific to dog bites.
Right.
Postmortem photographs are used all the time in forensic pathology for second opinions.
You're right, my apologies. Did you say today and before, have you said that you believe you're one of only few physicians in the United States who could authoritatively distinguish between causes of wounds when it relates to dog bites?
I did say that, and that's because of my unique training. I don't know of another doctor in the whole United States that did 2 residencies, one in emergency medicine and one in forensic pathology, and has a lifelong interest in dog bites.
So, Dr. Russell, from your perspective, as far as you know, you were the only person in the entire United States of America who was qualified to look at a photograph and make a determination whether the wound was derived from a dog bite.
No, I am I'm the only physician that I know of that can do that. There may be, a few others out there. There may be, but I don't know of any other physicians that can do that.
Do you recognize anybody other than yourself who has this very particular expertise to be able to do this kind of work?
I'm not aware of anyone.
You were a medical examiner, a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And you know there's about, or would you agree there's probably about 900 to 1,000 medical examiners around the country at the same time over a period of time?
I believe that there might be, there's probably, I think there's around 500 or 600 practicing forensic pathologists.
And do you think because they are forensic pathologists, those 500 or 600 people have the unique qualifications as you do to be able to give an opinion about the genesis of a wound?
Wounds in general, perhaps. Dog bite wounds, I doubt that very many of them have a specific interest in dog bite wounds.
And so you think that of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites?
Well, if a forensic pathologist has autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not so sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of a case.
Have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. La Posada?
I've heard of Dr. La Posada.
Have you ever read any reports by Dr. La Posada?
No.
Has anybody ever shared with you any information or opinions of Dr. La Posada?
I believe she has a very good reputation.
Have you ever, well, how do you believe that? Who told you
Because
that?
I've heard of her name at the national organizations. I believe she's given presentations nationally. I've seen her name, over a dozen years or so.
Do you know whether or not she has any participation in this case?
I believe she does.
Well, so you know when you're providing accolades that she has maybe some involvement in this case? You know that?
I would provide those same accolades if she didn't have involvement in this case.
Do you know that she has involvement in this case?
I believe she does. The attorneys have not shared everything with me
Well-
in terms of who the witnesses are.
Somebody must have shared her name. Who shared her name with you?
I'm very familiar with her name outside this case.
Who shared her name that she may be a participant in this case?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
Well, somebody might.
I think I got a file or something, but yeah.
So when you were reviewing this case, did you get materials from any of the attorneys authored by Dr. La Posada?
I don't think I read a report. I was very interested in reading a report by Dr. La Posada. I was very interested, but I didn't see one.
So when you received materials in this case, you didn't read all the materials the defense gave you?
I don't believe they gave me the report.
What report?
Any report that Dr. La Posada might have written.
Do you know whether or not you've received the report or not?
I received something that had her name on it. I don't remember what it was, but I was looking for a medical examiner's or a report, or an actual report, and I did not see one.
Dr. Russell, you are meticulous when you look and examine things.
Right.
So you would know what you've received and what you've read and what you haven't. So the fact that you're telling us that you saw something with her name on it, can you give us a little more information and share with us what it is you actually received about this Dr. La Posada? What did you get from the defense?
I saw something. I think it was the name of a file folder, but I looked for a report, and there was no report in it.
Did you ever ask for one?
I didn't ask because I didn't ask. I really wanted to read it, but I didn't. It wasn't given to me, so I didn't ask.
Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs?
I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in a previous proceeding, and he
So
believed that those were
that
consistent
was the expert from last year, the one who I think he was Irish.
with dog bites.
I think that's who she's talking about.
Did you ever receive any reports from the defense about what other person's opinions would be in this trial about dog bites?
Oh, yes, I received a report authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician,
Yeah.
you're trying to make the point that you think that
Crosby.
person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents.
Okay, so why did you qualify as a
That was a great fucking answer from her.
Authored by a non-physician. Yes.
So when you say non-physician, you're trying to make the point because you think that person might be your opponent in this case?
I don't have any opponents
Okay, so why did you qualify as a non-physician?
because I believe that in order to really understand wounds on a human being, one needs to have treated wounds, seen lots of wounds, and I think that the person that is best qualified for that is a physician.
And not that the jury knows this, but Judge Bev herself had made that ruling back when it applied only to the defense that if you're going to make a finding or have an opinion as to causation of injury, you have to be an MD. Why? Because she said that. I mean, in a way, it makes sense. Like it makes sense in a way. Of course, what doesn't make sense is then going back and changing your mind, and you guys know. But in other words, I find it crazy that he's trying to act like that's such a like as if it's so outlandish for her to be like, oh, like some dog trainer testifying about the causation of injuries to a human, like he's trying to pretend like that's normal or okay, which is just, again, it's just the gaslighting. It's just the gaslighting.
So a medical examiner wouldn't cut it, in your opinion?
A medical examiner is a physician.
So you think a medical examiner has enough experience to come in and give an
Hilarious
opinion
quiz.
on
So-
dog bites?
Some, but in their case, I would hope that they have had actual clinical experience with autopsying some cases where there were dog bite wounds, because I don't think they worked in the emergency room or any other clinical setting where they treated people. So I'd want to see if they had experience with dog
I'm
bites.
a doctor as a disqualification. How about a dog trainer? Would a dog trainer who's not a doctor have the experience in your mind to come
Crazy.
in and give an
Why is he saying? I think this is crazy. I don't know why he thinks this is going to be helpful, because it's. If I was on the jury, I would just be like, "Are you kidding me? Is this a joke?"
about photographs and the genesis of the
Crazy.
wounds?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
How about a non-doctor, as you said, you made a distinction.
Uh-huh.
They're simply a dog trainer, maybe even an uncertified dog trainer. Would that person have the qualifications in your mind to be able to look at photographs and determine whether or not the cause of the injury is a dog bite?
There may be a certain small subset of people who have, very much experience with dog bites that could qualify as suggesting that these are consistent with dog bites, but I don't think that they could definitively. I think that someone could, who dealt with many dog bites in the past on humans, could possibly say that they were consistent with.
Even if they didn't have the clinical experience?
Well, I prefer that to hear that information from a physician, but I wouldn't rule out that only doctors, only a physician, MD, could say that something was a dog bite.
It seems like the standard is now kind of changing a little bit. Because when I asked
Objection, Your Honor.
Wow.
Sustained.
you mentioned the other person, you disqualified the person.
Speaking of changing, Breenan's changing, if you will, back. He's getting more and more Breenan-y as time goes on. We've made it like 5 minutes into this cross, and he's already, his facade didn't last long, did it?
Because they weren't a doctor. It seems now in some instances, you're willing to accept a non-doctor into your very select group of expertise.
If someone, well, I can explain. If someone had looked at perhaps hundreds and hundreds of wounds inflicted by a dog that they know was inflicted by a dog, and they saw the resulting photographs on a person, I think that particular person may be able to make some comment as to whether or not some wounds are consistent. However, in terms of a medical examiner, if they've autopsied one case or two cases of dog bites and they're trying to testify based on some pictures, I would be a little concerned about that.
Does qualification for this type of business, in your mind, depend on who hires you?
Absolutely not.
Suffice to say, you've never taken a class in the forensic analysis of dog bites.
I don't think any class exists.
But I'm asking about your experience.
Well, that's correct.
You haven't, have you?
That's correct. I can't take a course that doesn't exist.
You've never engaged in any type of opinion looking at photographs and then had that opinion peer reviewed by other dog bite experts, have you?
No.
Do you have any experience in veterinarian medicine?
I'm aware of it. That's my experience.
Do you have any accomplishments like degrees?
No.
Now, you've testified a number of times in this case, haven't you?
Yes.
And when you testify, you know there's a court reporter and there are transcripts, correct?
Yes.
You originally testified when you first came out and volunteered to testify last year, and there was a hearing before trial, wasn't there?
Excuse me? Say again,
When you
please.
volunteered to come out last year, there was a hearing before you testified at trial, wasn't there?
Yes.
Do you remember that was on June 18, 2022?
Sounds right.
And then you testified at trial on June 21st, 2022.
Yes.
I didn't have the privilege of meeting you on either of those events, did I?
No.
But since then, we have met,
Yes.
and we had a chance to speak at a subsequent hearing on December 12, 2024.
Yes.
And then after that, we again had an opportunity to discuss this on January 7, 2025.
Yes.
When you reviewed the case, when you first reviewed it before you testified last year, you had very limited information, didn't you?
Yes.
You had just an autopsy report, photographs from the coroner, photographs from the hospital, an emergency room report. Yes?
Yes, I had more than that.
The medical examiner file had a toxicology report?
Yes, and there was more.
Okay.
I believe there was a dog bite, town of Canton report.
Okay. So when you had an opportunity to look at the medical examiner's report, you yourself had been a medical examiner, correct?
Yes.
And there was a unique advantage of actually conducting an autopsy as opposed to just looking at photographs, isn't there?
Yes, there is.
And if you were actually conducting the autopsy, you firsthand can make observations about injuries, make measurements, and see things that don't always appear in photographs.
That's correct.
And when you would do medical exams, you had a distinct advantage over people who would later see your work, a written report, or photographs, because you were there actually conducting the investigation.
Yes.
And it's for that reason that when you testified before, you have acknowledged that you relied on Dr. Scorti-Bello's report for information,
Yes.
because you didn't have the benefit of doing measurements or looking at depths or anything else firsthand.
Yes. Correct.
And when you look at that photograph that you discussed with the jury, you also had a chance to see Dr. Scorti-Bello's report regarding the abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Yes.
She described those abrasions as superficial, didn't she?
Yes.
She actually gave measurements, 3 centimeter superficial abrasion on the right medial upper arm. Right?
Yes.
You not only read that, you deferred to her ability to have a first-hand observation, and you accepted that as true, didn't you?
Yes, but there's no interpretation of that abrasion.
Multiple abrasions from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters on the posterior right arm and forearm.
Yes.
Did you read that from
I
Dr.
did.
Scorti-Bello?
Yes.
Did you accept her finding and observation?
Yes.
And you would agree she was in a far superior position than you when she made these observations and notes, correct?
They are not inconsistent with what I said.
That's not what I asked, though.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
Okay.
I apologize. Did you rely on her ability and first-hand observation of those wounds?
Yes.
And did you appreciate or accept the fact she had a superior opportunity to evaluate those wounds firsthand that you did not have the benefit of?
She made no interpretation of those ones.
Did you know that Dr. Scorti-Bello had described them as superficial?
They are.
Did you know that she said there was no depth and no puncture?
Not inconsistent with what I said.
I understand, doctor, but I'm asking you, do you
I
know that her position is that there was no puncture and no depth to those wounds.
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have the witness see the report that he keeps referring to?
Can you answer that question without saying it, or do you need to see it?
Well, I remember it, but there's no inconsistency here. I agree with that.
Would you accept that Dr. Scorti-Bello's opinion is that there was no depth and no puncture to those wounds?
May I see the report?
It might not be in the report. I'm asking about any testimony, anything that she's ever said. Would you agree or accept her position that there is no puncture or depth to those wounds?
Objection, Your Honor. Like all the questions that were about an autopsy.
Okay.
Not showing her the report is crazy, and I don't understand that at all. Like, what the hell? It's just not normal at all. The normal thing is like, if there's any
read to
question,
you-
if there's any question, you get them the report.
May I?
Yes, please.
Dr. Russell, I read to you the measurements that were in Dr. Scorti-Bello's report. Are you aware that she testified that these superficial abrasions did not have any depth or any puncture?
I don't recall that.
Well, would you agree if Dr. Scorti-Bello testified in this court that those superficial abrasions did not have any puncture or depth? Would you agree with that assessment?
Objection, Your Honor.
And that point sustained.
Would you agree that the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no punctures?
I agree.
Would you agree that the abrasions, the superficial abrasions on Mr. O'Keefe's arm had no depth?
No measurable depth, yes.
Between the last time you testified and then you testified here today, have you spoken to the attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you,
So I remember last year this being a whole thing. If I recall, it was like this distinction between punctures and punctate. And I have to wonder if he's saying punctures because she said there weren't punctures because she said it was punctate. Like, I wonder if he's doing that thing where he's trying to like make it seem like she said that, but it's because he's misrepresenting / misstating the testimony. Anyway, we'll see what happens
the
here.
attorneys at all regarding the issue of punctures?
No.
Because you are agreeing today that those superficial abrasions did not have any punctures, right?
They don't appear to have any punctures.
But you, in the past, have testified very, very differently than that, haven't you?
No.
Now, we've spoken many times. I'm going to go through many of those examples later, but we'll do that a little bit later, Dr. Russell.
If he wanted time overnight to find her people testimony, they're almost done for the day. I hate it when it's like, you're going to bring that up and it's like, well, we're going to do that later. It's like, yeah, it's almost the end of the day. So he knows when he's saying that he means the next day. It's just really annoying.
Over the course of your many testimonies under oath, would it be fair to say that you have changed your opinions about the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm many times?
I don't believe that's fair to say.
In the past, when you were describing Mr. O'Keefe's superficial abrasions on his arm, did you give varying and different opinions about the cause of each individual wound, area of wound?
I don't believe so.
When you first gave opinions, that was before...
I think what he's doing here, I think his strategy is knowing that it was going to be very brief before they leave for the day. I think what his strategy is here is he's asking specific questions that he wants to see what her answer is on purpose, so that then he can go and find something to try to impeach her with the next day. Like, in other words, he's not necessarily trying to prove a point. He's just trying to give himself the information he needs to then go find this shit he needs for the next day. That's what it seems like to me here.
the last proceeding. You came in and you were questioned before you testified in that initial proceeding, right?
He's setting it up, but he's not closing the loop.
I'm trying to be as specific as I can. You testified last year?
Yes.
And before- Please.
There was a hearing and then there was proceeding.
That prior hearing, can we call the first event the prior hearing and the next one the prior proceeding?
I'm confused.
I don't want to confuse you. I'm just trying to follow the rules. You testified twice last year, didn't you?
God, the jury
Three
heard
times.
it already.
Okay. The first time you testified was just before the judge.
Like, why do
Yes.
you care all of a sudden?
When you
What
first testified before the
said it
judge,
was never.
do you
Never said first trial a bazillion times.
remember that you had uncertainty about how each and every one of those wounds was caused?
I don't remember that.
And do you remember when you then testified a couple days later at the proceeding that some of your opinions changed from the first time you testified?
I don't believe that.
And then when you later met me and we've had a chance to talk over the last two events, December and January, would it be fair to say that your opinions regarding the individual areas of wound changed?
I don't believe so.
Okay. At some point before or during our conversations in December and January, you wrote a report, didn't you?
Yes,
And when you wrote that report, you hadn't written a report before the first time you came in and testified, had you?
that's correct.
And it was between those hearings in December and in January where you wrote your first report.
Sounds correct.
You dated that report December 9, 2024.
I can't remember why she wrote a report because they're not required in a criminal trial. Defense experts are not required. I can't remember what the circumstances were that required her to write a report.
Does that ring a bell?
Yes,
When you wrote that
Well,
report,
again, she couldn't have been required. I just don't know why she did.
you did not write that report alone, did you?
I did.
You had some help, didn't you?
Not in the content of the report.
Unless it was it might have been when they were trying to keep her out again, they being the Commonwealth, and it might have been in an effort. It might have been one of those things like when they were saying, they had to go through all that again and get her, get past the Daubert land again and all that. I wonder if that's what it was.
Well, you sent the report back a number of times for review and revisions, didn't you?
In terms of organization,
And some of the language in this report is really not your language. It's the language of somebody who helped you write some of this, isn't it?
if somebody helped me write it, it would have been much better written than that.
Didn't you agree that you had some assistance with the report? Haven't you testified to that before?
And no, and in terms of organization, there was some comments, though, this sentence belongs, with this paragraph or whatever. But in terms of content, that was my work.
Well, it was your report, correct?
It was my report.
And when you write a report, it's your words, not somebody else's. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
But nevertheless, you had somebody assisting you. True?
In terms of organization, yes.
Yeah, I
Who's
remember
helping you with the
coming
report?
up.
It was somebody from the law office.
Well, it was this gentleman right here, Attorney Alisi, who just asked you questions. He helped you,
No,
didn't he?
actually, it wasn't.
Was it from his law firm that somebody helped you?
I believe so, but it was in terms of organization.
Do you remember who was helping you with your report?
She said no.
I don't remember her name.
Would you agree that after that report was written, many of your opinions changed?
No,
In your report, you provide your background. Yes?
yes,
And you've been licensed to practice medicine since 1988
yes,
as a physician?
yes.
And you've been licensed to practice medicine as a surgeon?
It's called, in California, it's called physician and surgeon license.
Do you have a physician and surgeon's license?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever practiced as a surgeon?
Well, in the emergency department, we do surgery. We have to do some surgery sometimes. We have to open up people's chests and compress the heart sometimes when they have gunshot wounds to the chest. I've had to put chest tubes in. I've had to debride dog bite wounds and other wounds. So yes, there is a component of surgery.
If you do stitches, that's considered surgery, isn't it?
Maybe.
Well, medically speaking, stitches is surgery.
I don't know. Maybe.
Okay. Do you have a surgeon's license?
I have a physician and surgeon's license in California.
Now, when you first looked at this case and testified, do you remember when you were looking at Mr. O'Keefe's superficial wounds, you said that you thought they appeared to be consistent with an animal attack?
I do remember that.
And when you were describing animal attack, you were a lot less specific than you were today, weren't you?
Yes.
You were less sure
But
about
she-
your opinion when you first testified.
My recollection is that was what she was required. You guys remember? I feel like they wouldn't let her say dog. That's my recollection, is that she had to say animal and then could hint at it being a dog. If he dares try to make it seem like she changed her opinion because of the rules that Judge Bev and restrictions that Judge Bev gave her, I will lose it.
About this case than you provided to this jury today.
I was certain that it was a dog attack. However, as I mentioned before to you, in medicine, we're taught nothing is 100%, and therefore never say anything's 100%. So
Again, if that's the case, she can't say that, right? She couldn't say that. So
that's why I gave that
Okay.
generalization. However, I have reviewed the case, but I personally was certain that
that's
was a
why
dog.
it sucks, right? That's why that question sucks, because she can't answer that and be like, oh, well, Judge Bev said I couldn't say, you know what I mean? That sucks.
Those were dog marks. Now, I have reviewed this case over and over and over again. Plus, I've read.
Right now, I'm remembering too that this report that she did for the voir dire and all that, I'm remembering now that that was because they wanted to be able to provide additional, what am I trying to say? Because they wanted her to be able to say dog, right? Or maybe even specifically Chloe, right? But last year it was like animal, right? And so it's like, okay, so now we're going to try to see if we can convince Judge Bev that, she's qualified enough to say dog. And I think that's why she had to go through all this, just so she could say dog, if I recall now.
Additional articles more than once, and which substantiate again my findings. So my degree of certainty perhaps increased.
So when you first testified in this case, back in June of 2022, are you agreeing that your testimony was less certain than today?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
When you testified, you didn't say
Excellent. Good for you, ma'am. Did y'all hear that?
I believed that it was a dog attack at that time.
I believed it was a dog attack at that time. Good for you, ma'am. Good for you. That was she can't, yes. Yes, ma'am.
when you testified, you didn't say dog attack, you said animal attack at the beginning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when you were asked about the cause, you said that it could be bite or scratch wounds.
Really,
Correct.
So back in June, when you were looking at individual wounds, you, at that time anyways, were unable to differentiate between bite and scratch wounds.
They are very similar.
I understand, but today, you seem pretty unequivocal. So I want to go back to the beginning and see the
Oh my
evolution.
God.
I'm asking the question.
Wow.
All right.
So
So the
here's-
argument,
Here's the thing. I just want to note that because of Judge Bev's ruling last year, it's really putting the defense in a position of prejudice, right? From where she can't answer these questions honestly, right? And he's able to, he's trying, and who knows what the jury will be thinking, but it sucks because she's like stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, it's like, okay, you change your testimony because now you're more sure and you were less sure last year. And it's like, she can't answer it and say what happened. And boy, oh boy, is that really unfairly prejudicial to the defense.
argumentative part is out.
The thing is he should not be able to ask about this. He shouldn't be able to ask about this.
That's the question, Mr. Brennan.
I want to go back to identify the evolution of your opinions.
Oh my God.
So let's start at the beginning.
Your Honor.
So, question, please.
At the beginning, before your opinion evolved, you started with an opinion that this could have been either bite or scratch wounds, right?
Yes.
And if there was actually a methodology where you could identify superficial abrasions and make a determination whether it was from an animal or a dog, there would be something definitive, specific, where you could identify a scratch from a bite wound, wouldn't there be?
Not unless there was a piece of tooth in the wound or a piece of nail. There would otherwise not be any specificity.
You talked about patterns when you first testified back in June of last year. And when you talked about the patterns, again, you had some uncertainty whether those patterns were caused by nails, claws, or could have been caused by teeth. Isn't that fair to say originally that was your position?
Yes, there is some overlap in terms of the appearances. They can appear very similar, and they can be arranged very similar in terms of parallel lines.
In fact, when you first testified, you weren't consistently even saying that it was a dog, or as you say today, dog attack. You were saying, in your opinion, that they were the result of animal bites or
You
scratches.
already
That was
did
what you
this.
originally opined, isn't it?
We just went through that, yes.
Yeah, that's right.
And at some point, you said that it might most likely be a large dog. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we approach with regard to this line question?
So why don't we break for today? All right, so juries, we're not going to finish this today.
Okay, let's see if they put anything else on the record. I don't think they do. Nope. Okay, now we're on to today's testimony. Woo! Let's go.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Say yes or no.
Dr. Armand,
Right.
you're still under oath.
Cross-exam continues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Russell.
Good morning, Your Honor.
There's a lot of surprises for anyone that's seen this. Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Bye,
I had asked you yesterday if your opinions regarding the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm changed between when you testified last year and then the more recent hearings that we've had over the past 4 or 5 months. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
And when I asked you that question, I asked if you had help with your report, and you told us that there was a woman who helped you with your report.
I told you that there was someone who helped me or made suggestions in organizing the report, having certain sentences placed in certain categories.
When I asked you about the identity, the person who actually helped you, I asked you if it was one of the attorneys, and you had said no.
That is correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Thank you. You had testified in December 22nd, 2024 in this case?
I believe it was that day, yes.
And when you testified back in December of 2024, do you remember I asked you who it was that had assisted you with your report?
I don't remember that specifically.
Well, I'm going to show you a page from the testimony. This is from the hearing. And I asked you, line 21, page 207, did anybody help you write this report? And what did you say?
I wrote the report.
If you could finish, please.
I had some help with some minor edits, rearranging, some paragraphs or whatsoever, but putting things in the right category.
Then I said, okay. And you answered.
No, I wrote the report.
And then finally I asked, who helped you with the report? What did you tell us?
I said, Mr. Lessie.
Is Mr. Leslie, is that gentleman the attorney who asked questions on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. And so did Mr. Leslie help you with your report?
What I recall is we discussed the report, but I recall that it was someone else that actually helped me rearrange the report. That's my memory right now.
Is your memory different now than it was last December?
Well, I don't
Really?
think so, but you have something.
The audacity, though, Brennan. After all of these witnesses, I cannot with it.
In writing.
Do you think you would have testified to that if it was inaccurate?
I don't. Mr. Alessi did not help write the report. He may have helped organize and make a suggestion about what is training versus what is experience, but he did not help me write the report.
Did you have any help trying to describe methodology?
No.
Did you have any help talking about differential diagnosis?
No, I'm very familiar with differential
And
diagnosis.
so after that report was written, is there any reason why some of your opinions have changed?
I don't believe my opinions have changed.
When you testified at the hearing last year, June 21st, 2024, did you express that you couldn't say with 100% certainty what type of animal, in your opinion, caused those wounds?
100% certainty, that is absolutely correct. And I'd like to see that, but yes, that's my recollection.
If it's your recollection, I'm happy to show you what
Yes,
you
please.
testified to. You want to
Yes,
see it again?
yes.
Okay. And by the way, between last night and today, did you get any advice from anybody suggesting you should ask for a transcript when I ask you a question? Did that advice come your way?
That's my general advice from previous times.
Or did you have any advice last night about that?
Yes.
Who told you last night that you should always ask for a transcript when I'm asking you questions?
Well, I think it was just Mr. Lessie.
So did you and Mr. Alessi, you know there's a sequestration
No.
order.
That shouldn't happen. That's not good. Now, I don't know. Will the jury care? I don't know. But anyone who's in this world, be it attorneys or trial, whatever, people that know the rules, that's not great. And it's surprising, to be honest. I found that surprising that Mr. Lessie would do that because he knows better.
Don't you?
Yes.
It's a sequestration order that you're not supposed to discuss the case at all with anybody?
Well, we
during
didn't discuss specifics.
Do you know that the sequestration order mandates that you not discuss anything about the case from when you start your testimony until you end your testimony? You know that, right?
I understand that there is a sequestration order.
Do you understand the sequestration order mandates that you're not supposed to speak to people, including the attorneys, about this case overnight? Did you understand that?
There were no specifics discussed.
Or did you understand that you weren't supposed to, is what I'm asking? Did you know that's a violation of the sequestration
No, I did
order
not.
to speak to the attorneys overnight?
I did not know that that was that particular.
Well, and that's the thing, right? If the attorneys know, right? And that's the thing is like if Mr. Alessi approaches you and says something, even if it's just literally confined to, if he asks you about your prior testimony, he asks for a transcript, even if that's all it is and it's limited to that, she would think that that must be okay then, right? Like, because you're like, oh, well, he wouldn't, I mean, you know what I mean? Like, it's not on her to know. You're going to expect the attorneys aren't going to do it if it's not okay, I would think, right? Because, she's not a hired gun.
A conversation would be a violation.
So did you meet with Attorney Alessi last night?
No.
How was it that you had a conversation with him?
Actually, it might have been in the vehicle.
You drove together?
Yes.
So did you commute to and from court together with Attorney Alessi?
Well, there's a driver.
Okay. Who else is in the car when you left court yesterday?
The driver.
When
Oh,
you-
no, I wasn't with him yesterday, no. Not in the car yesterday, no.
Well, you just said that you spoke to Attorney Alessi yesterday. And I'm trying to figure out when was it that you were having conversations with Mr. Alessi relative to the sequestration order that you're under?
This morning, riding to court
Okay, so you and Attorney Alessi drove to court?
with the limo driver, yes.
Well, who was in the limo with you and Attorney Alessi on the way to court today?
That was just us.
Just you two?
Yeah.
What else did you both talk about other than that you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
That's what we talked about specific to this case.
Was it a long conversation?
No, not at all.
The entire ride here, there must be
How
more
long
you
did
spoke
that
about
take,
other than
though?
just a sequestration order.
We did. We spoke about Boston, how I love Boston area. We spoke about New York. We spoke about other things. And in fact, I have to say that even on the ride back to the hotel yesterday with others in the car, nobody spoke about the case.
But I'm talking about this morning when you did speak about the case. What else? Not about the Red
That's-
Sox or the weather. What else did you talk to Attorney Alessi about this morning other than you should ask for a transcript every time I ask you a question?
We talked about what I did last night.
about this case?
No,
I'm sorry, but I'm asking about this case.
That was
I
it.
I want to know what all the discussions were between you and this attorney today or last night about this case.
just that I should ask for a transcript.
Well, there must have been some there must have been some context. He didn't just turn to you talking about the weather and say, hey, you should ask for a transcript. You must have been talking about something.
He also generally, not today, but generally says, be honest. Always be honest.
Fantastic. But this morning about your testimony, what did he tell you? Did he tell you this morning you should be honest?
Not this morning.
Okay. Does anybody need to remind you to be honest when you testify?
No.
What else did he tell? How did it come up? Hey, by the way, ask for transcripts.
I don't even know how it came up. I didn't put much significance to it.
Well, it was just moments ago it happened because you just got to court. You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
Oh,
No.
God.
You have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
Wow.
You can't remember the context of the sage advice of Attorney Alessi?
No.
You have any memory issues?
No.
May I approach?
Yeah, see, this is when it's like he's getting really the true Brennan.
Yes.
Transcript. Since you've asked for the transcript, I have it for you. Dr. Russell, this is June 21st, 2024. I had asked you whether you expressed that you couldn't say with 100% certainty. You agreed with my answer, so there's no need to try to refresh your memory, but I'm going to show it to you because you asked. We can take a look at line 16. Is that now consistent with the questions I asked you and the answer that you gave, that you were less than 100%? You couldn't be 100% certain.
That looks consistent.
Do you want more time with the transcript?
No.
Has anybody else talked to you about your testimony today overnight, Dr. Russell?
No.
When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, do you remember when you gave your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, you said that you thought the wounds were from an animal, possibly a large dog?
On that same date?
Yes,
May I see the
of
transcript?
course. Pursuant to Attorney Alessi's advice, let me approach.
Objection, Your Honor.
Oh,
Strike
my
that. Disregard
God.
pictures.
May I approach?
Yes. What page you want us to?
Wow.
Great.
What a punchable dude.
Line 14, certainty these injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog. What did you say?
It's crazy.
I said yes.
Thank you. Have that back.
Wow.
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
I mean, it's like, does he? It just shows how much more, like, between trying to, again, at least feign being somewhat not terrible for the jury because you don't want the jury to hate you. Like, that's a normal thing, right? Like, okay, let's at least be somewhat, like, not awful, right? It just goes to show you that between, like, lessening how much the jury might potentially hate him versus, like, being a snarky, rude douchebag, the latter is more important to him. And I mean, that's what this looks like to me because she's only been on the stand for like 5 minutes and already, you know? Really, he doesn't care anymore what the jury thinks.
When you gave your opinion, not this year, last year, you agreed when you were assessing the wound, you used the word, or adopted the word possibly, didn't you?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Explain the context of it,
Sure.
that sentence?
Sure. Go right ahead.
No, you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Please
When
rephrase
you-
the question.
When you were asked about
Like,
your
I
opinion
don't know what you're talking about. There's no context.
in last year, not this year, last year, about whether to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the injuries were from an animal attack, possibly a large dog, you agreed with that characterization. A large animal, possibly a dog, didn't you?
Yes, an animal, possibly a large dog. Last year, yes.
When you were on direct examination, there were tons of questions about this word methodology. Remember all those questions you were asked?
In June?
Yesterday.
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Yes. And when you were asked about methodology, was that an attempt to try to explain that you weren't just looking at an abrasion and guessing or eyeballing it? You were trying to suggest some type of scientific or medical process to give some type of certainty to your opinion?
That is the process I used.
When you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience in methodology with knife wounds and gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes.
But there was no methodology whatsoever regarding looking at a photograph and then identifying whether that is consistent with dog bites, is there?
I disagree.
When you described methodology, you were asked by Attorney Alessi whether or not you
So
engaged
gross.
in that.
Literally, Dr. Crosby and whoever else the Commonwealth wants to put out there for the dog people, that's literally what they're going to do. And they're not going to be qualified when they do it. So, and we just got
Methodology regarding dog bites.
again.
Did you agree that there is really no methodology regarding dog bites?
I disagree.
When you use the word methodology regarding dog bites, there isn't something specific you're looking at as if you were looking at a fingerprint. There are points of comparison. You don't do that, do you?
There are no specific points that are published by a organization, for instance, on how to determine something is a dog bite. However, I did use different methodologies, including what we talked about, the differential diagnosis, the pattern recognition. Pattern recognition, again, is so important in medicine. It's what pathologists use to diagnose tumors.
There is no standard. There is no recognized standard anywhere for methodology on how to identify a dog bite wound, is there?
There is no published standard from an organization that I am aware of.
So there is no source. There is no recognized community. There's no certification. There is no recognized method in identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. Isn't that fair to say?
As in many conditions in the medical field, there are no certifications.
How about published standards? Is there any published standards whatsoever, any, regarding claims that a superficial abrasion is a dog bite? Are there any published standards by any organization?
No, but there would have to be thousands of published standards to identify the causes of the thousands of different types of abrasions. So no, there's no published standards.
No published standards. There is nowhere you can point to where the so-called methodology that you were telling the jury yesterday is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community. You can't point to anywhere, can you?
There are peer-reviewed articles which list recommendations on how to determine something is from some wounds are from a dog. These are peer-reviewed articles written by esteemed physicians that have analyzed dog bites and have published these and have published an approach to identifying, particularly a forensic approach to identifying dog bites.
Let me ask you the question again, Dr. Russell. Can you point to one place where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites? One article, one journal, one book. Can you point to any?
Well, I'm going to mention the articles I mentioned earlier, the article with the lead author of Dr. Demunick and the article with the lead author of Dr. Pollack. And although they're not standards, they are recommendations.
I'm going to ask you the question one more time before I approach. Can you point to one place, one, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite community for identifying dog bites?
No.
And so with no readily accepted standards in the dog bite community, no defined methodology, when you look at a photo like you do of John O'Keefe's arm, you're just eyeballing it based on your personal experience with dog bites, rather than relying on some type of scientific foundation that has been published and accepted in the community.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Isn't that fair to say, Dr. Russell?
No, absolutely not. There are many conditions in medicine where there are no standards developed, and yet doctors make and nurse practitioners and the like make diagnoses all the time on these various medical conditions, and more importantly, they treat them because they require treatment.
Right.
There are not published standards on every single of the 10,000 or more medical conditions that exist, including dog bites.
I'm not talking about a stuffy nose or a broken leg. We're talking about
Oh my
dog bites
God,
here.
a
So let's focus on dog bites,
stuffy
if you would, if you can indulge me, doctor. Regarding dog bites, since there is no standard practice, there is no accepted methodology, and since there is no accepted and approved guidelines, you are essentially simply looking at a picture or photograph and just using your past experience with treating dog bites as the basis for your opinion. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think so. I'm using my past experience, my strong interest in dog bites over 30 years, and the methodology and the articles that I read, the numerous articles I read, but the articles that have recommendations. I'm using all of that combined to come up with a methodology for determining that those are the result of a dog.
When you say coming up with a methodology, are you saying that you're creating your own methodology, that you're the person who has the standard and nobody else? Is that your position, Dr. Russell?
No, the phrasing was not good there. I use standard methodology of pattern recognition and differential diagnosis.
There is no standard in the medical community relative to differential diagnosis and pattern recognition as it relates to dog bites, not other areas of medicine, dog bites. There is no accepted methodology, is there?
That's true.
You mentioned that you have this strong interest in dog bites. Let me borrow a phrase. Do you think you had any confirmation bias when you got into this case?
I don't think so.
Well, you definitely want to be in this case. You weren't sought out. You sought the case.
That is incorrect.
And you said you had a strong interest in dogs, and that is one of the reasons you wanted to get involved in this case. Isn't that fair to say?
No, that's actually an unfair statement. I did not want to get involved. I wanted to offer my knowledge and experience to help clarify issues. I did not want to become an expert witness in this case. And I used, again, as I do on just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound that I look at, I do a differential diagnosis. What else could this be? What else could cause these scratches and abrasions and wounds? What else before I come to my conclusion?
On your ride over here today, were you
Okay.
instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else?
God,
No.
dude.
I would like to put up an exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and I want to ask you some questions about it. You and I have had many conversations about Mr. O'Keefe's superficial scratches before, haven't we?
Yes.
And would you agree, looking at these, they are superficial abrasions? Do you agree with that characterization?
Yes.
When we last spoke, just for background, to remind ourselves, we broke these into separate parts so we could discuss them by number, just for the sense of clarity. And we discussed this as wound number 1. Do you remember that?
Grouping number 1, yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
Number 3?
Yes.
4?
Yes.
5.
Which did you call
sorry, this
4?
one,
4,
5.
5, 6, maybe.
Okay, so as we go through, I'm going to identify them by number. That wasn't done by anybody else. It was just during our discussion so we could have clarity. Is that fair?
Okay.
Sustained.
Is it fair if I refer to this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6?
I think so.
Okay. When you testified June 18th of 2024, last year, when you came in, you were asked questions before the actual hearing. You were asked questions about this particular superficial abrasion, weren't you?
I'd have to see the transcript. I believe
Of
so,
course.
but I'd have to see the
Do you
transcript.
remember when you were first giving opinion testimony about this specific abrasion, wound number 1? Do you remember you saying that you thought it was either teeth or nails?
I'd have to see the transcript again.
I will give you the transcript, and as I'm doing that, let me ask you, do you remember your testimony about what you actually said?
So do you remember your testimony?
For each specific day, no. I remember generally, but not for each specific day.
If you
I've
have
been
an
here many
opinion,
times.
I'm going to bring your transcript up to remind you, but if you have an opinion, it shouldn't change, right? It should always be the same?
Generally, yes.
Okay, so let me ask you before we talk about what you said at the beginning. What is this from? Teeth or nails?
It could be either, but I think that's from teeth.
So when you say they could be either, if you have a methodology and you have a certain standard where you can identify something based on a standard, there wouldn't be so much uncertainty, would there? You'd be able to look at this, consider the methodology, and either come to an opinion whether it was teeth, nails, or something totally different, right?
Mr. Brennan, perhaps I didn't explain earlier, but the nail of a dog tends to be cone-shaped, conical in shape, and very similar to the nails that the canine teeth of dogs. So the shape and the fact that they come to a point makes some wounds indistinguishable.
Are you saying that nails of a dog are so similar to the teeth that you can't tell the difference between them when you're looking at a wound?
I'm saying that they can cause similar-looking abrasions.
Are you able, as the premier expert in the United States on dog bites, able to tell the difference between teeth and claw nails of an animal when you're looking at a wound?
Individually, okay, that's a very interesting question. Sometimes it's difficult because they can have similar appearing wounds. So you have to look at the overall pattern in order to make some conclusions.
Well, when you first started testifying in this case, you never suggested you had to look at everything in totality. You were giving opinions regarding individual wounds. Isn't that fair to say?
No,
It wasn't until I began asking you questions and you had inconsistent answers that you've now changed from, rather than identifying individual wounds, now you're saying I can't identify individual wounds, but I can tell you in totality.
I disagree with that. I believe that the very first time I testified, I mentioned that the overall pattern was important.
When you first testified, so today, before we get to your testimony, you're saying this could be either teeth or nails, but you think it's probably teeth.
Correct.
How probable? Do you think it's certainly teeth, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? You're not sure? What is the value of your certainty or lack of certainty about what caused this wound?
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
What is a reasonable degree of medical certainty? That what?
That those are caused by teeth.
Teeth. Okay. When you first testified, your position was it could have been teeth or nails. That is different than saying, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, teeth, isn't it?
No, there is a small possibility that they could be caused by nails.
When you first testified, you didn't qualify it as a small possibility, did you?
I perhaps wasn't asked.
Well, you answered. Remember when you were asked about it and you answered? You talked about that there was a pattern close to the shoulder with parallel marks. Do you remember?
Do I remember what?
Saying that this is a pattern close to the shoulder, right? That they're superficial. You agree with that still?
Yes.
And did you say they were consistent with teeth and nail marks?
Yes.
Nails on a dog, oftentimes or most times, are horseshoe-shaped, aren't they?
They're generally conical shape.
You don't think that nails on a dog in your studies have a horseshoe shape?
I think it depends on the grooming of the dog and if the nails were cut recently. But in general, they come to a point. They're at the, at the end of the paw. They come to a point. And by the way, the paws can open and close. So the distance between the nails can vary depending on how that claw impacts the skin. So in many ways, they resemble the overall shape of canine teeth.
And so to get back to my question here, you're saying that this could have been caused by dog nails?
It's possible.
Do you know, or do you think that the teeth in a dog are different shapes and sizes?
Oh, yes. Depending on the tooth, there's different shapes and sizes. Absolutely.
When you testified the first time and you said that you thought it was teeth or nails. Teeth or nails. Do you remember testifying a couple days later in front of a group of people, and you again iterated that this could be teeth or claw marks? That was your testimony last year. Teeth or claw marks, right?
No, I'm going to object to the characterization of that prior proceeding.
So just prior proceeding, folks, that's all.
Did you testify at that prior proceeding last summer that this could have been teeth or claw marks?
I would need to see the transcript.
Some nerve though to be making a fuss about this when you are like suggesting it was the tail light that did. You know what I mean? Come on now.
You were asked questions trying to identify what you thought that wound was. And this is your June 18, 2024 testimony. On page 37, line 7, the questions begin. And you were asked what you thought they were. You can read any part you want, but line 7 might be a starting point.
Yes, I said that, which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks.
But Doris, I'm just going to actually keep your voice up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. That was your first testimony last year, yes?
Yes.
And then did you testify a couple days later and again repeated the same opinion, teeth or nail marks?
May I see it?
I'm asking if you remember.
Yes, I remember testifying.
Do you remember after you worked on your report and submitted your report,
Yes.
after your consultations, do you remember changing that opinion regarding number 1? Do you remember changing that opinion?
No.
Do you remember changing from either teeth or possibly claw marks to being very specific, claiming that it was definitely teeth marks?
No.
Are there different types of teeth in a dog?
Yes.
Okay. The pointy teeth, the big ones, those are called canines,
Correct.
and the smaller ones are incisors.
Correct.
There are 6 incisors in a healthy dog
He didn't say incisors.
on the top and bottom between the canines.
Correct.
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion from teeth or claw marks to specifically teeth, and even more specifically, canines?
Do you have a transcript?
I do, but I'm going to ask you the question. Do you remember changing your testimony from teeth or nails to being very certain that it was canines, not just teeth, canines that caused that wound?
I became more certain, yes.
You had never said that the canines caused these wounds before you filed the report, ever, did you?
I may not have, that's true.
And so after you did the report, you shifted from teeth and nails to canines. Do you remember that?
I don't think it's a shift.
No one would ever refer to a dog's nails as canines, would they?
No, I don't think so.
That would be inaccurate, wouldn't it?
Yes,
That would be a mistaken use of the word.
I believe so.
When you testified, December 2024, you didn't say nails could have caused this wound. You didn't say generally teeth. You said canines.
I believe that, and that's true. I believe that canine teeth caused that wound.
Did you have any new information about photographs that would help you change your opinion from teeth and nails to canines?
Well, I had been challenged. I had testified several times. I reviewed the case several times and challenged. And each time I reviewed the case, I became more certain that these were from canine teeth. And actually, there's other marks there, but these are from teeth.
You say more certain. You had never said canines before, ever, until that recent hearing. Isn't that true?
I said teeth.
Canines.
It doesn't matter. I said teeth. Canines are some of the teeth.
Upper or lower canines?
Upper.
And if it's upper canines, you testified previously that the point of entry would be here at the bottom and the dog would pull this way. That's what you testified to. Yes?
No, I believe you misunderstood then. The point of entry is up there. The first initial point of contact is there. And the dog pulled this way, or Mr. O'Keefe pulled his arm the opposite way.
Dr. Russell, you don't recall that you said that the bigger circles are the point of entry, the dog pulled this way, and then I asked you, how could a dog pull this way when the arc is like this? The dog's mouth would have to be in backwards. Remember that conversation we had?
Objection, Your Honor.
Going alive.
You remember that conversation? You said that the point of entry would be the bigger circle, pulled this way, and then I questioned, how could a dog's arc look like this if the teeth went that way?
No, I don't recall that at all.
Remember that conversation
No.
we had? Okay. And so, inevitably, when you look at this part of the wound alone, have you expressed an opinion that you're unable on its own to be able to tell whether this was caused by a dog?
Which part of the wound?
Taking any of these alone.
Inevitably, Brennan will always say inevitably, like every other sentence.
Let's start with number one. Haven't you expressed an opinion that taking this alone, you would not be able to say that was from a dog bite?
That is correct. In and of themselves, they're not that specific or characteristic. However, as a group, they are highly characteristic of a dog
So if
injury.
Mr. O'Keefe's arm only had this wound and nothing else, by virtue of what you're telling us, you would not be able to offer an opinion that this was consistent with a dog bite.
That very first wound up
Yes.
there, closest, I agree, yes.
In fact, you've testified about this very issue before. If this was the only wound on Mr. O'Keefe, number two, you would not be able to say that the injury is consistent with a dog bite.
Correct.
I'm going to go through all of these just so we're clear. Same thing with number three. You've provided opinions on this before. If you look at this wound alone, in isolation, you would not be able to say that it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Four, pardon me, yeah, four, same. Looking at the wound alone, you would not be able to say it came from a dog bite.
Correct.
Same for five and same for six.
Correct.
Now, when you testified before your recent testimony, you never had that qualification. When you came into court, you were saying that when you looked at these wounds individually, you were saying that you could identify it as a dog bite.
I disagree with that characterization.
Number two, what caused this wound, Dr. Russell?
Number two, I believe that was dog bite or scratch, but mostly I believe dog bite. And because there's a punctate, little tiny, pinpoint almost, lesion there and there, which could represent bottom teeth.
Okay, so you're using words like could, and we're talking about a reasonable degree of medical certainty. So when you look at this wound here, you said that you are sure or not sure what caused this wound?
I'm saying that individually, that wound, that's correct. I'm not sure individually what that wound was caused by. However, again, as I mentioned earlier, the overall pattern of wounds is what I'm convinced of.
I want to go through each of these wounds separately so we understand what you actually recognize with your methodology and what you don't. So looking at wound number two, based on whatever methodology you've been using, are there any signs, indicators, objective criteria you can look at and tell us this is or is not a dog bite based on this methodology you have?
There are some characteristics that are suggestive of a dog bite or dog claw, including the fact that there are parallel lesions, and many of these, overall, by the way, parallel lesions are in the same general direction. So there are parallel lesions, and here they're associated with some punctate or point-like other abrasions right here. So they're consistent with being inflicted by a dog.
I appreciate you using some medical terms to describe this, but my question is more pointed. Is there anything about your methodology, something that stands out about these wounds, that you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these are consistent with a dog either biting or scratching?
These wounds all by themselves, not to a medical degree of certainty, no.
You said on this first wound, you thought this was from the canines. Those are the big upper teeth is what you're claiming, right?
Yes.
And you're saying today, anyways, starts here at the bottom and goes up. Is that
No.
your position today?
That's not what I said. I said the
Okay.
exact opposite.
So it starts here and comes down.
Correct.
Okay. And these two scratches, they're linear, just like these are linear, aren't they?
Yes.
But you have a problem with these because if these are the canines, you see the spacing there?
Uh-huh.
This is nowhere close, is it?
I didn't say that these were caused by canines. And spacing also, there's reasons why the spacing could be different.
Well, we can talk about that in a second. Are you suggesting that these not exact, these two linear abrasions, just like 1 and 2, are you suggesting the canines cause these?
I don't know what caused those, which teeth caused those, or which nails caused those.
When you testified last year on June 18th, you said that this was either teeth or claws. Can you give us any development of your opinions, whether or not you think that is teeth or claws?
Excuse me? No, well, I couldn't hear to the fan.
When you testified on June 18th, you said wound number 2, the top two linear abrasions, you believe were either teeth or claws. You share with us now you have improved your study and have new opinions. Do you have a clear opinion whether this is teeth or claws?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained, ask a different question.
Do you have an opinion whether this is teeth or claws or not something totally different than a dog?
I believe they are teeth or claws caused.
When you testified at trial and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that opinion as well at the most recent hearings, didn't you?
I'm going to object to the word of use has been done before.
Mr. Brennan, word it differently.
I'm sorry?
Word it differently.
Okay. Did you testify at a more recent hearing that teeth made these, not teeth or claws, but teeth?
I may have, and I would like to see that.
May I
Could you
approach?
just hold one second? Could you please turn the fan off, Paul? Jerry, is it okay if we turn the fan off so we can hear better? Thank you very much. I'll just go on.
May I approach?
Yes.
From your December hearing, page 100, line 5, when you were asked about that second wound in December, and I asked whether you changed your opinion from teeth or claws to just teeth, weren't you asked specifically about that on page 100, line 5.
Yes. But may I read it?
Sure, I'll read it with you.
Okay. I said, I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set just above the elbow.
I'm not sure exactly what teeth made these. They could, one of them could, one set of these could be canine, one part of this, and then adjacent incisor tooth. But I'm not sure on the second set, so this is the set just above the elbow.
Yeah, I think the first part of that paragraph is talking about the first set
Yes.
up there close to the shoulder. And then the sentence, but I'm not sure on the second set. So this is the set that's just above the elbow. I said, I'm not sure.
And then, sorry,
Go ahead.
you done?
Oh. Yeah, actually, I did make another comment. However, what is interesting and certain is that there's an upper set and a lower set. So this mark was an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was referring to is this mark here and that mark, and then this mark here and this mark here. So it appears that this is from upper and these are from lower. That's what I was referring to.
And so when you first described this wound as teeth or claws, at the most recent hearing, you had a certain opinion that this was teeth, didn't you?
Yes, I was leaning towards teeth. Correct.
Well, it didn't seem like you were leaning. You said these were from the upper teeth.
Yes.
You said it matter-of-factly, not with any qualification. Your claim at the last hearing is this was from teeth.
That's what I believed.
And today, you're saying you don't know if these were teeth or claws.
Not with 100% certainty.
You didn't qualify 100% certainty. You were asked your opinion, Dr. Russell. You
Yes.
were asked, what do you think? And you didn't say, well, not 100% certainty. Your claim, the first time you testified, teeth or claws. Recently, you said teeth, and now you're saying you're not sure.
No, I'm saying I believe that those marks are from teeth, but I'm not 100% certain.
Suffice to say, looking at wound 2 alone,
really annoying,
you
but,
cannot say this was caused by a dog.
In and of itself, no.
He does eventually switch to other lines of questioning that things get really interesting here without not for too long. So.
What tooth do you think caused this wound?
I don't know.
Do you think this in any way could be caused by dog teeth if you're claiming that this is dog teeth? Do
Excuse me?
you think there's any way these two could be caused by dog teeth if you're saying that these two were caused by dog teeth?
Yes, it could be, but I don't know which teeth. And I don't know the extent of the bite, how much impact there was, and how much pressure, and how much contact there was between the teeth and the skin.
The canines are the longer teeth in a dog's mouth, aren't they?
They are.
And when a dog bites, it's very common for the canines to puncture, isn't it?
It's common if there's enough force. And it's common that you might have two canines if the strike is perpendicular to the skin. But if you have a tangential strike, a partial strike where only part of the teeth impact, you'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell. A dog causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because dog canines don't move, do they?
They don't, and I'm not claiming that.
I'm sorry. But why is Brennan testifying? Listen to this. Not only is counsel testifying, but he's testifying with like an expert opinion that he's not an expert at. Listen.
Causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because dog canines don't move, do they?
Actually, there's more
Spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say impact? You'll get different configurations.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell.
Did you say strike or strike?
Strike with a K.
Look at the spacing, Dr. Russell. A dog causing these wounds, the canines are not going to have such a dramatic distance between them because
like he's trying to correct her or teach her. Like this is wild.
dog canines don't move, do they?
They don't, and I'm not claiming that these two parallel stripes in this case, or abrasions here, I'm not claiming that those two were caused by canines.
You think a dog is going to leave a wound with linear abrasions using its incisors as opposed to its canines? Is that your opinion?
It's possible if that's the only part of the mouth or the jaw that actually touched the skin, if it didn't go back as far as the canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I did.
Posterior side?
Excuse me, pictures, yes.
And when you looked at the photographs of the posterior side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you find anything conspicuously absent from underneath his arm?
Well, first of all, let me clarify. Part of this is the posterior aspect of the arm. So are you asking me, did I look at the underside of the arm, the fleshy part
That's exactly
of
what
the arm?
I'm asking. It's a question I've asked before. When you look at the other side of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, did you notice anything conspicuously absent?
Yes, there's an absence of wounds.
When a dog bites, I don't care if it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog, you know it's like a lever, a dog's mouth, isn't it?
It can be if both jaws strike the skin. However, there are many times when only the upper jaw strikes the skin.
The lower jaw is a lever, locks, and that's part of the clamping and pulling process of a dog, whether it's a law enforcement dog or a domestic dog. You know that, don't you?
I know that they are attached.
Your claim is that there's many, many different dog bites on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. Are you suggesting, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that these are a number of different dog strikes, and coincidentally, every single one of them lacks any wound to the underside of his arm?
Yes.
Your claim is that a dog penetrated the sweater on the top, but the lower jaw did not leave any wounds?
I'm claiming that that's not what I'm claiming. No. As I mentioned earlier, these could be from lower jaw. Those right there.
You're saying could be.
Could be.
That's speculation. We're asking you for your medical opinions. Your medical opinions. Do you have any evidence that the dog's lower jaw, you said maybe upper or maybe, that the lower jaw, even just once in this whole event, penetrated Mr. O'Keefe's skin?
No, nothing penetrated the skin. There was no actual penetration of the skin. These are abrasions. But I believe that these small marks right here, punctate marks, may be the result of lower jaw impact.
Rather than deal in speculation and maybes, can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not this was caused by a tooth?
Yes, Your Honor.
We're going to strike the first part. Why don't you ask the other?
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this superficial abrasion, can you put that back up please, was caused by a dog?
In and of itself, that part only, no.
Can you tell us anywhere on Mr. O'Keefe's arm to a reasonable degree of medical certainty where the lower jaw impacted Mr. O'Keefe to leave even a scratch?
Not with a reasonable degree of medical certainty on individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking specifically the lower jaw. Can you point to one wound, one abrasion on that arm where you can say to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the lower jaw caused any of those abrasions?
I believe there are several areas where there's impact from the lower jaw. However, I cannot say with reasonable degree of medical certainty that part only.
Let's look at number 3 to move along. When you first talked about these wounds, again, is it fair to say that you described that it could have either been teeth or claw?
I'd have to see it.
I'll bring it to you. You don't remember that testimony?
I remember, again, I've been here many times, so I want to be
Well, do you have the opinion today? I'm getting the transcript for you, Dr. West.
Thank you.
Do you have the opinion today that those were either teeth or claws?
Yes.
What's your opinion today?
Well, I think that most likely they are from teeth marks.
Well, rather than most likely, we deal with reasonable degree of medical certainty. To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, can you give us an opinion regarding the cause of those marks?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike the comment.
Can you tell us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these wounds were caused by teeth or claws?
Individually, no.
Did you ever change your mind about the source of these abrasions?
Can you be more specific?
Did you ever claim that any of these abrasions were from upper or lower teeth?
I don't recall changing my mind.
You don't recall if you've ever said that? Let's separate these bottom wounds. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by teeth or claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether these were caused by either dog teeth or dog claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Individually, no.
The one near the wrist, you testified.
Say that right here, this is probably, well, I haven't heard all of it, but I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being the most effective part of his cross in terms of answers that are actually good for the Commonwealth. Like, he goes on and on and on and on, but like these answers are probably, oh, well, again, I haven't seen all of it yet. But in other words, I think this is probably the best he's going to get out of her as far as being beneficial to the Commonwealth here.
Either dog teeth or dog claws?
I have an opinion.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Individually, no.
The one near the wrist, you had testified yesterday, there's lines in what you believe to be an arc, correct?
Yes, they have a general overall appearance of an arc.
If there's an arc and there's 2 linear abrasions on the outside borders, wouldn't these necessarily have to be the outside borders from canine teeth?
Not necessarily.
They're longer than the middle ones, aren't they?
The abrasions are, but doesn't mean the teeth are.
If this was an arc, like you claimed, you think different teeth other than the canines could have caused the outside scratches?
It's possible.
And you do note the distance between the top and bottom of those wounds compared to the distance in number 2 and the distance in number 1.
I see the difference, yes.
And you have to concede, Dr. Russell, that the same set of teeth, the same canines, could not reasonably have caused this wound, and this wound, given the distance between the inside and outside.
First of all, I'm not certain that these are all canines, as I mentioned earlier. Secondly, you have to take into account that skin is elastic. It bends. It depresses. So you could have 2 prongs, for instance, of a pitchfork, for instance, just as an example, impact the skin in different places, and the measurement between the two can be slightly different depending on the elasticity of the skin and the underlying structures.
This is not a slight difference, Dr. Russell, is it?
Again,
Objection, Your Honor.
So there was a question to that, so I'm going to let that in.
Again, Dr. Russell, the distance here, it's not insignificant, is it?
Mr. Brennan, I already mentioned that I did not think that these were caused by 2 canine teeth.
And these, the distance between these two, have you measured them?
I approximated them, yes. And
what did you come up with?
visually, and I can see that there's a difference.
What was your measurement for this one?
I think about 4 centimeters, and this was a little bit more.
Did you note that in the report? Did you
No,
actually
I did
measure
not.
Them, did you actually take out a ruler, measure them, and document them as you studied these wounds? Did you go through that process during your methodology?
No, because this is an image, and there's no scale in this image as to how far away different points are. So my own measurement would not be accurate because there's no scale in the picture.
Why did you go through the process of measuring them if you're now saying that it's inaccurate after I asked you if you memorialized it? Why would you even do it if you're now saying it was inaccurate?
It was an approximate measurement in my mind.
In your mind?
Yeah.
Okay, but you never put it on a piece of paper or report, notes?
That's correct.
Why would you even go through the process if you're looking at it and your explanation is, it's only a photo, I wouldn't be able to tell? Why would you even try to?
I think probably everybody in this room has already done the same thing.
And if anybody in this room did the same thing, it would be quite obvious, Doctor, that the gaps between 1, 2, and 5 are dramatically different from each other, aren't they?
They are. However, I'm not saying the same exact teeth caused those marks.
When you testified yesterday, you used the term differential diagnosis. I want to ask you a lot of questions about differential diagnosis. Do you remember using that term?
Yes.
And differential diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your opinion to the jury that these injuries were not consistent with a car accident. That's what a fancy way of doing it is, right?
No, it was a method I used.
Differential diagnosis, you're claiming that you can say this is not from a car accident or a car collision. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
That was the result of my differential diagnosis and my pattern recognition
So if
methodologies.
If you're going to exclude a cause of the injury, in this case, a collision, you have to know a little bit about collisions, don't you?
Yes, I don't know how to answer that.
Well, try.
Can you be more specific?
If you're going to say that these superficial abrasions could not have been caused by a car collision, you kind of have to understand a little bit about the mechanics of a car collision, don't you?
Actually, I disagree. However, I've treated thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents and have seen the wound patterns that they come into the emergency room with, and that forms a basis for me.
Do you really think?
I'm sorry, can you finish?
Did you finish that answer, Dr.?
No.
Did I cut you off?
I believe so.
Oh, I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, and the thousands of victims of motor vehicle accidents, I've looked at their wounds, I've treated their wounds, cleaned their wounds, touched their wounds, and that is what I use as a basis, part of my basis to determine that these were not caused or not consistent with a motor vehicle accident.
When you first gave that opinion that it wasn't consistent with a motor vehicle accident, it's fair to say you didn't have a lot of information at that time when you first came in and said that, correct?
Specific to this case?
Yes.
I didn't have a lot of information, that's correct.
Okay. And so in order to rule out a collision causing these wounds, let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
Reconstruction? No.
Did you ever go to any academy for training to receive any type of degree or certificates in car collisions?
Actually, I did receive a certificate in hit and run accident investigation from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council when I was a police officer.
Do you agree that what training you did have was rudimentary?
It probably was, yes.
Well, not probably. You've used that word before. Wouldn't you say that any training you have had has been rudimentary?
In terms of accident
Yes.
investigation, yes.
Have you ever testified as an expert anywhere in accident reconstruction?
No.
Do you know what ACTAR is?
ACTAR?
Yes.
No.
It's a certification group for collision specialists, accident reconstructionists. Is it fair to say that you're not ACTAR qualified?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Are you ACTAR qualified?
No, and I don't know any physicians that are.
Have you ever gone to a scene of a car collision and done an investigation and written a report and reached a conclusion about the cause of the car collision and the injuries that were related to that car collision?
No, that's outside my scope.
It's beyond your expertise.
Beyond the expertise of a physician, yes.
Yesterday, you offered the jury your opinion that these wounds were not consistent with a car collision. Did you offer that opinion yesterday?
Wounds are in my area of expertise. So yes, I am very comfortable talking about wounds from a variety of sources, including motor vehicle accidents.
I'm sorry, I didn't want the siren to interrupt you.
Okay. Yeah, wounds are definitely within my area of expertise.
When you considered your opinion to this jury that this was not caused by a car collision, do you know what type of vehicle is in question?
Yes.
Have you ever studied the vehicle to look at the make, model, the height of different things like the bumper, perhaps the taillight? Have you ever studied that in this case?
I'm aware of some of those factors.
Have you
Yes.
studied that before you gave this opinion? Yes. Did you go and actually look at the photos, do any measurements before you came up with this opinion?
It's like literally, she's an expert at like literally everything in the entire world. It's just, you know.
Not before I came up with the opinion, no.
Did you ever look at the damage to the rear taillight of the defendant's vehicle and see if
No,
it was...
I think he used, you guys, have you seen the Office episode where Creed uses the printer ink to dye his hair? Let me see if I can find a picture of that. I think that's what he used.
similar or the same height of Mr. O'Keefe if he was standing up? Did you ever do that?
I have looked at photographs.
And when you looked at the photos, did you see that a 6'1" man like Mr. O'Keefe, if he stood, his elbow would be the exact height of Miss Reed's broken taillight? Did you notice that?
I noticed that there was a similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the taillight, yes.
Did you look at photographs of Miss Reed's broken taillight and see if where the break was corresponded closely or directly to the same height as Mr. O'Keefe's elbow and forearm?
I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise perfectly?
Close, yes.
You have really no, respectfully, comprehension about the details of the car collision in this case, do you?
I have some understanding of the allegations of a possible collision.
Do you know how slowly or fastly Miss Reed's Lexus was traveling on January 29, 2022 at about 12:32 a.m., right around the time that you think these wounds happened?
I have.
I'll just show you guys this real quick here. So for anyone who's not familiar, can I make this bigger? Why is it not? Well, you guys will get the idea. So here we go. This is what I was talking about with Creed from The Office. He all the printer has run out of, the printer's run out of black ink, and so he dyed his hair. Anyway, you can Google it if you want to see it closer up, because like it won't make it bigger. That's what she said. So yeah, all the black printer ink. Anyway, that's my guess on Brennan.
Of the alleged speed at the time of the alleged collision.
Do you have any knowledge about the surroundings, the outside, whether the ground was soft or frozen?
I understand that there was snow on the ground.
How much snow do you understand was on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe's body first landed on that ground?
Several inches.
Where did you get the information that there was several inches of snow on the ground when Mr. O'Keefe landed?
You asked me when?
Where did you get that information from?
A report that I read.
Have you ever seen the videos or the reports that when Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground, there was grass and dirt under him?
Yes, I saw a picture.
Okay. Not 2 inches of snow. The ground, the cold, hard ground. Did you see anything that said that?
Yes, I saw an area of grass in the picture.
Have you ever looked at Mr. O'Keefe's pants to see if there was any dirt or grass stains on the back of them?
I've seen pictures.
Did you realize when you were forming your opinions about the source or the genesis or the cause of these abrasions, did you look at his pants and study whether or not he landed on snow or landed on the hard ground?
I did not see any.
It's ridiculous because the freaking crime scene people didn't even test the stains on his pants to see if it was grass or dirt. I mean, this is dumb. But again, I'm reminding myself and everybody else that he's going to step in it big time here before too long and ask some questions he doesn't know the answers to, and the answers are going to be really good for the I mean, although obviously most of it, the majority of it is good for the defense. But what I mean is like really, there's some really good shit coming up. That's what I mean.
Any evidence of grass on the pants?
Did you ever actually look at the pants?
I don't know if I looked at the pants.
When you say you didn't see any evidence, are you saying you didn't look, or you looked and you didn't see any of it?
I looked at pictures of the clothing that was available at the hospital.
Did you look at anything about the pant photographs, the actual pants themselves? Did you look at them?
I looked at the pictures that were available at the hospital of his clothing that was on the floor.
Were part of the photographs that were available for your review and your conclusions of differential diagnosis, was part of that evidence photographs of the back of his pants?
I don't recall.
If you're going to make an opinion about something outside your expertise, that this was not consistent with a collision, wouldn't you want to see as much information as possible?
So we'll come to Sidebar's turn.
Is this when the big thing happens that I don't want to spoil for anyone who hasn't seen it? This might be when that happens. Not yet.
Dr. Russell, before you gave your opinion to this jury, suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not caused by an impact with the motor vehicle, did you go to the scene of 34 Fairview and look around in the corner of the yard?
I did not need to.
Did you?
No.
Did you look at photographs to see if you could identify the land, the dirt, whether it was flat and smooth or whether it was bumpy, whether there was rocks or debris in that area?
Yes.
And you went there and looked at it?
No. You asked me if I looked at photographs.
When you looked at photographs, did they show whether that ground
You can't
had
even
any
keep track of some
bumps or
questions.
divots or rocks?
It showed that there was a little bit of a hill in that area.
Could you tell from the photos, were they close enough so that you could see what the makeup of the ground was?
No, most of the ground was covered with snow.
Did you know that there were bushes right near the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found? Bushes with branches. Did you know that?
Not very close, no.
Really, Brennan?
Did you see the bushes in
You're
the...
trying to suggest that those scratches now came from branches? It's funny because it's like what Brandon is really kind of doing is trying to poke holes, like of all the things that those scratches could come from, right? Which is just wild because the defense is like clear. Here's what the scratches are. And the Commonwealth is like, the scratches could be anything. And don't worry, it's going to get even crazier because we're going to get another new suggestion at some point here in Cross. It's like, wow. The reaching is just on another level.
The photographs near where Mr. O'Keefe laid?
Right where he laid, no.
How about next to him on the left? Did you see those bushes?
There was some other stuff there in the photograph, but the photographs I looked at were not of excellent quality.
Yeah.
Do you have any understanding or information you can share with us the angle of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the time of any impact with a motor vehicle?
I don't see any medical evidence that there was impact with the vehicle.
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other injuries other than just the superficial abrasions on his arm?
Yes, but no significant injuries below the neck.
How about on the head? Was there a significant injury?
Oh, yes.
When you considered excluding car collision as a source of those wounds, did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims of a car collision where
Many.
they were
Sorry.
hit by the same car?
Probably, but I can't recall a specific case.
Would you agree with me if a car ran into a group of people and caused a number of injuries, those injuries to different people could vary wildly from one to another?
Yes.
Even if the car was going at the same speed and ran into a group of people, those injuries could be totally dissimilar from one another, couldn't they?
Yes.
Some person, unfortunately, could be killed if the car was going fast enough and hit them the right way. Yes?
Yes.
Another person could have a less severe injury, maybe a broken bone.
Yes.
Another person in the same exact collision could have scratches.
Yes.
In fact, there are cases, I'm sure you've studied, where people have been hit by cars, thrown airborne, and had no wounds on them at all.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
Could you repeat that?
Are the instances that you have considered where a person is hit by an automobile, actually thrown, removed from the ground, thrown in the air, and gets up unscathed with no injury at all?
No significant injuries, correct.
So a car collision can cause wildly different injuries depending on many, many unpredictable factors.
Up next, he should do one person being hit by a group of cars, just to switch it up a little bit.
Isn't that fair to
That's
say?
relevant,
Yes.
right?
When a
Hi, Miss
car, a
Logic.
vehicle's involved, have you ever
Welcome.
been involved in treating patients that receive injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car?
Yes, many times.
And when you've seen them, have those injuries differed on a person as far as cuts and abrasions from glass or broken plastic?
Yes.
When you were considering excluding car impact or collision as a source of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, did you consider whether or not Mr. O'Keefe could have been struck on the side of the car in a clip-type event rather than being run over?
Yes, I considered multiple scenarios.
Had you, or do you agree that injuries from a side swipe or from a clip could be much, much different than a full rear or front impact being run over?
They could be.
Did you do any study in this case when you were thinking about excluding the car collision or impact as the source of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions about what his body posture was, how he may have hit a motor vehicle? Did you consider that?
I considered several scenarios,
And when you-
several
Sorry,
different
she needs to answer.
several different positions.
And when you considered that, what did you conclude as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body movement at the time of any potential impact?
Oh, first of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no significant injuries from the neck down, no
that
fractures.
was a great answer. Well done.
Time of any potential impact?
First of all, I didn't see any medical evidence that there was an impact. There were no significant injuries from the neck down, no fractures, no bruise, no internal injuries, no lacerated organs, no collections of fluid in the lung cavities, the abdominal cavity. No significant injuries from the neck down. And so yes, I used that and tried to put that in a scenario of his various positions. What could he have been standing, kneeling, sitting, lying down on the ground? I did all that.
You were a police officer before you went to medical school, weren't you?
Yes.
You had arrived at scenes of many, many car collisions, hadn't you?
Yes.
What is oftentimes left behind after a car collides with an object?
Debris.
Debris field, yes? Did you look at the debris field in this
Paul
case?
would say.
No.
In the cases that you went to wherever you saw car collisions, some of the debris that you would find could be broken glass or broken plastic. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you went to those scenes, you would often find broken glass or broken plastic in a debris field near where the victim was found or laying. Isn't that fair to say?
The debris field would be usually near the collision, if there was a collision impact.
And when you were considering excluding car impact or collision in this case, did you take a look at the entire debris field to determine how close or far it was from Mr. O'Keefe's body?
I couldn't tell on
Did you
the
ask him a
photographs.
question? I'm sorry, please finish.
I couldn't tell from the photographs.
And before you came to your conclusions, did you ask anybody for any more information so that you could make a fair assessment of that information?
The injuries here were so characteristic that, and they were so parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal
Yes.
lining up to cause
He asked for it. He asked for it. You tell him.
so characteristic that, and they were so parallel to one another that I couldn't even imagine pieces of glass or plastic or even metal lining up to cause those injuries, lining up in a certain fashion to cause those regular striations.
Rather than imagining, did you make any effort to actually seek information so you could identify
Wow.
and evaluate the debris field around Mr. O'Keefe's body that morning?
I did not.
That
Have
is
you
an
ever, as a
imagining.
police officer, looking into car collisions, ever hear of the term knocked out of one's shoes?
Not as a police officer.
Have you ever heard of that as a medical expert?
I've heard of it as a civilian, yes. Not as a medical expert.
Could I have Exhibit 74B, please?
That was another great answer. In other words, that's a saying that you'll hear amongst lay people, but if you're a medical expert or a police officer, you don't ever hear that. Excellent. I know. That's why I thought Dr. Wolf was
In
awesome.
your study, before you gave
For
an
sure.
opinion excluding an impact or a collision as the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm, were you aware of this photograph where Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker was found on the side of the road?
I am aware that that there was one shoe off, correct.
Were you aware that it was wedged right up against the curb? Were you aware of that?
I have been aware of that, yes.
And when you came to your conclusion that you offered that the injuries are not consistent with a impact or car collision, was this photograph part of your consideration?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 99D, please? In your study to give an ultimate opinion, where you suggest that a car collision or impact was not the source of Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries, were you aware of this photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's hat found at the bottom of the snow in the corner of that yard?
No.
Do you see underneath that hat, there's not 2 inches of snow, it looks like dirt
So
and
dumb.
grass?
Yes.
When you gave the opinion that he was on 2 inches of snow, would it be important to know whether or not he fell directly on the hard ground or on snow?
It could be important. However, it could be. If the ground was frozen, if it wasn't frozen, it could matter a little bit.
Exhibit 73, please.
He's like,
When you were
however, it
reaching your
didn't matter
conclusions-
because he wasn't hit by a car.
You said you considered some of the debris field. Did you see this photograph of a piece of taillight that matches the defendant's taillight of her SUV? Did you consider this piece of evidence that was found in the debris field?
Not specifically.
76A, please. Same question. Did you consider this piece of the debris field when you were coming to your conclusions that you offered us yesterday?
I considered that there would be several pieces of metal, plastic, or glass at the scene.
Did you consider this picture of plastic from the defendant's rear taillight found at that scene? Did you consider that before you gave your opinion to the jury?
No.
I just want to point something out. This is really dumb, and he's going piece by piece by piece by piece. Think about all of the times, like, this is a really long cross. Think about all of the cross examinations that the defense has done. And they don't ever do shit like this where it's just like so irrelevant and it's just like going on. I mean, every single witness, it's like, how much longer are you going to be? You got to wrap it up in 5 minutes, you know, whatever. And then she tries to back, you know, retract it and be like, I'm not trying to curb you, she all says, or whatever. Anyway, it's just like, and then you have this, and it's just, I was just literally thinking to myself, God, he's wasting so much time. Is he filibustering? And then I was like, oh yeah, it's the defense's case in chief. And like when they're doing cross exam, they always get rushed, and it's just frustrating.
In the foundation of your opinion, that a collision or impact did not cause Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm, was it important for you to determine whether or not the taillight to the defendant's Lexus was broken early that morning?
I think there needs to be more to the question.
Okay. When you were considering potential causes of injuries, did you know that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight was broken in missing pieces?
Yes.
Was it important to time when that taillight was broken?
What do you mean by time?
You understand that Mr. O'Keefe was found on January 29th, 2022, yes?
Yes.
Early morning hours?
Yes.
When you were making your differential diagnosis, was it important for you to learn whether around that time the defendant's taillight was broken?
It was important to know. I still don't understand the question. I'm having trouble
Okay,
understanding the
it's my
question.
fault. I'll try to ask it a different way. You were considering as much facts and information as you could to give a solid opinion in front of this jury, weren't you?
Yes.
And you ultimately have offered an opinion that the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are not consistent with an impact or a collision with a vehicle, yes?
That's correct.
You know the vehicle in question in this case is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus.
Yes.
And you learned that her right rear taillight was broken and missing pieces, yes?
Yes.
Did you want to know if there was any evidence depicting when that taillight was broken, in considering this conclusion?
Yes.
Did you know that there was video from 5:07 a.m. showing that the defendant's taillight was missing pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Not at the time, but I expected that if there were a collision, that there would be pieces of the car, involved. So that didn't really make any difference.
When you were trying to rule out a collision between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed's vehicle did not cause these injuries, did you want to seek that information about the broken taillight and date and time it?
A broken taillight in and of itself could not cause those injuries. There would have to be multiple projections from the vehicle that were lined up in a certain pattern to give those parallel marks all in the same direction. So, that's why a broken taillight could not have done that.
So in your investigation, you did not want to know when that taillight was broken.
Oh, I did, but for information only.
Did you review the ring video from 5:07 a.m. at Meadows Ave?
Later on, later on in the, not initially when I had the initial records, but later on I did.
Did you have that information before or after you arrived at your opinion?
Oh, after.
So you had already arrived at your opinion, then you received new information, which was that ring video, correct?
And it confirms, yeah.
And then you received more information. Did you receive photographs from a dash cam during a wellness check showing the defendant's Lexus missing pieces of a right rear taillight at about 8:03 a.m. that morning?
Would that be? I'm not sure which video that is.
Well, it's not a video. If we could put up Exhibit 10. It actually was from a video. Did you look at this picture during your differential diagnosis?
I think I've seen that picture before.
And
The
could we have-
the vehicle parked, yes.
Exhibit 11, please. Did you consider this picture in your differential diagnosis?
I didn't. I don't know that I ever saw this picture.
Seeing this picture, do you see that the right rear taillight is missing pieces?
I can't even see that. Oh, yes, I do see that. But again, these pieces would have to be lined up in a certain configuration in order to cause those wounds.
So seeing this photograph now for the first time, it doesn't in any way shape or change your opinion, does it?
No.
You had, as a police officer, when you're excluding the source, in this case you're saying the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's scratches on his arm could not have been from a collision. Do you listen to witness testimony or do you review witness statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that. Just, do you do that?
As a police officer, in investigating a car accident, is that what you're asking me?
Yes.
Did I listen? Did I take witness statements? Yes.
And do you value the statements as part of your analysis?
I give varying values depending on what I believe to be the veracity of the witness.
Have you listened to the statements of the defendant herself in this case regarding potential impact?
No. What do you mean?
Damn,
Have you
this
seen
right
any
here,
statements
guys.
made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about? Did I hit him or something? Something of that. What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media
is
statements
awesome.
by the defendant, 2020 Nightline docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact or collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Have you seen any of those?
I did see some statements, but that was after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They, they act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense, and they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen this many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months?
The thing is that I don't think that this testimony could have come in any other way, because to my knowledge, the defense doesn't have somebody that they're going to be offering to explain this type of thing to the jury, as far as like making these statements. Dude, Brennan asked for it though.
Months later when you go on 2020 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
No. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see a year later, year and a half later?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when you looked at the clothes in this case, Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, weren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B, please? On the right arm, there were a number of different tears in that fabric that you looked at, weren't there?
Yes, there were a number of small round holes in that
You're
fabric.
aware, aren't you, that those holes were swabbed for traces of dog DNA?
Objection, Your Honor. Like approach, please.
Okay, come on up.
Buckle up.
All right, Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you. Mr. Lessie, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Brennan, can you remove? Oh, okay, it's being removed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Brennan, just with regard to Dr. Russell, in open court in front of the jury, used the concept of DNA in this case. He has introduced it and brought it in for the very first time in front of the jury. He has done so intentionally. He intentionally brought up DNA. Based upon that intentional mention, the defense moves strongly, vigorously for a mistrial with prejudice. A mistrial with prejudice. There has been no mention in this trial of DNA with regard to the topic, with regard to what Mr. Brennan has raised. There has been none. Specifically, the prosecution had, in the first trial, had a witness, Terry Kuhn, with regard to DNA. For whatever reason, the prosecution has chosen not to bring that witness in who would testify perhaps to DNA. As a result of that strategic decision that the prosecution made, there's been no mention. I want to be very clear. The defense has been incredibly assiduous and meticulous about not mentioning DNA in any fashion, directly or indirectly. With regard to the hoodie shirt and the hole, the only thing that was adduced in direct examination was a mechanical function, simply of Dr. Russell testifying that a dog tooth went in and came out and caused a certain mechanical effect on the yarn. Nothing even close to the mention of DNA. With regard to representations that Attorney Brennan has made, that somehow there was a hearing that we were on notice, it is completely incorrect. Show me the hearing, show me the transcript where that has been discussed. The prosecution has also said, we always intended to bring on rebuttal Dr. Crosby, who would talk about the supposed absence of DNA, the alleged absence of it. The problem with that of trying to rescue the mistrial that the prosecution has caused with prejudice is that Dr. Crosby could never testify about such a topic, because I would object because there would be no foundation, because the prosecution strategically chose not to bring in the foundation whatsoever in this trial. The fact that they did it in another trial, or perhaps did it, is irrelevant to this trial, as Your Honor has admonished several times. What happened, this is a new trial, and whatever happens in the first trial is the first trial. So in conclusion, Your Honor, because of the conduct of the prosecution, and specifically the intentional mention of DNA, the prosecution has put in the jury's mind that topic that is irremediable. That cannot be reversed. That cannot be cured. That cannot be ameliorated with a jury instruction. That cannot be dislodged. The prosecution has to suffer the consequences of its own intentional actions of bringing up that topic. Ms. Reed is entitled, under the Constitution, under the Massachusetts Declaration of Rights, to a fair trial. And what has just happened is antithetical, abhorrent to a fair trial. The only remedy is a mistrial with prejudice.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brennan.
Inquiring of Dr. Russell about the absence of dog DNA is not only proper and permissible, it's essential, and the Commonwealth is entitled on cross-examination to explore theories and facades that the defense creates if there is actual evidence that undermines or contradicts the representations that they are trying to portray to this jury. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that there is no dog DNA in the sweater of John O'Keefe. Let's be clear. The defense is on notice that we were not going to try to disprove all of their varying theories in our case in chief, but if they were going to propose theories that we thought were unsubstantiated, we would do so in rebuttal. It is clear these witnesses are on the witness list. More so, the conversation and examination of Dr. Russell is replete in the historical record of this case. Dr. Russell herself testified on December 12, 2024, that she did consider the absence of DNA in her opinion. She disregarded it, she discounted it, she created false theories about the potential destruction of it, but she did testify this was part of her consideration for her opinions. Again, on January 7th, 2025, Dr. Russell again discussed the absence of dog DNA in John O'Keefe's sweater. Now, it may be inconvenient, it might be hurtful for the defendant's theories, for the creation they portrayed for this jury yesterday, but it is not improper, it's not unconstitutional, it's not irrelevant, it's very relevant. It is powerful evidence that the Commonwealth has to undermine this idea that the linear, superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's arm were somehow caused by a dog. They, on their case in chief, tried to create impressions about the cause of the abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe. The defense does not get to pick and choose what words the Commonwealth can or cannot use. They do not get to pick and choose what parts of Dr. Russell's opinions are important and not important. Because they chose not to emphasize, highlight, or discuss the absence of dog DNA on direct does not mean it's beyond the scope of direct examination. It means they did not want to talk about it because it was not helpful to them. There have been countless cross-examinations in this case where questions are asked beyond the scope of direct. This is not beyond it. It goes to the heart of her opinion. If I cannot cross-examine her, as proposed by the defense, about the heart of her opinion, she shouldn't give it. She shouldn't have an opinion because you can't come in and just take the favorable factions to yourself and leave out reality. I intend on asking Dr. Russell about her opinions, about the role that the absence of DNA played. Also, I expect to ask her about her attempt to diminish or demean the DNA evidence because it shows her inherent bias in all of her opinions, where she acts as an advocate, not as a scientist or a doctor. It is admissible evidence. We intend on using it. And when she returns to the stand, these are the very questions I'm going to ask her.
Your Honor, may I have a brief 1 minute?
Sure, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, a key misstatement of fact that Attorney Brennan just made. He said that Dr. Russell talked in prior proceedings and hearings about dog DNA. The record is abundantly clear. She only did so in response to a question from Mr. Brennan. I have the transcripts right with me. She never raised it affirmatively. She gave her opinion that these wounds were to a reasonable degree of medical certainty from a dog. Mr. Brennan on cross said, did you consider, and this is in a prior proceeding, did you consider DNA? She gave her answer. She didn't raise it. I heard it. I was there. Your Honor was there. So this impression that Mr. Brennan is trying to give, that somehow the defense brought this topic up before, is incorrect. The second point, Mr. Brennan needs to have a good faith basis to ask the question. To have a good faith basis, he has to have some admissible evidence that he's got for it. He has no admissible evidence on dog DNA with regard to the arm. He knows he doesn't. He strategically chose not to bring that evidence in this case. Now he's saying he wants to use it. That would be improper in this trial for that reason. The other 2 points quickly. Mr. Brennan alleges an absence of dog DNA with regard to these wounds in the right arm. There was no swabbing of the wounds of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. That is a major, major investigative flaw in this case. That should not be befallen upon the defendant. Secondly, there are, with regard to the hoodie that was one, I believe, swab taken, and we don't know much about it, but what we do know about it is there are horrible, tremendous chain of custody and care with regard to the hoodie, conceded, virtually left on the floor of the ambulance, left on the floor of the hospital, carried around by Mr. Proctor for weeks, maybe even months, not submitted for testing for months. There are huge issues that prevent a fair determination about whether there was even proper determination of whether there was DNA or not. So in conclusion, Your Honor, the defense has never brought up DNA or alleged absence with regard to the right arm of the hoodie. It's always been the prosecution. We were meticulous and assiduous in not doing it here. The prosecution needs to live with the consequence of its action. This is remediable, and I respectfully submit warrants only one ruling respectfully, and that is this trial must be declared a mistrial with prejudice.
I have 30 seconds?
Sure.
The defense can pound their fists and yell as loudly as they want, but they can't change truth and reality. Whatever the motivation is for wanting a mistrial can't be based on a claim that the prosecution raised DNA for the first time with Dr. Russell at the Ellington hearing. If we actually look at facts and reality, rather than making false claims about everybody in the courtroom and everybody else who comes in here, what we'll see in the transcript, and this is the December 12th, 2024 transcript, I direct the court to the direct examination of the attorney who just accused the government of raising it for the first time. Despite his words, we have page 83, line 21. We have page 122, line 14. We have page 124, line 14. These are the words of Attorney Alisi on direct examination. And there are more. There are more. But that is enough for the court to understand that the representations are wholly mistaken by Attorney Alisi. Wholly.
All right, thank you. We'll give everybody a half an hour.
All right.
So basically what it comes down to is in the rules, if there's evidence that an expert considered, they can be asked about it. But still, if she's convicted, this could be one of their strongest, and that's saying a lot, issues on appeal because there's so many. I mean, it's just so hypocritical too, right? Because the Commonwealth could have brought this in their case in chief, and they didn't. To me, it's still crazy. It's crazy.
All right, so the motion for mistrial is denied. Your rights are saved. And Mr. Brennan, you can continue with this line of questioning.
And that's the craziest
Sorry, I did not address sidebar.
That's the craziest part of all, because I wouldn't expect her to grant a motion for mistrial with or without prejudice, but he should not have been able to continue down this line of questioning. Not unless that had been, not unless he got the jury never heard about this until now. Ugh.
Are the other issue that's under court's consideration regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion.
I love it. Thank you.
I don't see it without a foundation. So if you can build a foundation, I'll consider it. I do not believe that foundation has been laid yet.
I would expect that foundation would need to be substantial, specifically whether or not it was relied upon by the witness.
Yes.
Yeah, motions for mistrial are pretty common. And they're typically, if not almost always, denied. But in this case, they could have asked for mistrial a bazillion times over by now. They saved it. I mean, there were so many times where it's like, oh my God, why are they not asking for mistrial, right? Even in the first trial, when that Lallyport video, the inverted Lallyport video came in the middle of the first trial, that was a moment where I was like, oh, surely they're going to ask for a mistrial, but they didn't, because they were, so confident that they were going to get an acquittal. And a mistrial would just mean that the case gets tried again. Unless it's with prejudice. If it's with prejudice and that's granted, then they can't bring charges again. Then a defendant can't face a retrial for the same charges. So
Do that outside the presence of the jury so that I don't ask the questions in front of the jury.
Yes, but not right now. They're on their way. All right. Do you have enough?
I'll work around it.
yeah.
I'll work around it.
Your Honor, I would object to being done outside the jury. The issue's done like I've had to do with several witnesses in front of the jury.
Okay, if that's what the defense wants. Are you sure, Mr. Leslie?
Wait, I'm sorry, let me confirm with my.
Right. It was pig DNA. Yep. It was pig DNA.
Yeah, okay. I am going to, yes, Your Honor, we are going to.
Right here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're on the way, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I'll be done very quickly, so I'll take that decision.
Are the lunches here? Probably not. Okay. Are they still over there?
Good question. Obviously, well, subject matter, most 35 to finish up whatever.
Yet gone down?
There's going to be a wide here.
Dr. Russell, during your review of the case, did the defense offer you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I didn't hear the whole
I'm sorry.
question.
During your review, the defense provided you materials. Did they provide you the report of John C. Walsh, MD, Deputy Medical Examiner?
I don't recall.
May I approach?
Yes. Can we turn the fan off over here, Tony, please? Thank you.
Dr. Russell, did you ever review and receive that document from the defense?
Oh, yes.
And regarding Dr. Walsh's opinion, did you consider that when you formed your ultimate basis that the wound on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were consistent with a dog bite?
Yes.
Did you disregard it or agree with it?
I disregard. I disagree with his assessment.
Thank you. Yeah.
Correct.
I'd like to
Very correct.
Your Honor, I would object. This is the same exact issue I had here with regards to the witnesses disregarded it, and I was not allowed to pursue questioning. So I do not believe, under the standards that's been set in this trial, the proper foundation has been set.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan? How is this any different?
Pardon me?
I'm talking to Mr. Brennan. How is this different with this witness's analysis?
Because they specifically opened the door when they had her vouch for her own credibility, extolling her uniqueness and ability to determine that these were dog bite wounds. And so when they opened their own door to vouch for their own credibility and suggested that they're only person or a limited person in the entire country that can do this, they should be confronted that they are not alone. There are other experts.
That's what you said, Brennan, and she disagreed.
And so this is an affirmatively bringing in. This is when the defense continually opens the door and creates these issues.
What do you say, Mr. Leslie?
Thank you, Your Honor. My response is this. I'll give two quick examples. Dr. Welcher, Trooper Paul, Dr. Squirty Bello. They talked and opened the door under Mr. Brennan's theory of opening the door widely. They even had, as part of their direct examination, documents in Dr. Welcher's slide that mentioned Dr. Squirty Bello. You'll recall that slide. They even had material from the CARS team with a file named Trooper Paul.
I'm not letting it in.
Thank you.
All right, I'm not letting it in under that, Mr. Brennan. So you can mark the report if you want, but for that reason, I'm not. For the reason stated by the Commonwealth, I'm not letting it in.
I don't need to mark.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Hunter.
Bring them in.
Where are we? Is it in evidence now? The DNA. It's not, right?
It is not.
You don't have to apologize. That's why we're here to answer questions, and glad you're learning.
Talking about your differential diagnosis and your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe's abrasions on his arm were not consistent with impact or collision with a car. I was asking you specifically about some of the things you may or may not have reviewed before you formed your opinion. You looked on direct examination at a photograph in Dr. Welcher's presentation, and it had a photograph of a person who had been hit and died as a result of a collision. Do you remember that photograph you looked at?
The photograph of which one specifically?
There was a gentleman
I've
lying
seen-
on the ground, his face was redacted, and there was...
Oh, that one, yes.
Remember that one?
Yes.
And when you discussed that, what was the reason? What was your point in discussing that?
I was answering questions.
Do you know what the point was, what you were trying to deduce or
No, I was
suggest?
just answering questions.
Okay. You have stated before that one of the reasons you do not believe that the injuries were the result of a collision or impact with a car is because there were no lower body injury breaks. Do you remember that?
That's one of the reasons, yes.
You would agree that a side swipe or a clipping collision is different than a front or a back immediate impact, like being run over. There's a difference, right?
In general, yes.
When you talk about the absence of lower body breaks, do you have any studies about the frequency or the likelihood of lower body breaks in a clipping impact as opposed to being directly run over?
No.
When you looked at that photograph that was shown to you on direct examination, did you look at the actual injuries that were listed for that gentleman and see that there were no lower body breaks?
I looked at all the injuries, yes.
And did you recognize in that photograph and slide that there were no lower body breaks?
Yes, I did. There were major internal injuries, however.
When you considered the information in this case, did you have an opportunity beyond that photograph to look at Dr. Welcher's videos about impacting a vehicle driving backwards? Did you watch those videos?
I saw an image. I saw an image.
Did you see a video when Dr. Welcher put blue paint on his arm
Oh my God,
and
why are you
showed
bringing this up?
the height and the location when it touched Alexis? Did you see that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow that.
Yes, I saw that image.
Did you consider what's called the tech stream data? Do you know what tech stream data is?
What?
Tech stream, the black box that shows the operation of a car, how fast, how slow, acceleration. Did you look at any of that information before you formed your opinion?
I looked at it, but I honestly did not understand it.
Did you ask anybody to help you interpret that data before you drew an opinion that the injuries were not consistent with the collision?
Well, first of all, my opinion came long before that report ever came out. So the answer to that is no.
When you have an opinion, if there's new evidence that is contradictory or different or maybe undermines your theory. Do you have an open mind to reconsider your theory?
Yes, I do.
Did you want to understand that information about the text stream data and the information that was available regarding this allegation? Did you want to understand that before you came back and offered the same opinion you had before that information was available?
I didn't understand it. I didn't know that if any of the attorneys understood it, actually.
Did you know anything about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone data when you were drawing these conclusions about when his last movements were? Did you learn anything about that?
No.
Did you know about any type of DNA testing on the defendant's rear taillight area?
Yes.
Did you know about any hair found on the car?
Yes.
Did you consider those things when you excluded the collision or impact as the cause of those wounds?
Well, I considered that. However, he had. My understanding is he had been in and out of that car, on many occasions, and so therefore there would be reason for either skin cells or DNA or possibly other, hair, fabric to be on that car.
So when you consider testing your conclusions, do you look at it as an advocate or do you look at it as a scientist or a doctor and try to value how little or how strong that evidence is?
I'm looking at it as a neutral party, a doctor, a scientist.
So you're not looking at it as an advocate to try to discourage the strength or weakness of evidence?
Excuse me?
You're not looking at it as an advocate? You're looking at it as an independent professional?
I'm not an advocate at all.
When you talked about John O'Keefe's sweatshirt, can we put that up, Ms. Gilman, please? You identified or discussed some of the tears to the right sleeve of Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt, didn't you?
We discussed one puncture to the right sleeve. Yes.
Having an interest in dogs and dog bites, certainly you're aware in your experience, when a dog bites, it creates quite a bit of saliva, doesn't it?
It can.
It can actually, a dog can froth, is what they call it, excessive saliva when it's in the moment.
Some dogs, yes.
And some dogs, they can shed hair, especially when they're interacting with other objects, don't they?
They could.
Hair is considered trace evidence, isn't it?
Yes.
And saliva contains important items, sometimes like DNA, correct?
Yes.
And that's considered oftentimes very important trace evidence.
Yes.
And Dr. Russell, are you aware that one of the criminologists took swabs of holes on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, are you aware of that?
Yes.
You've heard of UC Davis, haven't you?
Yes. And in reference to that previous question, however, the swabbing was done.
The left sleeve? Does he have the wrong sleeve?
That one of the criminologists took swabs of holes on the left sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, are you aware of that?
Yes.
You've heard of UC Davis, haven't you?
Yes. And in reference to that previous question, however, the swabbing was done many weeks after the death, and there were images of clothing on the emergency room floor. So yes, I am aware that there was some swabs taken at some point.
Is that gratuitous answer part of your advocacy or part of your medical objective opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
And so you're aware that these holes were swabbed to send a sample to UC Davis, aren't you?
Yes.
UC Davis, do you understand they specialize in dog DNA?
Animal DNA, I believe.
And you also know, in giving it before you gave your opinion, that when they were tested, there was no dog DNA found in any of the samples. You knew that, right?
Yes.
In fact, what was found was pig DNA,
That's correct.
and there's no identification where the pig DNA came from, is there?
I don't think so.
So when you saw the information, after you claimed there is a dog with John O'Keefe, when you saw the information that they were swabs done of those holes and the results were no dog DNA, did you consider that before giving your ultimate opinion?
Yes.
And in fact, you've tried to discount the significance of that evidence in the past, haven't you?
Yes.
In fact, you have made claims about that evidence candidly with no foundation whatsoever, haven't you?
I explained why there could be no dog DNA found.
You were claiming that it was inconsequential because of a number of speculative reasons, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
So the objection sustained. Can I ask you differently?
When you were discussing the absence of dog DNA on Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt in the past, were you trying to make suggestions that perhaps the samples could have been tarnished or compromised in some way?
That's one possibility, yes.
As a independent, objective expert, should you deal in possibilities, or is it a better practice, best practice, to deal with objective criteria in the form of actual opinions to a reasonable degree of certainty?
It would be best to go through a process to determine, or at least come up with a list of reasons as to why dog DNA was not found. There are a number of reasons. If you have a test in medicine, you expect it to be positive, and it's not positive, you go through a process of trying to figure out why the case is that way. There are many reasons why there could have been no dog DNA found.
When you first gave your opinion, you didn't even know about that DNA testing, did you?
Not initially, correct.
But then once learning about it, you were not willing to reconsider and change your opinion about the source of these scratches. You maintained the same opinion you had before, correct?
I reconsidered, however, my opinion did not change.
What you suggested is there's possibilities, is the word you would use, possibilities why there were errors with the DNA. Yes?
Yes.
You can't tell us anything based in fact. Wait,
No. I'm sorry.
You can't tell us anything based in fact to support the claim that something was wrong with the testing of this DNA, can you?
Not in fact, but again, you have to go through a process. If you expect a certain diagnosis or a certain finding on a lab test and it doesn't materialize, and you wonder why, and you want to know, was the test done correctly, was the specimen handled correctly, et cetera, et cetera. There's a process.
And in that process, you found no evidence whatsoever, none, zero, to support any claim of compromise of that DNA process, did you?
Well, ideally, the swabbing should have happened immediately or very soon after the incident. So there was a delay in processing or swabbing to begin with. And then, of course, I don't know about the transportation or the chain of custody.
You were a medical examiner, weren't you?
Yes.
When you were a medical examiner, when you examined a person or their body, you did everything you thought was reasonably necessary based on the information you had, correct?
Yes.
Did you know at the time Dr. Scortabello did the autopsy, there was no claim whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Yes.
Did you know that claim didn't come about until over a year later?
No.
And did you know that in response to that claim, that's why this was done at a later time? Did you know that?
Still, for a complete investigation, this should have been considered by investigators early on.
Even where there was absolutely no claim or evidence whatsoever that a dog caused these wounds?
Well, again, a complete investigation.
You can't tell us one step that went wrong with that DNA process, can you?
The process, no.
In fact, you have admittedly very little experience with DNA.
I have little personal experience with DNA.
And yet, although you're not an advocate, you are willing to advocate trying to undermine the strength of that evidence, aren't you?
No, I am a scientist, and I'm trying to understand why it could have been negative.
As a scientist and providing a medical opinion, do you try to exclude in your differential diagnosis all other reasonable causes of a wound?
Generally, yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Now, when a dog bites a sweater, would you expect that it would leave DNA?
Yes.
When a dog bites a sweater, you would not expect it would leave little fragments of taillight shards in clothes, would you?
Correct.
And so in this case, when you were developing your theory in differential diagnosis and excluding causes, did you consider that when Mr. O'Keefe's clothes were scraped, his pants and his shirts and his sweatshirt, what was discovered were minute, small fragments of broken taillight that came from the defendant's motor vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
Did you consider that?
I didn't know that at the time.
Could we have 201D, please? Dr. Russell, this is a photograph.
Can we approach on this, please?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, were you aware that very small fragments, shards of plastic that match the broken taillight of the defendant's Lexus were found when
This might be
criminologists
my favorite
scraped
part.
Mr. O'Keefe's shirt and
This is
sweatshirt?
my favorite part.
Yes, I became aware of that.
Did you become aware of that before or after you came to your opinion and conclusion that Mr. O'Keefe's arm abrasions were not caused by a collision or an impact?
After.
And when you learned that, did you get a chance to see this photograph to see how small many of those pieces were?
Yes.
This is
And would you
insane.
agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can tear fabric?
Yes.
Would you agree that broken plastic, like broken glass, can rub up against a person's skin, and if enough friction is caused, it can cause abrasions?
Yes.
Would you agree that if fragments like this were randomly in the sweatshirt, that it could cause cuts or abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
I don't believe that fragments that are randomly in the sweatshirt or clothing would cause the parallel abrasions, the pattern of the parallel abrasions.
Fell to the ground, and what movements his body and arm made as he fell to the ground?
Not definitely.
You don't know?
How? No.
Do you know how much distance or little distance he moved when he was on the ground?
Yes, approximately, I think it was 20 feet. 20 feet, I believe.
Do you think, do you know where his body was found on the side of the road?
Yes.
Do you know if his body, before it rested, moved or slid on the ground?
Yes, it did.
And it's your opinion that fragments like this could not have caused the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's arm?
In reference to that last question, actually, that I don't know that there was a collision collision. But I know that it's alleged that there was movement of the body after the collision.
I wasn't asking about the collision, I was asking about his body. Are you telling us to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these type of fragments that were found in his clothes could not have caused the superficial abrasions on John O'Keefe's right arm?
They can cause superficial abrasions, but not in that pattern that we saw on the arm.
I'm going to ask you the question again. Are you saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that these fragments did not cause the superficial abrasions to John O'Keefe's right arm?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Need to please.
Mr. Lacy?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Need to please. I was thinking the exact same thing that like, yeah, no one really knows where it was found. I mean, you know. So I'm going to go right back real quick for Fender here and play the grief part if I can find it. Let me see here. So 322:39. Okay, let me see here.
On individual wounds.
And not just individual wounds, I'm talking wounds. Let me ask you, are you an accident reconstruction expert?
I think it's
Reconstruction? No. I did.
And did you see that it matched up height-wise? Did you consider in your history that you've seen, or have you seen, let me strike that, have you seen in your history multiple victims receive injuries from broken plastic or broken glass in a car? Some of the debris that you would find could be broken
right
glass.
after this.
D, please.
Oh no, it's before this.
In your study to get diagnosis was really just a way for you to try to get your.
Can you be more specific?
Did you ever claim?
The canines.
Did you?
An upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. What I was
At trial and in that hearing that they were teeth or claws, you changed that.
other abrasion. I may not have. That's true.
And so after, you remember testifying a couple days later? Different, right?
You know, Mr. Brennan,
Instructed that when I ask a question, rather than answer it, give a long explanation about something else.
no.
I would like to put up an exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe's arm, and I want to ask you some questions about it. When you testified last year, same transcript that we just looked at, when you talked about methodology yesterday, you talked about your experience identifying a superficial abrasion as a dog bite. One place, where there is a readily accepted standard in the dog bite
Just about every medical condition that I look at and every wound.
actual hearing. You were asked questions
Trying to find it.
between teeth and claw nails.
And close. So
Okay. Did you, when you testified subsequently to the original proceedings, did you change your opinion to be able to tell whether this? Number two, what caused the degree of medical certainty that these, at a more recent hearing, that teeth made these, not teeth?
an upper tooth. This is a lower tooth. The canines.
Did you ever look at the underside of Mr. O'Keefe? Can you tell us to a reasonable degree?
I'd have to see it.
I'll bring it.
Can you be more specific?
Of those wounds.
So at my own answer that.
Well, try.
Can you be more specific?
I'm going to sustain.
There was a similar, that the height would be similar. The height of the elbow and the did
And comprehension about the details
a
on January 29, 2022.
That is right after
the
this.
alleged collision. That there was no.
When Mr. Have you ever seen the videos or the reports that when Mr. O'Keefe was moved from the ground, there was grass that said that?
Okay.
Yes, I saw a.
We're close.
I've seen pictures.
Look at his pants and
Grass on the pants.
didn't see any of
I-
them. So did you look? Were photographs of the
So
possible?
let's.
Hang on, we're just trying to find the grief part. I think we're close though. Pretty sure.
Jury suggesting that Mr. O'Keefe's wounds on his arm were not in the corner of the yard, to see, or whether it was bumped.
Yeah, I
In
think
that
it's
area.
right
Could you
after
tell
this.
the was bushes in the next to him on the left?
Of-
Do you know Mr. O'Keefe had other wounds? They were.
Sorry.
Even if the car was going, the person could have a less severe
Um,
and had no wound, but no injury at all. Injuries, depending on many
Yes, many times.
abrasions from the last car impact or collision as a
Okay.
source of
Yes, I considered multiple.
clip could be studied these abrasions.
It's-
And when you consider the time of any
An impact. Collections of the neck down of his various.
many car
No,
find
Okay,
was
right
found
after this. Right after this. Because I
to make a
remember
fair
the
assessment of that
grief.
information.
that
I remember
or
the
even
grief.
metal regular.
Information so you could identify collisions as a medical expert. Sneaker with ultimate arm injuries. Yeah, whether or not defendants take to your conclusion.
The scene.
Consider that foundation of your opinion that a collision or impact did not cause the defendant's Lexus,
Needs to be more.
that the defendant's Lexus rear right taillight,
What do you mean by?
yes?
Yes.
Around that time, the defendant's taillight was broken. Different way. You are considering as much facts and information wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arm are is the defendant's vehicle, her Lexus. So, if there's any evidence depicting this video,
Any difference of itself, like could not have later on I did.
information, did you receive photographs from a dead
Okay,
What?
right after
The car,
that.
the vehicle parked. Yeah. They'd have to.
I think
source?
right after
Listen
that.
to witness testimony, or do you review
Okay.
In excuse me, in investigating a car accident. Is that what you're asking me? I give varying values.
Have you listened to the statements of the
Here it
defendant
is.
herself in this
Found
case
it.
regarding potential
Here
impact?
it is, guys.
No. What do you mean?
Well, have you seen any statements made by the defendant to any media about potential impact or collision in this case?
Oh, are you referring to what you've asked me previously about? Did I hit him or something? Something of that. What do you mean specifically?
Have you seen any of the media statements by the defendant, 2020 Nightline docuseries? Have you seen any of these statements in your analysis of whether or not there was a impact or collision between the defendant and her Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe? Have you seen any of those?
I did see some statements, but that was after I rendered my opinion.
And some of those statements, after you rendered your opinion, did some of those statements come from the defendant herself?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements, did you hear any of them talk about the idea or issue of collision or impact?
Yes.
And when you listen to those statements after you formed your opinions, did in any way change the analysis of your opinion?
Absolutely not. And I'll tell you why.
Please do.
Because the defendant had undergone a very stressful event, finding her loved one in the snow. And so after a stressful event, many people suffer from what's called an acute grief reaction. It's very common. And they do things that seem to be irrational. They ramble. They act bizarrely. They make statements that are irrational, that don't make sense. And they oftentimes tend to blame themselves for whatever has happened. I've seen this many, many, many times in the emergency department.
Does this happen moments after a stressful event?
Oh, yes.
Does it happen months later when you go on 2020 or Nightline?
I've never seen that situation.
No. Does it happen a year later when you go and speak to documentarians and be interviewed? Is that the same kind of condition you see a year later, year and a half later?
A grief reaction can last years. It usually is very brief, but it can last years.
Now, when you look at the clothes in this case, Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you are aware that those clothes were swabbed for DNA traces, weren't you?
Yes, I'm aware that some of the clothes were swabbed for DNA.
Could we have Exhibit 147B?
You were saying earlier how I don't think that the jury would have even heard any testimony explaining this whole thing about the grief response. You know, a lot of jurors might have common sense and intuit that, right? But, you know, were it not for his question, you know, they wouldn't have heard it from an expert because the defense doesn't seem to have a witness to do that. So, okay, now we're on redirect.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would like to have published what is in evidence is 201A, and then I'm going to proceed after that with 201E.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, I have up this exhibit, and with regard to the questions of Attorney Brennan that he just asked about
So
these alleged shards, can you...
this part was so crazy. This is one of the craziest parts too. These teeny tiny little pieces. So Brennan's new theory apparently is that the injuries to the arm didn't come from breaking the taillight when the arm hit the taillight, right? From like cracking the tail. Apparently, Brennan was trying to suggest now that the theory is that these teeny tiny little microscopic pieces of plastic in the sleeve is what did it, which was just insane. So
tell the size of them from this depiction?
I don't even see any shards in that depiction.
Can you read that slide and see the handwriting that is there?
Yeah, it looks like clear app plastic collected from 7/18/18. There's another date over to the left side, and then it says AMV 6/29/23.
Right. And if Mr. Wolk, you could go back. Can you determine at all from this whether the shards are microscopic or not?
I cannot see any shards.
All right, let's go to 201E. With regard to this depiction, do you recognize what is in this depiction?
It looks like irregular, red-colored pieces of debris.
Thank you. And do you recognize the ruler above those pieces?
I'm not sure if this is the same ruler as in the previous image, but there does appear to be a ruler.
If we could go back to the previous slide, does that at all assist you in determining whether or not it's the same ruler?
Not exactly, but there are similarities.
So let's flip back to the next slide. Does the, what is up in black help you reach any conclusion about whether those pieces are microscopic in size or not?
Well, so those are, again, I'd like to go back, but I think those might be 16th or 32nd of an inch if we're using the same edge of the ruler. Those pieces that are depicted are not microscopic because we can see them with our eyes, but they're extremely small.
All right, so they're extremely small. You've asked, you want to go look back at the ruler. Does that further assist you in your analysis as to the size of these pieces?
16. So those look like they're maybe a 16th of an inch or less.
Okay, so let's go back, Mr. Wolf, one more time. So these pieces are a 16th of an inch or less, correct?
Yes, if we're using the same ruler.
Right. So with regard to, and if we could, Mr. Wolf, now go to Exhibit 1. Attorney Brennan asked you several questions with regard to whether those 16th of an inch or less pieces could cause these types of abrasions. You have addressed this issue, but I would like you to answer whether those pieces, a 16 inch or less, could cause, now knowing the size, whether they could cause these abrasions, including with regard to this pattern.
I don't believe so.
And with regard to that answer, how do you come to that conclusion? What is your thought process?
Okay, again, there are multiple parallel abrasions. So these pieces would need to be lined up in a certain configuration to cause those abrasions, and they'd have to be oriented in nearly the same direction because many of these groupings of wounds, and if I may use the pointer, are oriented in this direction a little bit, well, anatomically a little inferior to superior, ever so slightly this way. So they're oriented in the same way. So not only would they, those abrasions are rather large for those tiny pieces of plastic or glass, but they'd have to be oriented in a certain way to cause those wounds.
As an emergency department physician, as a forensic pathologist, what is the likelihood, if any, that those shards could cause those wounds?
You have to ask it differently, Mr. Wilson.
Dr. Russell, please state your evaluation and conclusion and the basis for it as to whether those shards of glass, or excuse me, shards of plastic, 1/16 of an inch and less, can cause those abrasions and wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
I do not believe that they could have caused those wounds.
Is that a close call for you to come to that conclusion?
Not at all.
You were asked several questions by, please keep that depiction up, Mr. Wolf. You were asked numerous questions by Attorney Brennan where he wanted you to go
It's insane.
section by section by section and evaluate each. He grouped these, I think, 5 or 6. Do you recall that questioning?
Yes.
Is that a scientifically proper way to evaluate this wound to determine whether or not it is from a dog? Is that a proper methodology to look at each individual section only?
No.
How, at a scale, is it improper to evaluate them that way under your methodology?
Sustained.
Dr. Russell, what is the proper way to evaluate the wounds on the right arm to determine whether or not they're caused from a dog?
To look at patterns, because individual wounds can vary, but the pattern is what is significant.
And on your direct examination, did you go through this method that you just described, a pattern and pattern recognition? Did you go through that in some detail and discuss that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked questions by Attorney Brennan, and in his questions, it was asserted that you don't have a standard, a published standard. Do you recall that questioning?
I'm going to allow it.
Do you recall the question asking whether you had a standard to reference for your methodology? Do you recall that questioning?
In reference to dog bite wounds, yes.
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 And with regard to the question and assertion in the question with regard to a methodology, you referenced studies, and as part of your answer, do you recall that discussion with Mr. Brennan?
Yes.
Do those, and are those studies peer reviewed?
Yes.
And give the name, please, again, that we had gone over on direct, but give the name of the lead authors of each of those studies.
Yes. So one of them was by Dr. D. Munich, and the other one was Dr. Pollock. And by peer review, that means that the article was reviewed by other physicians in those respective specialties of the authors.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Doctor.
I'm sorry. The specialties of the authors, yes.
We could take that down for a moment. Your Honor, may I approach, please?
Okay.
If I could have, Your Honor, for Madam Court Reporter, exhibits marked for identification PPP and QQQ. And I'll start with PPP if I could, please.
PPP.
Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I present PPP to the, thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Russell, you have before you PPP. Is that the study with the lead author, Dr. DeMunich?
Yes.
Do you recall Attorney Brennan in his questioning asserting that you had no basis and there was no support for your methodology of pattern recognition? Do you recall that discussion? Objection.
Sustained in that form.
Do you recall questioning on the cross-examination by Attorney Brennan as to your basis for a methodology in terms of pattern recognition with regard to dog wounds? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Can you please take a look at exhibit PPP for identification and identify whether there's any section in that study that talks about and documents the methodology that you use in that study?
Yes. So this is an article that was published in the International Journal of Legal Medicine, and it is entitled Forensic Approach of Fatal Dog Attacks, a Case Report and a Literature Review. And so it's several pages long, talks about a specific case, and then on page 298, there are some significant passages that I would like to read, actually. So it says here, dogs have some very specific dental and maxillofacial features. They have 42 teeth, 20 in the upper jaw, 22 in the lower. Usually the mandibular dental arch is narrower and shorter than the maxilla, and that means upper, lower and upper. Maxillar is the upper. Maxilla, and the shape of the dental arches varies among the different breeds. There are natural gaps between the teeth that are attenuated or accentuated depending on the breed. The canine masseter pterygoid complex is short and strong, and its insertion on the mandible provides powerful mechanical advantage. So that's talking about the muscles, how powerful they are. And then goes on to measure the forces.
If you could find the location, if there's any in there with regard to pattern, is there any discussion about attributes and patterns in that study?
Yes, this next paragraph. The above features attribute to the characteristics of dog bites. The maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite in which the dog can lock onto his prey. The tremendous force of the bite muscle complex can develop, allows the dog to twist and tear, and cause great damage. The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, tearing that results in characteristic patterns of punctures, lacerations, avulsions of the skin, and soft tissue. Forensic pathologists noted the multiple torn wounds with adjacent puncture wounds, the so-called hole and tear combination. That's in this case. The puncture wound, a round hole, is made by the canine tooth of either the upper or lower jaw on one side that serves as an anchorage, while the other teeth cut into the flesh, causing stretching lacerations in the process of biting, shaking, and tearing. This should be considered pathognomonic for dog bites, especially when accompanied by tissue defects and claw marks, the latter being narrow, superficial, linear abrasions arranged parallel to one another, 4 or 5 in number, and usually found in the vicinity of the bite. This pattern allows differential diagnosis with bites of other animals, which are not accompanied by pulling and shaking, nor by the usage of prominent canine, and with stab wounds caused by sharp instruments.
Does that study support or not support, in the literature, a pattern recognition methodology?
That's sustained.
What do you conclude from the language you just read in that study with regard to methodology of discerning dog bite wounds?
That pattern recognition is very important.
Now what I would like, if I could approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Sure. If I could return this to Madam Court Reporter and please request Exhibit QQQ for identification. Thank you, Madam Court Reporter. May I hand it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've now handed you what is marked for identification as Exhibit QQQ. I would ask, please, that you, is that the Pollock study that you referenced in your direct and in your cross-examination?
Yes.
Could you please, as you did with the DeMunich study, can you please...
She's reading from these different studies that she's referenced previously to support that there's a methodology that is applicable here.
Articulate the relevant sections with regard to your reliance upon that study.
Yes, so this is an article from the Institute of Forensic Medicine at the University of Vienna.
Is that a peer-reviewed study?
Yes.
Please continue.
Excuse me?
Please continue.
Okay. The title of the article is Fatal Dog Bite Injuries. And there's a summary. It says the dog's front teeth. So let me preface this. This was talking about a deceased child, and they describe the features. It says the dog's front teeth left marks of individual.
Great question. Well, we don't hear them talk about it, but first of all, I think that regardless, Brennan opened the door with his questioning, but regardless, I would imagine this would be the learned treatise exception to hearsay. I would imagine that these would count as learned treatises. What's the plural of treatises? Anyways, tortoises. There you go.
Circular or scratch-like abrasions, as well as slit-like skin severances. Slit-like skin severances of the skin, arranged in curved lines. The pattern of the skin lesions largely corresponded to the anatomy of the dog's set of teeth. No tissue defects could be detected.
And is there any other section of that study that references pattern and pattern recognition methodology? Any other words, any other section? And if so, could you please read them?
Yes. So on page 491, there's a section called the morphology of dog bite injuries.
What does morphology mean?
It means the shape. And so it goes on to say the anatomy of a dog's teeth is the key to interpreting injury findings. The particularly long, cone-shaped, pointed canine teeth often create sharp-edged wound slits that can be mistaken for stab wounds. The bite mark on the skin is ideally a complete and congruent imprint of the front dental arch. Sometimes only the protruding canine teeth are imprinted. If the shorter incisors leave an impression, smaller skin lesions, parentheses, round pressure marks or streaky glide marks, can be found between the impact points of the canines. In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors will act uniformly.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that sentence. Could you repeat that?
In practice, it is hardly expected that all 6 incisors of a jaw will act uniformly.
Is that sentence relevant at all to what you've referenced as an incomplete bite?
Yes.
How is it relevant?
Because if not all the teeth impact, then you get a partial bite. You get irregular appearances.
Right.
There's another sentence that's important here. A gap in the injury pattern can have several causes. Oblique biting, so what that means is not dead center on, but off to the side a little bit. Oblique biting. Curvature of the body surface, which we could have in this case around the arm, the edges of the arm.
Mr. Will, could you please put Exhibit 1 back on the case? And Dr. Russell, would be helpful as you're discussing these items if you could determine whether or not what's discussed in that study is at all depicted in this exhibit.
Okay, so we discussed oblique biting, which is off at an angle. Curvature of the body surface. So here we have a body surface that's actually quite irregular. There's curvature down here. There's definitely curvature around the elbow. And so there's curvature around the bones. So curvature of the body surface can change the appearance of the wounds. Interposition of textiles, so that would be clothing.
Is there an example of interposition of textiles in this case?
I don't think so.
Well, was the decedent in this case wearing any, is textiles mean clothing?
Yes, and I thought you meant in this article. But yes, there's textiles in this case. Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that hoodie sweatshirt or sweater shirt. So interposition of textiles, and then it goes on to mention some other things which I don't think apply in this case, such as different tooth lengths, tooth loss, abnormal teeth.
And is there any other aspects of that study that are relevant to your analysis and methodology with regard to evaluating the wounds in Exhibit 1?
A lot of this article is relevant, and I don't know if they want to keep on reading.
Keep reading it, but if there is a section, because then I'm going to have a few more questions once you're done identifying the most relevant sections of the article.
Yeah, and then there's one section that said,
Thank you.
yes, thank you. Then it does mention that in some victims, parallel scratch marks originating from clawed paws are found accompanying the injuries.
And is there any other section that you believe supports your evaluation of the wounds on Exhibit 1?
No, I think that's it.
All right, so thank you, Your Honor. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Russell. Madam Court Reporter. So do those studies, the Demunic and the Pollock that you just referenced, do they support the methodology of pattern recognition that you applied in evaluating Exhibit 1?
Absolutely.
And do they directly or indirectly support that methodology?
Directly.
And is that medical literature peer-reviewed support or not for your pattern recognition methodology?
So as to the form, Mr. Lessing?
Do those studies, each of them, those peer-reviewed studies, support your pattern recognition methodology that you applied with regard to Exhibit 1?
Yes.
Did those studies look solely at individual wounds, or did those studies' methodology look at the overall pattern to evaluate and discuss wounds from dogs?
Ask it differently.
How did those studies evaluate wounds with respect to individual wounds and overall wounds? How did the study evaluate those?
They described some individual wounds. There were numerous wounds. Described some individuals, but they looked at the overall pattern to make recommendations.
Was the overall pattern in those studies important or unimportant in the analyses and conclusions that those authors reached?
Important.
Now let's switch topics. Attorney Brennan asked you about various considerations you made with regard to differential diagnosis. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Let's just start with your differential diagnosis methodology. You describe whether or not you took into consideration additional information that was presented to you in determining whether your initial hypothesis was correct or not. Describe just generally that process and whether or not you took new information and retested your hypotheses. Describe that process that you undertook just generally.
So in general, when a physician is presented with a set of circumstances or wounds or symptoms or whatever, they come up with a possible diagnosis, but have to consider other diagnoses as well. That's what a good physician does. They consider what they think is most likely, and then they go through a process of eliminating the or including and the other possibilities. Would you like me to give an example, like chest pain or?
Well, I'd like to give you an example of what you used here in this case as the application of that.
Well, okay, so I'm just describing the overall process because if you came to a diagnosis and narrowed in on it and never considered any other information, sometimes your diagnosis is going to be wrong, and so you have to allow for other information. And so I did that in this case. I examined the circumstances, examined the wounds photographically, and came up with my impression, but I also considered other possibilities. What else could cause those scratches or those abrasions?
And did you honestly and scientifically consider those other possibilities as you continue to review the information, old and new information in this matter?
Yes.
And did that process allow you to avoid confirmation bias?
Yeah. Yes.
So in terms of that process, now let's go through some of the items that Attorney Brennan discussed with you. He asked you several questions, one of which, did you evaluate news clips in audio clips? You remember that questioning?
I remember a question about some news clips.
And did you recall your discussion with Attorney Brennan about acute grief reaction? You remember that discussion?
Yes.
Now, in terms of acute grief reaction, you talked about it, and you recall discussing that sometimes people who have a traumatic event, that acute grief reaction occurs. You recall that discussion with Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also mentioning that sometimes these patients engage in self-blame?
Yes.
And my question, among others, is when they go to self-blame, from your experience as an emergency room physician, seeing patients with this, as you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there instances when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame? Can you discuss what you meant by self-blame in acute grief reaction?
Sustain.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
Don't tell me that they're going to try to limit this, because there's no way you can say he didn't open the door. There's literally no way. Not even Judge Bev. He opened the door. I mean, it's as clear of a door opening as I've ever seen. So, no way. Kind of a long sidebar.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, do you recall questioning by Attorney Brennan with regard to some alleged clip with regard to a motor vehicle, the Lexus and the pedestrian in this case? Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And have you reviewed and Attorney Brennan asked you about the slide presentation that what Dr. Welcher did with regard to this supposed accident reconstruction? You remember those questions?
Yes.
I'm going to back it up real quick because I didn't hear the objection. I can't believe that this is happening. Hold on.
In terms of acute grief reaction, you talked about it, and you recalled discussing that sometimes people who have a traumatic event, that acute grief reaction occurs. You recall that discussion with Attorney Brennan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall also mentioning that sometimes these patients engage in self-blame?
Yes.
And my question, among others, is when they go to self-blame, from your experience as emergency room physician, seeing patients with this, as you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there instances when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame?
Sustained.
Can you discuss what you meant by self-blame in acute grief reaction?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Wow.
Okay.
So here's what
Can you,
I-
as emergency room physician, seeing patients with this, as you discussed with Mr. Brennan, are there instances when patients blame themselves for something when they're not to blame?
So that's probably well, we don't know because they don't put it on the record. I could see that being the leading, and that being sustained. But the next one,
Sustained.
Can you discuss what you meant by
this
self-blame
is not leading at all. This is completely open-ended.
in acute grief reaction?
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Unfucking believable. Of all of the things, how the hell? What? I don't know what is happening. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's redirect. You get to redirect on what was brought up in cross. And he asked multiple questions as it pertains to this, Brennan did, and asked her to elaborate and explain. Like, I don't know. And I agree. If I was on the jury, like, this is one of those things where the jury's got to be like, that is so blatantly obvious. Brennan should not have objected. And obviously Judge Bev shouldn't have, because he's going to come back and switch the line of questioning. The jury's got to be like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, this just looks so blatantly prejudicial and biased to the defense. When the Commonwealth brought this up, this is crazy. Even for all the craziness in this case, like, this is insane. Absolutely insane. And it makes me feel sick to my stomach. Yeah, the second one was completely open-ended. He asked her to elaborate just like Brennan did. Please explain what you mean. No different than what Brennan did. I can't. Wow.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, if he was gonna, here's the thing. I don't care what the leading is, okay, fine, whatever. But when it was a non-leading question, I don't see any grounds for him objecting when it was exactly what he asked. Not only did he open the door, but he asked her to elaborate on the grief response. And it was like the same exact question as what Mr. Alessi just asked. And I don't know how the fuck, I don't know.
Dr. Russell, do you recall questioning by Attorney Brennan with regard to some alleged clip with regard to a motor vehicle, the Lexus and the pedestrian in this case? Do you recall that discussion?
Yes.
And have you reviewed and Attorney Brennan asked you about the slide presentation, what Dr. Welcher did with regard to this supposed accident reconstruction? You remember those questions?
Yes.
Supposed accident.
Mr. Wilk, if you could please publish the slide from Dr. Welcher's presentation with the arm out in the glass in the back, not that one, the one in this case, of the Lexus and Dr. Welcher dressed up as Mr. O'Keefe and with clothing in the back, but with his you
should have said in a costume. That would have been really good.
So, Dr. Russell, can you see what is depicted on that slide?
Yes.
Is that impact that is depicted on this slide, is that a clip or is that a direct impact to the arm?
I believe that that's a rather direct impact.
Okay, so this is a direct impact. And now, from your experience, and you were asked about this on cross-examination, a direct impact to the arm, assume, as was discussed, a motor vehicle, 6,000-pound Lexus going 24 miles an hour in reverse with a direct impact on the arm. From your experience as an emergency medicine physician, what type of injuries would you expect to this arm?
So I would expect at least significant bruising, at least. But I would also expect fracture, possible dislocation of portions of the arm.
What portions of the arm would you expect fractures and dislocations?
Well, from this image, if it impacted that section of the arm, and let me use my pointer, right here, a very good possibility that there would be a radius and ulnar fracture of the forearm or an elbow fracture.
Could you please stand up and with your Honor's permission, show where the radius and where the ulnar bones are of the arm? Lights on, please. Thank you. You can keep the lights on.
So the radius and ulnar are the two long bones in the forearm right underneath the skin. And then they join with the humerus bone here in the upper arm at the elbow. And those, of course, these bones are they're susceptible to fracture with a significant impact. And also the elbow would be susceptible to fracture.
How about the hand?
The hand could be injured. It depends on where the hand was in relation. And also, if there was a fall, there are other mechanisms that could contribute to a fracture from the actual fall onto the ground. So there could be a wrist fracture, digital fractures. It depends on the circumstances.
Thank you. And do you can receive, thank you very much, Dr. Russell. From a direct impact to the arm, as you said, is depicted here. What is the likelihood of there being any fracture to any bone?
Sustained in that form.
Do you have an opinion, based upon a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to whether there would be any fracture to any bone?
I believe that there is a very high likelihood that there would either be a significant bruise or laceration or a fracture of the bones.
Now let's go to, as I understand it, you have reviewed the autopsy report of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And you've reviewed the file, the medical records files, correct?
Yes.
Is there any indication at all of significant bruising to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
With regard to the lower extremities, from what is depicted here, meaning this impact, did you evaluate the autopsy and the medical records to see what evaluation was done of the lower extremities?
Yes, a very extensive evaluation of lower extremities was done.
What very extensive evaluation was done and by whom?
By Dr. Scortibello, and it was both an external and an internal examination of the lower extremities.
Let's start with the internal examination by Dr. Scortibello. Could you please describe what type of internal examination she performed?
Well, she opened up the legs.
Sustained.
May we approach her for lunch?
All right, Jerry, I'm going to send you out for lunch, okay? We'll see you too. Yes, come on up.
Are they going to, they're going to lunch right there? Or no? Okay. What? That's a weird place to send people to lunch.
Your Honor.
Okay.
Dr. Russell, we left off talking on the topic of differential diagnosis, and more specifically, we were talking about the lower extremity, the leg, and you were mentioning we reoriented to Attorney Brennan's questioning in the area. Could you please describe for the jury your basis of differential diagnosis with regard to the lower extremities and the leg, and specifically with regard to the autopsy's analysis of that area?
Well, the autopsy doctor did a very thorough evaluation of lower extremities, and to include, the external examination, which is very important, as well as an internal examination of the extremities, the tissues beneath the skin in both legs.
And just briefly, how did she perform that internal examination beneath the skin, to look at what was beneath the skin?
Well, to directly visualize those tissues, she had to open up the skin. So she opened up the skin in the legs from the buttocks right down to the bottom of the legs near the ankle, and then reflected or folded back the skin to examine if there were any injuries to the tissues underneath.
Were there any injuries to the tissues underneath from that examination?
There were no injuries that she mentioned, nor no injuries that I saw on the pictures.
And no injuries, did that include analyzing whether there was any inflammation?
No, you can't tell about inflammation, but I specifically looked at the area adjacent to a very punctate little abrasion on the knee, and I looked underneath that area very carefully on the photograph, and there was nothing, no injury underneath, no bruising, no hemorrhage underneath that abrasion.
With regard to that, how did you describe that punctate? I want to make sure I got it accurate. By the right knee?
Abrasion.
Abrasion. Could you determine from that either the age of that abrasion?
I could not.
I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. Mr. Brennan?
Could I inquire about scope?
See the typo.
And another sidebar. Wow, long one.
Dr. Russell, I asked you questions about your past testimony regarding methodology. And when I asked you those questions and showed you some of your transcripts, would you agree with me that you have testified that there is no recognized methodology on diagnosing dog bite wounds?
You've got to be kidding.
No, I believe I said that there was no standard methodology or no standard guidelines as to how to diagnose dog bite wounds.
There is no accepted practice directing you on what is appropriate and what is not appropriate to identify a wound as a dog bite, is there?
There are no accepted standards.
When Attorney Lisi had you look at a couple of case files from the Journal of Legal Medicine, let me ask you about that. You're not suggesting that those articles substitute for the absence of standards in identifying dog bites from photographs, are you?
Before standards are created, there are usually articles that have
The thing is, if there's no methodology, then what is he going to do with his own experts?
recommendations upon which the standards are subsequently based.
That wasn't my question, so we're going to listen to the question, please. Those articles, whatever their value you think they are, they do not create a standard to apply for diagnosing or looking at a photograph and coming to a conclusion whether the abrasions are dog bites, do they?
Correct.
And so when he had you read pieces of these articles, had Attorney Lisi gone over these articles with you before?
Yes, we discussed them several months ago.
Did he point out parts of them he would like you to read?
I pointed out parts that I thought were significant.
In this article that was marked for identification, parts of it are highlighted. Who highlighted those parts?
Mr. Alessi highlighted those based on my recommendations.
So Attorney Lisi highlighted the parts he wanted you to read to the jury?
Yes, and I believe they were the same parts that I read last time.
Can we have Exhibit 1, please? Now, regarding the Munich article, that was a case study on the
That's funny.
unfortunate death of a young girl, yes?
Yes,
Who was attacked by or bitten by up to 3 different dogs.
yes,
And it was a neck wound from which she bled.
yes,
Very, very unlike what you're looking at here.
yes. But that's very typical of an article, scientific article. They will present a case study
Right.
and then present the research behind what they have seen in other articles and make recommendations.
I'm not asking you to defend that it's different. I'm asking you if it is
fuck's
different.
Oh, it is different.
Very different, isn't
Yes,
it?
that neck wound, yes.
Extraordinarily different.
Yes,
And so when you read this, let me ask you a couple questions. In this article, it talks about the characteristics of dog bites, doesn't it?
yes,
And it talks about the maxillary teeth distal to the mandibular teeth allow the so-called scissor bite.
yes.
Don't you want to bet that the Commonwealth, I think, what is it, Dr. Crosby? I mean, there's not that much literature on this stuff, right? As we know, this is a very niche field. I mean, just what I would find it hard to believe if the Commonwealth's dog bite expert, again, I think it's Dr. Crosby, I would find it hard to believe if they brought in anything else other than, like, how many are there, right? Like, my point being that how much you want to bet that they are going to have relied on the same ones, you know what I mean? Just because there aren't that many, and we all know Brennan's a hypocrite.
So when a dog clamps down, the teeth kind of go to the side to tear the skin.
I didn't interpret it that way, no.
Okay. A scissor bite is when a dog bites down, yes?
Yes, I believe that what they were describing was the dog bites down.
And when it bites down, it anchors. That means teeth on the bottom, penetrate, puncture, yes?
They can, but they don't always puncture.
And then the top is a puncture. If you're going to scissor, it requires a puncture, doesn't it?
It's a mechanism. It's a movement. What they're describing is a move. In the way I read it, the way they described it is a movement like a scissor, where it's open and it's closed.
There
It
are-
doesn't mean anything about how deep they penetrate.
There are no scissor bites on that wound, are there?
I don't know. I see one or two things that show up what I think might be upper and lower, so it could be.
Would you define any of those abrasions as scissor bites, Dr. Russell?
We talked earlier about how these marks here may be lower, I'm not going to define it. No, I can't say for sure that there's a scissor bite, but I see things that appear to be characteristics of upper and lower teeth.
I'm asking you about scissor bites. Please listen to my question. There is nothing on that wound that is consistent with scissor bites, is there?
I don't know.
Well, you're the expert. So
I-
when you look at that, can you point whether there's any wounds that are consistent with scissor bites?
According to their definition, and that's not an accepted definition, but according to what they were describing, and I believe what they meant was an open and closing of the jaw as the scissor activity, I believe that there's possibly 2 areas where I see that.
You're now saying this article that you relied on redirect examination is not an accepted authority?
I'm not saying it's not accepted authority. It is a peer review article.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing. Do you see any crushing or tearing in those abrasions?
There's no crushing or tearing here, but does not mean that there has to be crushing or tearing.
I'm reading your article. I'm just reading verbatim.
And
I'm
I'm-
asking you about it.
Yes, and I'm trying to explain so that nobody gets nobody misunderstands this.
Crushing and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures. A puncture is when a tooth penetrates the skin and there's some depth to it, correct?
Yes.
Show me one puncture, anyone,
There
on
are-
that wound.
Okay. There are no punctures on this arm that I see. However, again, the wounds don't have to have every single characteristic. It is it depends on the force of the bite, how the wounds are going to appear.
The injuries caused involve a combination of biting, crushing, and tearing that results in a characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. There is no punctures whatsoever in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no lacerations in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree.
There are no avulsions in that wound. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However, in
I'm just asking you the question, Dr. Russell.
So you can maybe ask him.
Specifically, this study says the injuries cause a combination biting, crushing, and tearing that result in characteristic pattern of punctures, lacerations, and avulsions. They name 3 things that are characteristic traits of a dog bite, and you would agree not one of those 3 traits is present on the arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Would you agree with me?
I agree. However, in that case, the dog bites that killed the victim. In this case, we do not believe that these dog bites killed the victim.
When they were discussing this article on the victim who was killed, do you realize when they were giving background, this background has nothing to do with the case study? This is general background I just read. Do you realize that?
They were investigating fatal dog bites.
Do you realize that is not qualified in this article? Do you realize that?
I realize that they were commenting on fatal dog bites. This is not a case of a fatal dog bite.
This article, I'm going to show it to you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the highlighted paragraphs that Attorney Alisi had you read, that is describing the background of dog bites, not this fatal attack. Would you agree with me?
The title of the... No, I don't agree.
Okay. I'd move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Mr. Leslie?
I have no objection, Your Honor.
In the other article that you read from, that was highlighted as well. Who highlighted the portions you were to read?
Mr. Leslie.
It describes that teeth from a canine create a stab wound-like skin laceration. They can do that, right?
They can do
Do you
that.
see any stab-like wound lacerations to Mr. O'Keefe's arm?
No.
It talks about punctures. And again, we've discussed this. There is 0 punctures on Mr. O'Keefe's arm, correct?
Correct.
You said that when somebody is in a collision, that they can suffer injuries such as bruising or breaks.
Yes.
We've also discussed when a person is impacted by a vehicle, it can result in a variety of different injuries or no injury at all.
Correct.
There's a number of dynamic factors involved that are very difficult to assess and predict, correct?
Correct.
And in this case, you did not do any accident reconstruction to try to identify
Really,
the details of the mechanism of injury to John O'Keefe, did you?
I did not do accident reconstruction.
And so, having not done accident reconstruction, would you agree it's fair to say that you are not in an informed position to give an opinion as to how the injuries could
jury's
or
only
would have
gonna hear
happened
from
in this case?
Sorry, the jury's going to only hear from a bazillion accident reconstructionists. They've already heard from essentially 2. Then they heard from the other defense expert, kind of pseudo. Anyway, this is just so stupid.
Of the mechanism of injury to John O'Keefe, did you?
I did not do accident reconstruction.
And so, having not done accident reconstruction, would you agree it's fair to say that you are not in an informed position to give an opinion as to how the injuries could or would have happened in this case?
I disagree.
Specifically, you were asked questions about the impact or collision in this case. How fast was the defendant's Lexus traveling when there may have been an impact in this case?
I understand possibly 24 miles an hour.
Who picked that number?
I have no idea.
Well, you heard it from
But
somewhere.
it could be. I mean, didn't they say it could have been anywhere from 2 miles an hour? What's the point? Why even? They don't know. They don't know anything.
You're just giving an opinion on it. Where's that number committed to or derived from?
I don't know.
Well, if you're going to give an opinion based on what you're portraying as facts to this jury, you should have some
Come
certainty
on.
about the source of your material, shouldn't you?
You know, I'm an ER doctor, so in the ER, I've treated thousands of motor vehicle accident cases, and most of the time, I do not know what speed the vehicles were going at. I've never done accident
God.
reconstruction. I don't know any ER doctor that does accident construction or is trained in accident construction. It's not part of the job.
I totally agree, but you're
Good
having
job.
opinions you're giving on behalf of Mr. Alisi, and that's why I'm pressing you on these issues.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you know, you don't know the movement of John O'Keefe before any potential strike or collision, do you?
I don't know the movement of most of the patients I've seen in my life before or immediately after the impact.
Of course, you wouldn't know the body angle because you weren't there.
Right.
So when you're asked to give an opinion whether this was a clip or a direct strike, you're really not in a position, having not been an accident reconstructionist and not having been there, to give that type of information, are you?
I wasn't asked to give an opinion about whether this was a clip or a direct strike. I was asked to give an opinion about with these wounds caused by a motor vehicle collision.
So you would agree with me, you are not in a position,
This is really frustrating, and it's asked and answered a million times.
based on your opportunity to view evidence and your experience, to give an opinion about what injuries would have occurred in this event.
No, I disagree.
And so you think you can give an opinion about the extent of injuries, even though you are agreeing, not only you're not an accident reconstruction expert, you have no idea about the details of the collision in this case, Dr. Russell.
Wow.
Is
Mr. Brennan-
that true?
I have no details about the collision.
About what happened during the collision? You have no details
No
about
one
the
has
body
anything
movement,
to do.
the placement, the speed. You don't have any details.
The thing is that Brennan doesn't even know. Brennan has changed the theory a bazillion times during this trial, but even just with her on the witness stand, he's changed the theory a million times. I mean, we most recent one was it was the tiny little itsy bitsy microscopic pieces of plastic in the sleeve that caused the arm wound. I mean, I just add to that his own expert said we don't know anything, we can't possibly know. Anyway, you guys know, it's just, this is infuriating.
That you know of other than what was told to you, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
There are dozens, hundreds, thousands of motor vehicle accidents in which there are no lower body brakes. Fair to say?
Probably, yes.
You mentioned bruising. What do you do to treat for a bruise? If someone's has some type of pressing and the bruise before it really forms, what's the best way to treat it?
Well, it depends on the bruise. It depends on the location. It depends on whether or not there's continued bleeding in the soft tissues. It depends on whether there's compression of the blood vessels and or the nerves underneath. And then, of course, you want to examine adjacent structures for fractures and other injuries. And then after all that, if you've ruled out major, other injuries, you treat the patient for pain.
You ever prescribe ice?
Oh, yes.
So if a person was lying prone in the cold winter on the front yard on the dirt and was being covered by snow, sub 32 degrees, and the body temperature were to drop from 96.8 to about 80 degrees, would that have a similar effect to ice on the area that may bruise?
Not exactly. You want me to explain?
I do.
Okay, yes. So as the snowflakes fall, yes, there will be a gradual lowering of the body temperature and gradual effect on the body. Now, as opposed to in ER or in a medical setting, if I or another practitioner, and by the way, nurses and nurse practitioners and PAs also treat dog bite wounds. But if another practitioner, a practitioner gives the person an ice pack, they get immediate coldness and immediate significant change in temperature to that area.
Assume the weather is so cold that the cell phone battery on someone's iPhone begins to plummet regularly in degrees.
I have no idea.
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
Thank you.
When you came to your conclusion, considering what you see in this picture, and Attorney Alisi was asking you about fragments from a broken taillight, did you know or consider that Mr. O'Keefe, sometime around when he incurred these wounds, had a piece of glass stuck in his nose?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I can't remember. Did anybody actually find the glass, or did that just come from one of the Karen Reed clips? Because I feel like that only just came from one of her clips that she found a piece of glass.
Finally, Dr. Russell, you said during your differential diagnosis you consider information, you either weigh it, accept it, or you distinguish it and you disregard it, correct?
Yes, generally.
During your differential diagnosis, you've referred to a number of different people studies, things that you haven't done yourself, but you've looked at other people's efforts. One of the things you looked at was the deputy medical examiner
Fine.
from the forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces. A person by the name of John C. Walsh, correct?
Oh, wait. Yeah.
I'm going to allow that.
They
Would you like me to ask that again?
said this wasn't coming in. They talked about this on, out. We got to watch them talk about this, and they said this wasn't coming in. This couldn't come in.
Dr. Russell?
Or
No,
no,
you-
wait, no, hold on. No, she said he has to lay the proper foundation, I think.
You don't have to ask it. I read that report, yes.
And John C. Walsh is a doctor, correct?
I don't know how the hell he laid the foundation for anything, but okay.
Yes, that's what it says.
And do you have any understanding that he works with the Forensic Pathology Investigations Division of the Armed Forces?
Yes, and therefore his practice may be limited in scope.
Well, you are trying to qualify what he doesn't do. Do you know if his practice is limited in scope?
Typically, the medical examiners that work for the armed forces often have a specific practice that is limited in scope.
Do you know anything about Mr. Walsh and his practice?
No.
Why do you find the need to try to undermine the extent of his authority before you know anything? Why is that important?
Sustained.
You don't know what his scope and practice is, do you?
No, but I always look at where the person works that writes a report in terms of physicians and what their possible experiences are. Do they work in a medical examiner's office in Alaska or Hawaii or a big city or a little town? I look at those things.
When you considered his opinions after his review of these materials, did you consider when he offered in his report that multiple abrasions ranging in size from 2 to 3 millimeters up to 7 centimeters were documented on the decedent's right arm?
Yes.
These injuries do not photographically appear to be, nor are described as puncture bite wounds, and thus are highly unlikely to be the result of an animal bite attack. The abrasions are non-specific. Abrasions occur as the body moves over a blunt or rough surface such as a skinned knee. Did you read his report and consider it?
I did. However, I don't know if he's ever had any experience with dog bites examinations. So I had to consider that and weigh it.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Dr. Russell, there were questions with regard to highlighting of articles. Did I determine which parts were to be highlighted, or did I merely perform the function of highlighting the parts you wanted me to highlight because you didn't have a highlighting function with you traveling from California?
That is correct. It's the second one.
With regard to these articles, you mentioned a methodology in connection with them, and pattern recognition methodology. Was it the purpose of citing this article to say that they're just like this situation, or was the purpose to say that there is a methodology in the literature to determine how to determine whether a wound is from a dog?
Objection.
Sustained is to the form.
Dr. Russell, what is the purpose? Let's just start with the Munich article that was talked about, because these articles were discussed. What was the purpose of you citing to those articles?
The purpose was to identify that pattern recognition is an important component in identifying wounds, and particularly in dog bite wounds. It did not mean that the victim had to have every single characteristic that was listed, and it just was focusing on things to look for and the patterns. It was not just that there's one individual wound that's going to be diagnostic, but that there are patterns for the physician to look for.
In terms of Attorney Brennan asked you, and so now with regard to the Pollock article, in terms of the Pollock article, is there any discussion in this article about whether the spectrum of injuries to which you can apply the mechanism in the methodology, is there anything in there about whether the pattern of injuries can be diverse or whether they're all the same? Does Pollock speak to that?
He does.
And what does Pollock say about whether or not the spectrum of possible injury forms when you apply this methodology can be diverse? What does he say?
Well, he mentions about the actual surface of the body that is impacted, if there's any curvature to that surface, if there's any structures underneath that would affect the bite. Those are, and if there was material or textiles or fabric that were in between the bite and the skin, and there were other factors too.
Okay, thank you. Now, lastly, what I'd like to cover is Attorney Brennan discussed Dr. Walsh. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay. I didn't know what you had.
Yes. So that's a fair objection. I'll withdraw it.
Commentary, I think you heard.
Why don't you bring the reports over?
Sidebar. Oh my God. I don't think we've heard much about Dr. Walsh until today.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Russell, I am handing you this letter from Dr. Walsh, and what I am going to do, and you just tell me if I do it correctly, I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs, okay? And you just tell me if I'm reading it correctly. In totality, the injuries documented in the autopsy report and photographs are non-specific
and may be the result of a variety of different mechanisms. No additional information was provided regarding the possible circumstances or events surrounding the death. The absence of additional information prohibits the attribution of injuries and contribution of findings to a specific underlying cause of death. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Russell.
All right, Dr. Russell, you are all set.
Why the fuck did Brennan want to get that in? That's wow. Okay, guys, I hate to say it. We're gonna have to save Barrows for tomorrow because I know this is gonna be really interesting and I want to go through it. So we'll save that for tomorrow. But we're doing good because then we'll only have a little bit of testimony, and then tomorrow will be day 27. And apparently, from what we saw, the defense is expected to call their new tech expert. I had a couple of things I wanted to touch on, but I have my notes written down here, so we'll save those for tomorrow. Also, we've got some more court docs that are coming in, including one that will be dealing with the Commonwealth's proposed jury instructions, and that'll be interesting. We can compare that to the standard jury instructions, which I have. You guys have probably seen us use that before. So anywho, good night. You're just in time. We're going to go ahead and call it a night here. So to you, Miss Mojo, who's also going to go to get some rest. But thanks everybody for being here. As always, we will be back tomorrow night with day 27. Love y'all, and we'll be back together here soon. But for now, squirrel out.